Welcome back to the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals here at Apex Hobbies, sponsored by Crybaby Racing. This broadcast is brought to you by LiveRC. If you don't have a bonus lap membership, you should. Today, we're going to have the main events. It is the ultimate part of our Carpet On-Road race. The class sponsors are GT12 with SJT tires, 21.5 Team Powers, 21.5 TC, sorry, 17.5 12 scale TQ wire, USGT, Gravity RC, 17.5 Touring Car, Team EAM, 12 scale mod, RC America, US VTA, MSA Distributors, RC Hobbies, 13.5 12 scale Menards Factory Racing, and Mod TC by Awesomatics USA. The associate sponsors for this race are Ulti America, A Main Hobbies, R1 Works, Discount RC, Mark Livermore RC, SXT, Bob Smith Industries, 2mm Designs, DRC, and Zoo Racing. We are getting ready to go live in about 2 minutes. Again, if you don't have a Live RC bonus lap membership, you should. You get extra benefits by going to the races and just seeing that race skimmed out. If you missed it, you can go back and play it over and over and over till your heart's content. You'll even get the post-race interviews. Have a nice day. See you soon.
All right, once again, we can use some volunteer turn marshals for this race. Got about 1:30 till we get checked in for race 4, about 1:30 till we get checked in. Need a catcher's mitt over there. All right, race number 4. Let's set them down and check them in. Get a turn marshal in front of the driver's stand and also one at the end of the... Oh, you got there? You got it? Oh, well, you're next. No, sit out. If you're in the next race, so sit out. Okay. Could use a turn marshal in front of the driver's stand, too. One turn marshal in front of the driver's stand. Yeah. In front, yep. All right, guys, go ahead and get it checked in. Race number 4, let's get them checked in.
Brian Card. Bill Sitter.
Race number 4, go ahead, get them checked in. Drivers, go ahead and come across the line to get them all checked in, and then we'll get gridded up.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Let's start getting them gridded up. Straightaway is
30 seconds to the
closed.
start of the race.
Lineup's going to be Eric Anderson on the 1, Max Kenning on the 2, Brian Card on the 3, Mike G on the 4, Craig Xavier on the 5, Michael Skeen on the 6, Bill Sidor on the 7, Brent Klingforth on the
15 seconds
8,
to the start of the
Manny
race.
Flores on the 9, and Larry Fairtrace on the 10.
Less than 5.
All right, this is 21.5 Touring Car A1. Drivers ready, turn marshals heads up. We are going to go on the tone. Here we go with A1 in 21.5. EA jumping out into the early lead, your TQ. And jumping out of that start,
Blue,
he's got
yellow
Max
by.
Kenning in the second spot.
Blue, let yellow by. Blue, let yellow by.
Here comes your leader through the front 180 right now. Eric Anderson with a 10.2 last time by. Comes through the chicane and down the back straightaway. Comes by with a 10.4. Max with a 10.3. Mike with a 10.3. Mike G all over, or Mike Lee all the way up to the second spot. Mike G up into second. Max Kuning in third now. Eric Anderson starting to pull away. Has a second advantage right now.
Go.
One minute down and 5 minutes left to go. Your leader into the carousel and into the front 180. Eric Anderson, 10.3 last time by. Mike G about 3/4 of a second back and closing in. Anderson comes by with a 10.3. G with a 10.2. Your leader's coming through the center section into the chicane. The pink, blue, and white car of Eric Anderson out in front, 10.2. Mike G in that white and pink car in the second spot. 10.3, Max Kenning in the third spot. Leader starting to come up on some lap traffic in the front 180 right now. EA with a 10.2 last time by. Heading down the back straightaway one more time. Comes by with a 10.3. Mike G with a 10.3 as well. He's 0.8 of a second behind your leader. We're closing in on 2 minutes down and 4 minutes left to go. Two minutes down and 4 minutes left to go. Your leader coming around right now. He's got Mike G all over his back wing now as they come down the back straightaway. Eric Anderson out in front. Mike G in second, battling out. Then Brian Card up into the third spot, about 1 second back. Top two cars across the stripe. EA with a 10.4. Mike G with a 10.4. Then you got Brian Card with a 10.6, a second and a half behind him. 2:30 down and 3:30 left to go. This is race number 4, your 21.5 A1. Anderson starting to pull away just a bit. 10.3 that time by. Mike G with a 10.3 as well. Top two separated by about a half a second. Then Brian Card still hanging back there at about a second and a half back in car number 3. Anderson comes by with a 10.3. G with a 10.5, pulling away. Top two cars separated by 0.6 of a second. We've got just over 3 minutes down, under 3 minutes left to go. Anderson leading the way through the chicane and down the back straight. Comes by with a 10.3. G also with a 10.3. Top two cars separated by 0.7 of a second. Brian Card is about a second and a half behind G. Max Kenning running in the 4th spot. Craig Xavier in 5th. Michael Skeen running in the 6th spot. Brent Klingforth in 7th. Bill Sidor in 8th. Larry Fairtrace in the 9th spot. Leader through the chicane and down the back straight. EA out in front, 10.4. Mike G with a 10.5. Now he's 0.8 of a second behind your leader. We've got 4 minutes down and 2 minutes left on the master clock.
Left.
Brian Card falling back just a little bit. He's about 2 seconds behind Mike G. Max is about 4 seconds behind Brian in the 4 spot, but he's got Craig Xavier all over his back wing right now in 5th. Anderson comes by with a 10.6, G with a 10.4. Top 2 cars separated by about a half a second right now with 1:30 to go. Eric Anderson out in front, 10.4. Mike G, 10.4 as well. Still about a half second separating your top 2 cars. They cross the stripe again. Anderson 10.4, G 10.4. Still 0.6 of a second separating your top 2 cars. Craig Xavier still trying to reel in Max for that 4th and 5th spot battle. But your leader around the center section now and into the front straight, the pink, blue, and white. Car number 1 of Eric Anderson out in front with less than a minute to go. We've got 0.7 of a second separating your top 2 cars. They're starting to close in on some lap traffic with 45 seconds left on the clock. EA comes by with a 10.5. Mike G with a 10.4. Starting to reel him in. 0.6 of a second separating your top 2 cars. They come by the stripe again, 10.4 for both of them. Through the 180 around the center section with 30 seconds to go. Eric Anderson out in front, crosses the stripe with a 10.5. Mike G with a 10.5 as well. Still got about 0.6 of a second separating your top 2 cars with 15 seconds to go. Anderson with a 10.5, G with a 10.4. Through the chicane they come and down the back straightaway. This will be their white flag lap right here. Eric Anderson with a 10.5, Mike G with a 10.5. That is time, drivers. Finish the lap you're on. Eric Anderson through the chicane and down the back straight to take the win in A1. Mike G finishing in the 2nd spot. Brian Card finishing in 3rd.
Michael Skeen done. Brent Kling 4th done. Up next, race number 5. 17.51-12 TH scale. A1 main.
All right, race 5. Go and get them checked in. Race 5, get them checked in. Need my drivers from that last race or a volunteer for
Joe
them
Trandell,
to come out and turn marshal.
Sean Rayfield, Chris Lockhart, Fabio Evangelista, Cody Burke, Monty Panzica, Dana Bales, Skip Starkey, Rick Feelsticker.
All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed. No check-in from 9, John Barron. Let's get them lined up. Sean Rayfield on the 1, Dana Bales on the 2, Joe Trandell on the 3, Cody Burke on the 4, Chris Lockhart on the 5, Fabio Evangelista on the 6,
start of the race.
Rick Feelsticker on the 7, Monty on the 8, John Barron on the 9, and Skip on the 10.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right. Here
Less than 5.
we go. Drivers ready. Turn marshals, heads up. 17.5, 12 scale A1. We're going to go on the tone. Good start from these guys coming around the carousel right now. Got one upside down in the carousel. Here they come down to complete their first complete lap. Out in front is Sean Rayfield, your TQ, in that yellow and orange car. Watching in the chicane. Got one upside down. Leaders starting to come up on you already. Top two cars starting to pull away right now. Sean and Dana out in front. Joe Trandell dropping back just a bit in third. Rayfield down the back straightaway at your TQ in 17.5, 12 scale. Rayfield with a 9.5. Last time by Dana in the second spot with a 9.7. Here comes your leaders. Watch it coming on to the back straight. It is clear. Your leader starting to pull away right now. Sean Rayfield, that yellow and orange car down the back straight. Comes by the stripe with a 9.4. Dana Bells with a 9.6. Chris Lockhart with a 9.7. Cody Burke 9.7. Fabio with a 9.7. Rounding out your top five. We've got 1 minute down and 7 minutes still to go. Around the center section they come. Car number 1, Sean Rayfield, comes by the stripe with a 9.5. Then you got Dana Bells about 9/10 of a second back in that second spot. Chris Lockhart about 2 seconds behind Dana now in the third spot. So your top two cars really pulling away already with 1:30 to go. 1:30 down, 6:30 to go. Leader hitting the back straight again, Sean Rayfield, 9.7 that time by. Dana Bells with a 9.8. He's now a second and a half behind your leader. Sean really pulling away down the back straight, 9.5 again. Dana with a 9.7. Rayfield through the chicane and down the back straight, coming up on lap traffic. 2 minutes down and 6 minutes still to go. Everybody getting spread out right now. You got Rayfield cutting through some lap traffic in the chicane. And on the back straight, Rayfield comes by with a 9.8. Dana Bells comes by with a 9.8 as well. He's a second and a half behind your leader now. Then you got Cody Burke running in the third spot, 2 seconds behind Dana. Fabio Evangelista running in the fourth spot, about a second behind Cody. Then you got Joe Trandell right behind Fabio for the fifth spot. Chris Lockhart dropped down to the sixth spot. Skip Starkey up into seventh. Monty Panzica running in the eighth spot. John Barron in ninth. And Rick Fieldsticker in the 10th spot. 3 minutes down and 5 minutes left to go. Rayfield still out in front and pulling away. He's got about a 2-second advantage right now on Dana Bales. Leader around the carousel and in the front 80. Sean Rayfield still has a 2-second advantage on Dana. Dana in that all orange car coming around the carousel right now. Cody Burke about 2 seconds behind Dana. Then you got another 2 seconds back to Joe Trandell in the fourth spot. Just past the halfway point. Watch it coming after the carousel, right in coming into the carousel. That is clear. Rayfield with a 10 flat, Dana Bales with a 10 flat as well. Your top two cars separated by a second and a half right now. Five minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Here comes your leader down the back straight again. Sean Rayfield, 10 flat. Dana Bales with a 10 flat as well. Top two cars separated by 1.2 seconds right now. Dana Bell starting to inch his way closer and closer to Rayfield. We've got 5:30 down and 2:30 left to go. Rayfield 10.1, Dana 10 flat. That bright orange car in the second spot, starting to close that gap back up. Rayfield with a 10.2, Bales with a 10 flat. Your top two cars separated by 0.8 of a second right now. Here comes your battle for the lead. Down the back straightaway, Dana makes a mistake in the chicane. That's going to lose some way valuable ground. He's now 2.5 seconds back, and we've got 2 minutes to go. Dana was making a good run to close in on Sean and couldn't quite get it when he hits that chicane wall. Less than 2 minutes to go. Sean Rayfield opening it back up to a 2.5 second advantage. Rayfield comes by 10-1. Dana with a 10-1. Joe Trendell back up into that third spot. Cody Burke dropping back to fourth. Fabio Evangelista running in the fifth spot. 6:30 down and 1:30 left on the clock. Sean Rayfield with a 2.5 second advantage right now on Dana Bales. Leader hitting the back straight and across the line. Here comes your second place car across the line now. 2.7 seconds behind your leader. This is race number 5 on the track. Race number 6, 17.5 touring car A1 coming up next.
1 minute left.
7 minutes down and 1 minute left on the master clock. Your leader through the center of the track, the yellow and orange. Car number 1, your TQ in 17.5 12 scale. Sean Rayfield out in front. 10.3 last time by for Sean. He's got a 2.7 second advantage on Dana. Joe Trendell about 2 seconds behind him in third. Everybody getting spread out right now. We've got 30 seconds to go. No close battles going on right now. Your leader down the back straight and across the line. Rayfield just trying to keep it between the boards, keeping the foam side down with 15 seconds to go. That is time. Drivers, finish the lap you're on. Sean Rayfield, you are done with the win in A1. Dana Bales will finish in second. Joe Trendell will finish in third.
Cody Burke done. John Barron done.
That is a race, guys. Get them shut down. Come back out and turn marshal. Or a volunteer for you. Race number 6, 17.5 coming up next.
17.5 touring car. A1 main.
All right, race number 6, get them checked in. Race number 6, go ahead and get them checked in. Watch it in the sweeper, guys. Watch it in the sweeper. Got somebody on the track.
Eric Anderson. Jeff Rowland. Michael Skeen. Bill Sitter. Michael Hunulik.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals here at Apex Hobbies, sponsored by Crybaby Racing, streamed on Live RC. I'm here with Sean Rayfield, who just won A1 in 1:12 17.5. Sean, how does it feel to get that first victory?
Feels awesome. We just got to put one more together and take this thing home for the day.
Awesome. What kind of chassis are you running?
Osmax A12.
Any other sponsors?
I got FabTech, R1 Works, BS Works, Pro Level RC, Genesis RC, and a few others.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys. We should be good. Thank you. All right, all cars are checked in. Let's get them gridded up. John Dixon on the 1, Mike G on the 2, Eric Anderson on the 3, Craig Xavier on the 4, Jeff Rowland on the 5, Andrew Ellis on the 6, Bill Sidor on the 7, Michael Skeen on the 8, Mark Livermore on the 9, and Michael
15
Hanulik
seconds to
on
the
the
start
10.
of the race. Less than 5.
All right, guys, here we go. Race number 6, 17.5 A1. Drivers ready. Turn marshals, heads up. We're going to go on the tone. This is race number 6 on the track. Your TQ, John Dixon, out in front. He's got
White and blue.
and
White
Eric
and blue.
Anderson.
White and blue. You're going to have to do a stop and go.
Watching the chicane.
Go, go.
Cleared. John Dixon out in front, 9.8. First time by Mike G with a 10.3. Down the straight they come. Dixon comes with a 9.9. G with a 9.9. Eric Anderson with a 9.9. Your top 3 cars all under the 10-second lap. Eric Anderson all over the back bumper of Mike G. Down the back straight they come into the sweeper. EA looking for a place to get by Mike around the center section right now. You got 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, nose to tail. Eric has to check up coming into the chicane just a bit. But that's given John Dixon a chance to open up his lead. Right here, that teal color car on the back straightaway, your leader, John Dixon, 9.9, last time by. Then you get the bright pink car of Mike G in 2nd. Right behind him is the pink, blue, and white car of Eric Anderson in 3rd. Craig Xavier running in the 4th spot. Andrew Ellis running in 5th. Bill Sidor running in 6th. Leader starting to close in on lap traffic already through the front 180. Your leader, John Dixon, 10.1. Watching the chicane, it is clear. Closest battle right now is for that 2nd spot between Mike G and Eric Anderson. Mike G comes by with a 10.1. Eric with a 10.2. They come down the back straightaway. 2nd and 3rd, nose to tail in the carousel. G with a 10.1. Eric Anderson, 9.9. They come down the straight again. G with a 10.1. EA with a 10.1. We've got 2 minutes down and 4 minutes left to go. EA really closing the gap. Ed G makes a mistake coming into the chicane. Drag race down the back straightaway. Mike G hangs on to that 2nd spot. He's able to get back by. EA trying to reel him in all over his back bumpers. They come down the back straightaway. Your leader really pulling away. John Dixon with a 1.6 second advantage, but your closest battle right now is for that 2nd and 3rd spot. Mike G hanging on to it in that bright pink car. EA right behind him through the front 180 and around the center section. Mike G, 10.2. Eric with a 10.3. They come by the stripe this time. 10.1 for G, 10.2 for EA. As they're in that center section, your leader hitting the back straight right now. John Dixon opening up to a 2-second advantage right now with 2:45 down and 3:15 left to go. Your closest battle is still for that 2nd and 3rd spot as they're nose to tail down the back straightaway. Mike G with a 10.3. EA with a 10.2. Here they come down the front straightaway. Eric makes a little mistake, brushes the wall, drops about a 10th back. Gives Mike G just a little bit of breathing room with 3 minutes still left to go. John Dixon out in front, your TQ in the 17.5 class and pulling away. He's got over a 2-second advantage now as he comes through the chicane. Here comes your 2nd and 3rd place cars down the back straight now. G with a 10.1. Eric Anderson, 10 flat. He's 0.3 of a second back and closing fast. Here they come with 2:30 to go. 2nd and 3rd, nose to tail. EA going to make another run at it. Coming around the carousel. Mike G a little higher through there. Eric Anderson good and tight, just bumps the wall just a bit. No harm, no foul, hits another one. Still got 2:15 left on the clock. Mike G, 10.2. EA with a 10.3 as they're coming down the front straightaway and into the chicane. Drag race down the back straight. G with a 10.2, EA with a 10.2. 0.3 of a second separating your top 2 cars. Eric makes a small little mistake, drops back about 0.2 as they come down the straightaway now. G with a 10.1, Eric with a 10.5. We've got less than 2 minutes to go. Your leader hitting the back straight right now, John Dixon, 10.4 that time by. Starting to reel in on some more lap traffic, but Mike G and Eric Anderson still battling out for that 2nd and 3rd spot. with 1:30 left on the clock. G comes down by the stripe with a 10-2. Eric Anderson 10-1, starting to close that gap back up. Eric keeps making the simple little touches and loses about a tenth once in a while. But you've got Mike G and Eric Anderson 10-3, both last time by. Then you got Andrew Ellis running in the 4 spot. Craig Xavier in 5th. Bill Sidor in 6th. Jeff Rowland running in 7th. Mark Livermore in 8th. Michael Skeen in 9th. Michael Hanulik in 10th. We've got 5 minutes down and 1 minute left to go. Mike G in that second spot, opening up to a 7/10 of a second advantage on Eric Anderson. Your leader, though, done checked out. John Dixon with a 2-second advantage and coming through some lap traffic. Mike G and Eric Anderson is the closest battle. Eric starting to close that gap as they come down the back straightaway with 45 seconds to go. G with a 10.2, EA 10 flat. EA really closing in as they come into that center, the chicane. Down the back straightaway they come with 30 seconds to go. G with a 10.3, Anderson 10.2. In that center section, EA keeps bumping the walls just a bit. That gives Mike G a chance to breathe. 20 seconds left on the clock. Mike G with a 10.4, EA with a 10.6. Here they come around the center section with 15 seconds to go. This will be their white flag. Eric makes a mistake. This 11 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be close for Mike G to get by for one more lap. Your leader gets through the chicane and gets by for one victory lap. Here comes Mike G down the back straightaway. He gets by. Eric Anderson, you are done. Everybody else, finish the lap you're on.
Andrew Ellis done.
Here comes your leader down the back straightaway. John Dixon taking the win in A1. Mike G will finish second in A1, and Eric Anderson finishing in third.
We're here back at the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals, hosted by Apex Hobbies, sponsored by Crybaby Racing, streamed by Live RC. I'm here with John Dixon, who just won A1 in 17.5 Superstock Touring Car. John, tell me how it feels to get that first victory.
Feels pretty good. I was able to pull away at the beginning, and then Eric and G were able to battle it out, but still got 2 more, so see how it goes.
Does it feel good to pull away because other people are battling?
A little bit, yeah. Just try to stay clean, so.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
A1 main.
All right, race number 7. Let's start getting them checked in. Race 7, get them checked in.
Kemp Anderson. Colton Kiefer. Stuart Mason. Troy Gubbins. Kevin Hebert. Jason Engel. Donnie Leah.
Watch the back straight, coming on the back straight. Caution coming on the back straight.
1 minute to the start of the race.
All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Let's start getting them gridded up. Straightaway is closed. Lineup's going to be Kemp on the 1, Donnie on the 2, Kevin on the 3, Stuart on the 4, Jason on the 5, Colton on the 6, Troy on the 7.
"30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys,
Less than
here we go. This is race number 7, 12th scale mod A1. Drivers ready, turn marshals, heads up. We are going to go on the tone. Your TQ, Kemp Anderson jumping out of the lead. He's got Donnie Leah in that second spot as they coming around for the first time. Kevin Hebert in the third spot. He's got Stuart Mason all over his back wing. Top 2 cars already starting to pull away just a bit. Kemp Anderson down the back straightaway, 8.4. That time by Donnie Leah with an 8.7. Kevin Hebert with an 8.5. Stuart Mason with an 8.8. Kemp Anderson already opened up to an 0.8 of a second advantage. 8.1 last time by for Kemp as he heads down the back straightaway. 8.2 that time by Donnie Leah with a 7.9. Here comes Donnie trying to reel him back in. Top 3 cars really pulling away now. Here comes Donnie Leah with another 7.9 last time by. Kemp with a 7.9, Donnie with a 7.9, Kevin 8 flat. Top 3 cars through the chicane, and top 2 starting to pull away from Kevin just a bit. Kemp Anderson with an 8 flat, Donnie Leah another 7.9. Here comes your top 2 cars down the back straightaway, the gray and yellow cars battling out for the lead. Donnie Leah all over the back bumper of Kemp Anderson as they get together in the chicane. Kemp able to hang on to the lead. Kevin Hebert now up into the second spot. Donnie drops back to third. First, second, and third, nose to tail down the back straightaway. Anderson out in front. Kevin Hebert in the second spot. It looks like Kemp having a problem with his body sticking out. Kemp Anderson able to hang on to the lead, 8.1 last time by. Kevin Hebert goes by to take over the lead. Donnie Leah up into the second spot. Kemp Anderson dropping back to third. Anderson having some issues with his car. That's going to drop him back to the 5th spot. Your leader right now is that bright orange car of Kevin Hebert. He's got the yellow car of Donnie Leah in the second spot right behind him. Down the back straight they come. Kevin with an 8.1, Donnie with an 8 flat. Here comes your battle for the lead through that center chicane and down the back straight. The bright orange car of Kevin with an 8.1. Donnie goes on the outside, takes over the spot, can't quite stick it. Kevin Hebert back out in front. Donnie Leah in second. Stuart Mason running in the third spot, about 3 seconds behind your leaders. Kevin Hebert out in front of that bright orange car, around the carousel and in the front 80. 2:30 down and 5:30 left to go. Hebert with an 8 flat. Donnie Leah 7.9. Starting to reel him back in. Top 2 cars separated by 0.3 of a second. Donnie really closing in on this lap. 7.9 that time by for Leah. They're coming up on car Colton. Thank you. Round the carousel now. Kevin Hebert 8.1. Donnie Leah with an 8.2. Donnie really quick through the chicane over here. Closes right back in on that back wing of Kevin Hebert as they're coming around and down the back straightaway. Donnie Leah looking for a place to get by Hebert as they're coming around the center section into the chicane again. Watch it right here in the chicane. Pull it. Here comes your leader, Donnie Leah, now taking over the lead. Kevin Hebert dropping back into that second spot. Donnie Leah taking the lead now as they come around in the front section into the chicane. He makes a mistake coming into the chicane. Kevin Hebert back out in front. Leah back to second. Stuart Mason in third. Their leaders tangling up around the center. Watch it in the center. Caution in the center. It is clear. Hebert out in front. Stuart Mason up into the second spot now. Donnie Leah running in third. Kemp Anderson in fourth. You've got a 3-way battle for second, third, and fourth. Nose to tail into the chicane now. The blue and white car of Stuart Mason running second. The yellow car of Donnie in third. Kemp Anderson, the gray car, in fourth. Nose to tail down the back straight they come. Donnie around the outside. Can't quite stick the deal. Here comes Kemp Anderson right behind him. Kemp goes from fourth to second. Kemp goes from fourth to second. 4:30 down and 3:30 left on the master clock. Kevin Hebert out in front with a 3-second advantage now on Kemp Anderson. Anderson able to work his way back up. Then you got Donnie Leah running in the third spot. Stuart Mason in fourth. Closing in on 5 minutes down and 3 minutes still to go. Your leader still that bright fluorescent orange car of Kevin Hebert. 8.3 last time by. Kemp Anderson with an 8 flat. Donnie Leah with an 8.1. Everybody getting spread out right now. Less than 3 minutes to go. Leader up on you, Stewart. Stewart, leader. Thank you. Your leader, the bright orange car of Kevin Hebert. Kemp Anderson starting to reel him back in. 1.7 seconds separating your top two cars. Hebert comes by with an 8.2. Anderson 8.1. Anderson working his way back up after getting tangled up early on, but we've got 2 minutes left to go. Hebert with an 8.3. Anderson 8.1.
2 minutes left.
Here comes your leader through the chicane and down the back straightaway. Kevin Hebert with an 8.4. Kemp Anderson, 8.2. Oh, Hebert makes a mistake coming into that center section. Kemp Anderson back out in front. Kevin Hebert dropping back to second. Donnie Leah in third. Stuart Mason in fourth. 6:30 down and 1:30 left to go. Your leader is that all gray car down the back straightaway of Kemp Anderson, 8.1 that time by. Kevin Hebert with an 8.4. Then you got Donnie Leah with an 8 flat. Anderson opening up to almost a 3-second advantage now as he heads down the back straightaway. Kemp by with an 8.2. Bright orange car of Kevin Hebert in the second spot. Then Donnie Leah in that all yellow car in third.
1 minute left.
Less than 1 minute to go. Donnie Leah trying to reel back into Hebert. 0.7 of a second separating second and third as they come down the back straightaway. Hebert with an 8.4, Leah with an 8.1. Through the center section now, it's 45 seconds to go. Here comes Donnie closing that gap fast as they come around the carousel. Donnie Leah looking for a place to get by Hebert. Hebert makes a mistake. Donnie Leah now up into the second spot. Kevin dropping back to third. We've got less than 30 seconds to go. Kemp Anderson out in front with a 4-second advantage now on Donnie Leah. Anderson able to work his way back up through the field after an early tangle. And taking the lead right now with 10 seconds left on the master clock. Everybody spread out right now. No close battles going on. That is time. Drivers, finish the lap. You're on. Donnie, you're done. Everybody else, finish the lap. You're on. Kemp Anderson taking the win in 12 scale modified A1.
I like how you holstered that at the end. I tried, kid. It was epic. I liked it. That is tough for 8 minutes. Yeah. And then I got to run right and grab turn car.
Up next, race number 8. 13.51-12 TH scale. A1 main.
All right, race number 8, get them checked in. Race number 8, get them checked in.
Joe Trandell. John Dixon. Sean Rayfield. Billy Spence.
I need my turn marshals back out from that last race.
Eric Anderson. Dana Bales.
Let's get them spread out, guys. Just get somebody to fill in these cones. Watching the chicane, caution the chicane, caution in the chicane. Watching the chicane, watch it in the chicane, slow in the chicane, guys, slow in the chicane. Yep. Just as long as there's somebody on the cone, I don't care who you're covering for. All right, straightaway is closed, guys. Let's start getting them gridded up. Straightaway is closed. Joe Trendell on the 1, John Dixon on the 2, EA on the 3, Dana Bales on the 4,
45 seconds to the
Max
start of the
Kenning on the
race.
5, Cody Burke on the 6, Larry Fairtrace on the 7, John Barron on the 8, Sean Rayfield on the 9, Billy Spence on the 10.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Take the front of the driver's stand. Yep. Actually,
15 seconds to the start of the
take
race.
the cone right here. All right, guys, here we go. Donnie, you got the whole front section right there.
Less than
Here we
5.
go. Drivers ready. Turn marshals, heads up. Race number 8, 13.5, 12 scale A1. We're going to go on the tone. Here comes your battle through the chicane for the first time by. Watching the chicane, guys. Got one in the wall. Your leader, Joe Trendell, out in front, that bright yellow car. Then he's got the teal car, number 2 of John Dixon in the 2nd spot. Eric Anderson up into 3rd. Max into 4th. Trendell comes by with an 8.8. Dixon with a 9 flat. Eric with an 8.9. Leader's already coming through some lap traffic. Bright yellow car is your leader of Joe Trendell. 2nd spot is that teal car, number 2 of John Dixon. Then you got the bright pink car of Eric Anderson in 3rd. Right behind him is the white car of Max Kenning. Max looks on the inside, can't quite stick the deal. They come down the back straightaway. Max and Eric nose to tail around the carousel. That's 3rd and 4th running together. Through the chicane and down the back straightaway they come. Watch the chicane, getting the fixed here real quick. Watch the chicane, caution the chicane, caution the chicane. It is clear. It's fine, just don't trip on it. .130 down and 6:30 left on the master clock. Your leader, that bright fluorescent yellow car right here in front, down the back straightaway. Joe Trendell, 9.1, that time by. John Dixon, about a 2.5 seconds in that teal car. Then you got your close battle for 3rd and 4th in the chicane now. The pink car of Eric Anderson. The white car right behind him is Max Kenning in the 4th spot. That is your closest battle on track right now. 3rd and 4th down the back straightaway. Eric comes by with a 9.2, Max with a 9.2 as well. Eric starting to open it up just a bit. Just over 2 minutes down, less than 6 minutes to go. Trendell out in front, comes by the stripe with an 8.9. Dixon with an 8.9 as well. 1.4 seconds separating your top 2 cars. Then you got about 2 seconds back to Eric Anderson in 3rd. Max Kenning about a 0.5 second back in 4th. Then you got Sean Rayfield about 2 seconds behind Max in the 5th spot. Cody Burke right behind him in 6th. Dana Bales in 7th. Larry Fairtrace in 8th. And John Barron in the 9th spot. Everybody's starting to settle in right now. We've got close to 3 minutes down and 5 minutes left to go. Your leader still that bright fluorescent yellow car of Joe Trendell. 8.9 last time by. Comes by the stripe with a 9.1. 2nd spot, John Dixon with a 9.1 as well. EA with a 9.1. Max with a 9.3. 2nd place car getting hung up in the chicane a bit. That's going to give Joe a little bit more breathing room. John Dixon now about 2.5 seconds behind your leader. Everybody getting spread out right now. 3:30 down and 4:30 left on the master clock. This is race number 8 on the track. Race number 9, Mod Touring Car A1 coming up next. Leader by the stripe again, Joe Trendell with a 9 flat. Here comes John Dixon by with a 9.1. Eric Anderson comes by 9.2. Max Kenning with a 9.3. Sean Rayfield, 9.3. Dana Bell's right behind him in the 6th spot, 9.2. Your leader coming through the field right now, coming up to put a lap on the 5th place car of Sean Rayfield. 4:30 down and 3:30 left on the master clock. Trendell comes by with a 9.3 that time by. He's got a 3.5 second advantage now on John Dixon. Then you've got about 2 seconds back to Eric Anderson in the 3rd spot. Max about a 1.5 seconds behind Eric in 4th. 5 minutes down and 3 minutes left on the master clock. Closest battle right now is for the 5th and 6th spot. Sean Rayfield and Dana Bales battling it out, coming in the front 180 right now. That all-white car of Sean. He's got Dana right behind him down the back straightaway. They are nose to tail. Sean comes by with a 9.5. Dana with a 9.4. They are nose to tail. Dana all over that back wing of Sean as they come down the back straightaway with 2:30 left to go. This is your closest battle for 5th and 6th right now. In the front section through the chicane, that all-white car of Sean Rayfield into the 5th spot. Dana Bales looking for a place to get by. He's all over that back wing as they come into the front straight. Down the back straight, it's a drag race. Sean comes by with a 9.3, Dana with a 9.4, trying to open it back up. We've got 2 minutes left on the master clock. Closest battle is that 5th and 6th spot, around the sweeper and through the carousel. That all-white car of Sean Rayfield hanging on to that 5th spot. Dana Bell's all over that back wing, looking for a place to get by with 1:45 to go. Sean trying to pull away just a bit. They're starting to close in on some lap traffic. We've got 1:30 left on the clock. Joe Trendell out in front and open it up to a 5-second advantage on John Dixon. Then you got about a 1.5 seconds back to Eric Anderson in the 3rd spot. Closest battle is still for that 5th and 6th spot between Sean and Dana. Right here on the back straightaway, that all-white car of Sean hanging on to that 5th spot. Dana in 6th. Right behind him around the center section and into the chicane. 1 minute left on the master clock. Race number 9, Mod Touring Car A1 coming up next. Mod Touring Car A1 coming up next. Battle starting to get closer for 5th and 6th. Here comes Dana all over that back wing of Sean as they come down the back straightaway with about 30 seconds to go. This is your closest battle on the track for 5th and 6th. Dana all over that back wing of Sean. He's been there for the last 2 minutes trying to find a way by. Can't get by. They come through the center section now with 20 seconds to go. Dana Bales all over that back wing of Sean. Sean starting to pull away just a tiny little bit as they come around. Sean a little high through there. Dana able to close the gap. Coming up on some lap traffic with 10 seconds to go. Around the sweeper, they get tangled up. Sean gets hung up with a lap car in and into the sweep or the carousel. Watching the carousel. Caution in the carousel.
Max
that
Booneman
is
done.
clear.
Dana Bales done.
That is a race, guys. Finish the
John
lap
Dixon
you're
done.
on. Joe
John Graham
Trendell
done.
coming down the
Cody
back
Burke
straightaway and will
Eric
take the
Anderson
win
done.
in
Joe
A1
Trendell
in
done.
13.5.
Sean Rayfield done.
That
Very fair
is
trade
a
done.
race, guys. Joe Trendell taking the win in 13.5, 12 scale. John Dixon finishing in 2nd. Eric Anderson finishing in 3rd.
That's how you do it, Troy. Sacrifice the body. Sacrifice the body for all the cars.
Transponder 2748526.
Please hold off, guys. Please hold off. Whatever, Johnny.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals here at Apex Hobbies, sponsored by Crybaby Racing, streamed on Live RC. If you don't have a bonus lap membership, you should. I'm here with Joe Trendell, who just took A1 13.5 12 scale by a very good margin. Had a nice clean run. Joe, how do you feel about that win?
That was good. I mean, I just put my head down and kept driving, and I was able to check out, and it was smooth sailing.
How was it getting through back markers?
It's always sketchy, always sketchy, but it worked out. Everybody was good.
What about a list of your sponsors?
Automatics, BSR Jayco, R1, TQ Wire, FabTech, Sanwa, Black Art, BS Works. I think that might be it.
All right, thank you for your time, Joe.
Did I say Black Art?
Yep.
Okay. Yep, Black Art.
Great race.
Right, thank you.
Up next, race number 9.
All right, race number
Modified
9.
touring
Get
car.
them checked
A1
in.
main.
Race number 9.
Chief Lount, Stuart Mason, Kevin A. Bear, Brandon Clements, Colton Kiefer, Zach Donovan, Kemp Anderson, Chris Adams, Andrew Ellis, Johnny Fenimore.
Took his spot. All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Let's get them lined up. Straightaway is closed. All right, lineup's going to be Kevin on the 1, Chris on the 2, Kemp on the 3, Andrew on the 4, Stuart on the 5, Brandon on the 6, Johnny on the 7, Colton on the 8, Shay on the 9, Zach on the 10.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Clayton, let's
45
go.
seconds to the start of the race.
Clayton. Vamonos. Here we go. Race number 9, Modified Touring A1.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Drivers ready. Turn marshals heads up. We're going to go on the tone. Your TQ, Kevin Hebert, out in front. That bright orange car jumping out in the lead. He's got Chris Adams all over his back wing. Kemp Anderson in the 3rd spot. Then you've got Andrew Ellis in 4th. Stuart Mason running in the 5th spot. Here they come around down the back straightaway. Kevin Hebert with a 9.6. Chris Adams with a 9.7. Kemp Anderson 9.5. He's got a battle for that 2nd spot right now. Chris and Kemp nose to tail through the sweeper and around the carousel. Your top car is that orange car, checking out just a bit, but you got a close battle for 2nd and 3rd. Chris and Kemp. Kemp all over that back bumper of Chris Adams. They come through the center section. Already coming up on Johnny Fenimore. Put him a lap down. Here they come around the sweeper into the carousel. Kevin Hebert out in front. Chris Adams in the 2nd spot. Kemp Anderson in 3rd. Then you got Andrew Ellis in the 4th spot. Not too far back. He's back there lurking in that 4th spot. Watch it on the back straightaway. Caution coming on the back straight. That is clear. Oh, watch it back straight. Inside, back straight. Stay inside, back straight. Inside, back straight. It is clear. .130 down and 4:30 left to go. Kevin Hebert with a 9.6 that time by in the bright orange car. Kemp Anderson now up into the 2nd spot. Chris Adams drops back to 3rd. Then you got Andrew Ellis running in the 4th spot. Kevin Hebert, 9.5 last time by, sets fast lap of the race in that bright fluorescent orange car number 1. Back that up with another 9.5. He's opened up to a 1.3 second advantage on Kemp Anderson. Your leader coming through some lap traffic on the back straightaway with a bright orange car coming through. Then you've got that greenish teal car of Kemp Anderson in the 2nd spot. Chris Adams in the white and orange car in 3rd, about a half second behind him. Andrew Ellis running in 4th. Stuart Mason up into the 5th spot. 2:30 down and 3:30 left to go. This is race number 9 on the track. Race number 10, GT12 C main coming up next. GT12 C main coming up next. Kevin Hebert out in front. The bright orange car hitting the back straight now. Your TQ in mod touring car. Kevin with a 9.6. Kemp with a 9.6 as well. Adams running in the third spot. 9.7 last time by. Drew Ellis in that fluorescent yellow car running in the fourth spot. Stuart Mason running in fifth. Then you got Shea Blunt running in the sixth spot. Brandon Clements in seventh. Zach Donovan in eighth. Johnny Fenimore running in the ninth spot. Kevin Hebert with a 2-second advantage right now on Kemp Anderson. Chris Adams starting to reel in Kemp now with 2:30 to go. It's going to be a battle for second and third as they come through the chicane right now. Kemp Anderson comes by the line with a 9.8. Chris Adams with a 9.8. Second and third separated by about a half a second. Oh, Adams makes a little bobble right there, drops back a couple tenths. Oh, Anderson makes a little bobble as well. That gives Adams a chance to close back in. Stewart, that's third. Thank you. Here they come around the carousel right now. 4 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. Second and third. Nose to tail on the back straight. Kemp Anderson with a 9.6. Adams with a 9.8. But your leader, Kevin Hebert, hitting the back straight now. He's got a 2.5-second advantage on Kemp Anderson. Then you've got a half second back to Chris Adams. Andrew Ellis running in the fourth spot, about 6 seconds behind Adams. Your closest battle is still for second and third with 1:30 to go. Watch it on the back straightaway. It is clear. Here comes your second spot. Kemp Anderson cross the line with a 9.7. Chris Adams with a 9.7 as well. Second and third, very close, about a half second separating them with 1:15 left on the clock. Your leader still the bright fluorescent orange car number 1 of Kevin Hebert. Out in front, it's got a 2.5-second advantage. Chris Adams making a little mistake through the chicane.
1 minute left.
1 minute left on the master clock. Kevin Hebert, 9.9 last time by. Comes through the chicane and down the back straightaway. 9.7 that time by. Kemp Anderson, 2.5 seconds back. Then you got another 1.5 seconds back to Chris Adams in third. Andrew Ellis about 4 seconds behind him in the fourth spot. 30 seconds left on the master clock. Kevin Hebert out in front and in control. He's led it from wire to wire so far with 20 seconds to go. Through the chicane and down the back straight one more time. Hebert with a 9.7. Here comes Kemp Anderson, 9.8. Still 2 seconds behind your leader.
Kevin Hebert done.
That is the race drivers taking the win in A1. Kevin Hebert. Everybody else finish the lap you're on.
Brandon Clements done.
Kemp Anderson finishing in second. Chris Adams will finish in third. Let's get all those cars shut down. Come back out and turn marshal. Race number 10, GT12 C main event coming up.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals here at Apex Hobbies, sponsored by Crybaby Racing, streamed live on LiveRC. If you don't have a bonus lap membership, you really should. I'm here with Kevin Hebert, who just won Touring Mods A1, the fastest of the fast in touring car. How did that victory feel, Kevin?
Oh, I felt awesome. The car was really good from the start, and luckily second and third were battling. So I just took it easy and cruised to the win. So we'll try to repeat in A2.
How about a list of your sponsors?
RC America, X-Ray, Huddy, Motive, Power HD, Hobby Wing, Total RC. Actually, I'll have to look at my body. Jayco, Avid, One Up Racing, 2mm Design. I think I'm not forgetting anything. So,
outstanding. Have a good run on A2.
Thank you. Thanks.
Up next, race number 10. 21.5 GT12 C main.
All right, guys, go ahead and get them checked in. Race number 10. Let's get them checked in.
Chuck Mackin, Dakota Duff, Jeff Epperson, Ryan Pacheco, Thomas M. Buford.
All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Let's get them gridded up. Lineup's going to be Chuck on the 1, Dakota on the 2, Ryan on the 3, Jeff on the 4, Thomas on the 5. And that is everybody.
One minute to the start of the race.
All right, guys, we are gridded up. Here we go. Race number 10, 12, GT12 C main event. Drivers ready. Turn marshals, heads up. We're going to go on the tone. Clayton. Taking the early lead right now is car number 1 of Chuck Macklin. Dakota Duff in the 2nd spot. Ryan Pacheco in 3rd. Jeff Epperson in 4th. Thomas Buford running in the 5th spot. They head down the back straight one more time. Macklin comes by with a 12.2. Dakota Duff with a 12.6. .130 down and 4:30 left to go. Dakota Duff out in front. It's got about a half second back to Chuck Macklin in the 2nd spot. Then you've got Thomas Buford in the 3rd spot. Jeff Epperson in 4th with Ryan Pacheco in 5th. This is race number 10 on the track. GT12 C main event. 21.5 C main coming up next. Leader down the back straightaway, Dakota with a 12.3 in that white and green car. Then you've got the yellow and white car of Chuck Macklin in 2nd, about a 1.5 back. Two minutes down and 4 minutes left to go. Your leader, the white and green car, number 2 of Dakota Duff. The yellow and white car of Chuck Macklin in 2nd. .230 down and 3:30 left to go. Leader through the chicane one more time. That green and white car, number 2 of Dakota Duff. 12.3 that time by Chuck Macklin, about a 1.5 back in that 2nd spot. Then you got about a lap back to Ryan Pacheco in 3rd. Thomas Buford about 3 seconds behind him in 4th. Jeff Epperson in the 5th spot.
Sponsor sheets, if you haven't turned them in, we're just reading your name. We're not going to babysit you.
3:30 down and 2:30 left to go. Dakota Duff out in front, comes by the line in that green and white car, number 2, 12.5 last time by. Chuck Macklin about 2 seconds back in that second spot. Everybody pretty spread out right now. This is race number 10 on the track, race number 11. Coming up next, 21.5 Touring Car C main event.
Two minutes left.
Less than 2 minutes to go. Your leader, the green and white car, number 2 of Dakota Duff. Chuck Macklin trying to reel him back in. Dakota with a 12.5, Chuck with a 12.2. Chuck starting to reel him back in. It is go time now with about 1:30 to go. Dakota comes by with a 13 flat, Chuck with a 12.9. Top 2 cars separated by 1.2 seconds. Dakota making a little mistake through the chicane. 13 flat that time by Chuck with a 12.6. Here they come around the center section right now. Oh, Chuck making a little mistake through the 180. Dakota getting some breathing room now. Dakota with a 12.2. Chuck with a 14.4. Now he's 3 seconds behind your leader with 1 minute to go. Chuck's going to need for Dakota to make a mistake. Dakota just needs to keep it between the boards with less than a minute to go. Dakota Duff, 12.6. Chuck with a 12.4. Still 2.8 seconds back. 45 seconds left on the master clock. Dakota Duff, 12.4 last time by. Chuck Macklin with a 12.3. Race number 11 coming up next. Everybody's spread out right now. No close battles with 20 seconds to go. Dakota comes by with a 12.4. Here comes Chuck by with a 12.6. This will be their last lap. That is time, drivers. Finish the lap you're on. Dakota Duff taking the win in GT12 C main event. Chuck Macklin will finish in second. Ryan Pacheco will finish in third. Let's get those cars shut down. Come back out and turn marshal. Race number 11, 21.5 C main coming up next. Might need a volunteer turn marshal or 2 for the next race. Watch the back straightaway, guys. Don't go yet. Don't go yet.
Carpet On Road Nationals here at Apex Hobbies, sponsored by Crybaby Racing, streamed on Live RC. I'm here with Dakota Duff, who just won the C main in GT12. Dakota, tell us a little bit about your win.
Car ran good. Big thanks to Proix and Nick Skinner for working on my car all week. It was a good, fun time. First roar event. It's a good time.
Do you have any sponsors you want to give a shout out to?
Proix RC.
Outstanding. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, guys, race number 11. Let's get them checked in. Race 11, get them checked in.
Harry Miyake, Myron Kinnard, Thomas Rogers, Tim Juarez, Chad Peets, Mark Timeson, Rick Worth, William Sheffield.
You want to go there?
Cliff.
Yeah. Take the front straight. Right there. Perfect. All right, straightaway is closed, guys. Straightaway is closed. All cars checked in but Mo. All cars checked in but Mo. Let's get them graded up. Harry on the 1, Mo on the 2, Myron on the 3, Thomas on the 4, Mark on the 5, Steve on the 6, Rick on the 7, Chad on the 8, William on the 9, and Tim on the 10.
1 minute to the start of the race.
All right, looks like we are
45
ready to
seconds to the
rock
start
and
of the race.
roll. Drivers ready, turn marshals, heads up. 21.5 C main, we're gonna go on the tone. Harry Miyake out in front in that green and white car. Right behind him is Myron Kennard in third. Watching the chicane over here, it is clear. Myron in that second spot. He's got a rear view veer full of Mark Timeson in the third spot. Miyake with a 10.9, Myron with a 10.8, Mark with a 10.9. Harry Miyake out in front, open up to a second advantage already on Myron Kennard. Oh, Mark goes on the inside through the carousel, able to take the spot, bumps the wall. Myron goes back on the inside. Mark dropping back to third. They've got Thomas Rogers in the fourth spot. Three-way battle for second, third, and fourth through the center. The all-white car of Myron Kennard hanging on to that second spot. Mark Timeson in third. Thomas Rogers in fourth. Chad Peets not too far back in the fifth spot. But you've got Harry Miyake out in front. Harry with a 10.8 that time by. Myron with a 10.9. Oh, looks like Thomas with a problem gets off the track over there. Mark Timeson. We won't tell him about your problems either, but oh, they're battling it out in the center right here. The bright yellow car now in the second spot of Mark Timeson. 11.3. Myron Kennard with an 11.4. Second and third, nose to tail, but you've got Harry Miyake out in front. 11 flat last time by for Harry. He's got a 1.8 second advantage. The white and green car is your leader, but your closest battle is for second and third. Mark hits the wall. That gives Myron a chance to go by. The white car up into second now. Myron Kennard in second. Then Mark Timeson battling in third. Chad Peets not too far back in fourth. You've got a three-way battle for second, third, and fourth as they freight train around in the center section now. Myron Kennard in that all-white car, number 3 in second. That fluorescent yellow car of Mark Timeson in the third spot. And Chad Peets starting to reel in Mark. We're closing in on 2:30 down and 3:30 left on the master clock. Miyake starting to close in on some lap traffic in the front section. The white and green car is your leader. Then you've got Myron Kennard starting to pull away just a bit from Mark in the second spot. Mark in third. Chad Peets in fourth. Everybody's settling in right now. Rick Worth hanging on to that fifth spot. William Sheffield in sixth. Thomas Rogers in seventh. Steve Cutie in the eighth spot. And Tim Juarez in ninth. We're at the halfway point. 3 minutes down and 3 minutes still to go. Your leader coming through lap traffic. Good job, guys. Here comes your battle for second, third, and fourth. Myron Kennard in that all-white car in the second spot. Mark Timeson battles up. He has a problem around the carousel. Chad Peets up into the third spot now. Mark dropping back to fourth. They are drag racing down the back straightaway. Third and fourth, the white car of Chad Peets in third now. Right behind him is the fluorescent yellow car of Mark Timeson. As your leaders are coming through lap traffic. The green and white car of Harry Miyake still out in front. It's got about a second advantage now on Myron Kennard. Myron starting to reel him in. Harry with an 11 flat. Myron with a 10-9. We've got about 2:15 left on the master clock. Here comes your leader down the back straightaway. Harry Miyake with a 10.8. Myron with a 10.7. 4 minutes down and 2 minutes left on the master clock. Miyake with an 11.2. Kennard with a 11.3. Chad Peets 11 flat in the third spot. Everybody getting spread out right now with 1:45 to go. Harry Miyake starting to pull it back out. 1.2 second advantage on Myron. Here comes your leader down the back straight and across the line again with an 11.2. Oh, watch it coming onto the back straightaway. Caution on the back straight. That is clear. Your close battle now is for second and third. The two white cars on the back straightaway. Myron Kennard in the second spot. Chad Peets right behind him in third. They're about 1 second behind your leader of Harry Miyake. Here's your top three down the back straightaway. Miyake with 11-1. Kennard 10-9. Chad with an 11-2. Watching the chicane, guys. Caution in the chicane. The wall just popped up. 1 minute left on the clock. Harry Miyake out in front in the white and green car. In the second spot is the all-white car of Myron Kennard. Chad Peets not too far back in the other white car with 45 seconds to go. Harry comes by with an 11 flat. Myron 11 flat. Chad 10-9. First, second, and third down the back straight one more time. Harry 11 flat. Myron 10-9. Chad with a 10-9. We've got 30 seconds to go. Harry Miyake trying to hang on to this win. He was your TQ in the C main, out in front and has been leading from the beginning. But here comes Myron Kennard, about 3/4 of a second back. Miyake with an 11-1, Myron 10-9, Chad with an 11-1. We've got 15 seconds to go. They come through the center chicane right now and down the back straightaway. This will be their white flag lap. Harry Miyake out in front, Myron Kennard in the second spot. This will be their last lap as that is time. Drivers, finish the lap you're on. Harry Miyake comes down the back straightaway, takes the win in the C main event.
Myron Kennard done. Chad Peets done.
Finishing in the second spot, Myron Kennard, and finishing in third, Chad Peets.
Up next, race number 12. 17.51-12 th scale. C main.
Come up even to me. There you go.
I don't know what to say.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to 2023 Carpet On Road Nationals, hosted at Apex Hobbies, sponsored by Crybaby Racing. I'm here with Harry Miyake. He just won the C Main 21.5 Touring after his daughter won last night. How does it make you feel to win that C Main?
It was very fun, very frustrating at times, but it was awesome.
Anybody else you would like to thank?
Yes, I'd like to thank EA and also Tim Moore, Nick Skinner, John, and all the Apex crew.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, race number 12. Let's get him checked in. Race number 12. Get him checked in.
Jason Lutz. Tim Potter. Chuck Mackin.
Watching the front section right here, guys,
Dan
right
Dorsey.
in front of the driver stand. Caution in front of the driver
Brad Norris
stand.
too.
Watch it right here
Charles
in front.
Yates.
Once again, watch it in front of the driver stand. Got somebody on the track. Trying to make sure things are working here.
1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the
All
start
right,
of the
guys,
race.
straightaway is closed. Let's get them lined up. Straightaway is closed. Lineup's going to be Bill on the 1, Dan on the 2, Jason on the 3, Brad on the 4, Rex on the 5,
seconds to the
Tim
start of the
on the
race.
6, Chuck on the 7, and Charles on the 8. Rex, go ahead and check in. Just go ahead and cross the line real quick. Watch the lines. Yep.
Rex Rose. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, guys, here we almost go. All right, here we go. Drivers ready. Turn marshals, heads up. Race number 12, 17.5, 12 scale C main event. We're going to go on the tone. Bill Eisenhard, your CQ out in front in that white and green car. Right behind him is Dan Dorsey in the number 2 spot. Good battle for the 3rd spot right now between Jason and Brad. This is race number 12 on the track. 17.5, 12 scale C main event. Here comes your leaders through the chicane and down the back straightaway. Bill Eisenhard with a 10.5. Dan Dorsey with an 11 flat. Rex Rose 10.7. Here comes your leader through the chicane right now. The white and green car of Bill Eisenhard. Bill with a 10.5. Dan Dorsey about 0.8 of a second back in that 2nd spot. Tim Potter now 4 seconds behind your leaders in the 3rd spot. Rex Rose running in 4th. Chuck Macklin running in 5th. Your leaders tangling up, coming out of the chicane. Dan Dorsey now taking over the lead. Bill Eisenhard dropping back into that 2nd spot. We've got 1:30 down and 6:30 left to go. Bill with another little mistake coming out of that chicane. Rex Rose now up into the 3rd spot. All kinds of chaos going on right here in front of me. Eisenhard in the 2nd spot. Rex Rose in 3rd. Here comes the 2nd spot. The white and green car of Eisenhard in 2nd. Rose in that fluorescent orange car in 3rd. Then you got Tim Potter running in the 4th spot. Chuck Macklin running in 5th. Race 13 coming up next. 21.5 USGT C main event coming up next. Dan Dorsey, the all-green car on the back straight now. 10.7 that time by. Watching the chicane. Thank you, Harry. Bill Eisenhard in that 2nd spot. 1 second behind him is Rex Rose. That is your closest battle on the track right now. Tim Potter hanging on to the 4th spot. He's got Chuck Macklin right behind him in 5th. Got about 3 minutes down and 5 minutes left on the master clock. Your leader, that all-green car on the back straight now. Car number 2 of Dan Dorsey. 10.5 that time by. Bill Eisenhard with a 10.5 as well. 1.7 seconds back. Then you got Rex Rose in the 3rd spot, about 2 seconds back. Tim Potter about 3 seconds behind him in the 4th spot. Chuck Macklin 1 second behind him in 5th. Jason Lutz about 2 seconds back in the 6th spot. Half second behind him is Brad Norris in 7th. And Charles Yates running in the 8th spot. 3:30 down and 4:30 left on the master clock. Dorsey still out in front. Eisenhard about 0.8 of a second back, starting to close that gap just a bit. Dorsey with a 10.6, Eisenhard with a 10.5. .430 down in, 3:30 left to go. Your leader getting tangled up in that center section. Dan Dorsey dropping back to 2nd now. Bill Eisenhard back out in front in that white and green car. Eisenhard out in front in car number 1. Then you've got about a 2.5 second advantage to Dan Dorsey in 2nd. Rex Rose in 3rd. Tim Potter in 4th. Chuck Macklin in the 5th spot. Less than 3 minutes to go. Race number 13 coming up next. USGT C main event coming up next. Watching the chicane. Caution in the chicane. It is clear. Your leader down the back straight one more time. The white and green car of Bill Eisenhard. Dan Dorsey about 2.5 seconds back in that second spot. Then you've got another 2.5 seconds back to Rex Rose in third.
Two minutes left.
6 minutes down and 2 minutes left on the master clock. Everybody kind of spread out right now. Bill Eisenhard out in front. He's got a 2.5 second advantage on Dan Dorsey in that second spot. Then you've got Rex Rose about 4 seconds back in third. Chuck Macklin 6 seconds behind him in the fourth spot. Jason Lutz now up into the fourth spot. Chuck dropping back to fifth. And Charles Yates running in the sixth spot. 6:30 down and 1:30 left on the clock. Race 13, USGT C main event coming up next. Eisenhard comes by with a 10.7. The white and green car out in front. But all green car still running in that second spot. Dan Dorsey about 3.5 seconds back. We've got less than 1 minute to go. Rex Rose out there in third in the bright orange car. Watching the center, guys. It is clear. Just making that winter run around here. They said it's about time you did something around here. Yeah, no problem. 30 seconds left on the clock. Bill Eisenhard out in front, 10.7. He's got a 4 second advantage now on Dan Dorsey. Rex Rose still hanging on to that third spot. Jason Lutz in fourth. No close battles right now. Everybody spread out. That is
Jason
time,
Lutz
drivers.
done.
Finish
Charles
lap,
Yates
you're
done.
on.
Chuck Mackin done. Rex Rose done. Bill Eisenhard done. Dan Dorsey done.
That is the race, guys. Taking the win in the C main event for 17.5 12 scale. Bill Eisenhard finishing in that second spot. Dan Dorsey and Rex Rose finishes in third.
Up next, race number 13. 21.5 USGT C main.
Welcome back to 2023 On-Road Carpet Nationals. I'm here with
Bill Eisenhard.
All right, guys, get him checked
He
in.
just won the
Get him
C
checked in.
main in 17.5 12 scale. Tell us a little bit about your win.
It was a fun drive. I made a mistake, but I managed to get it back. So,
Congratulations. Have fun in the next race.
all right, thank you.
7. Here we go. 5 is open.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
And the 7. Yep. All right, guys, here we go. We are ready to rock and roll. Can I get you to slide 1 cone over and take the center cone right here? Right here. Can you take that
15
one?
seconds to the start of the race.
All right, here we go. Drivers ready. Turn marshals, heads up. 21.5 USGT C main. We're going on the tone. Your CQ, Eddie Cologne, out in front. They come down the back straightaway for the first time by Eddie Cologne out in front. Danny Sawyer in second. Steve Pitts in third. Good battle for that second and third spot between Steve and Danny. It's like Steve bumping the wall, gives Danny the spot back. Danny Sawyer up into second, Steve Pitts in third. Then you got Greg DeBoard in fourth. Your leader, Eddie Cologne. That all-white car out in front, 11.9 last time by. Steve Pitts in the second spot. Danny Sawyer in third. Jeff, you got your leaders coming up on you soon. Eddie with an 11.8 that time by. Steve Pitts with a 12.3. Danny Sawyer running in the third spot, about a half second back. Oh, Danny gets tangled up coming into the chicane. Now he's got Greg DeBoard all over his back bumper as they come off the back straightaway. We've got 130 down and 430 left to go. Your top 2 cars, nose to tail down the back straightaway. Eddie Cologne out in front in that all-white car. Steve Pitts right behind him in the blue, white, and orange car. Watching the chicane. Caution in the chicane, guys. That is clear. Good job, guys. Cat-like reflexes. See, that's where I wanted you. Got you there for a reason. Top 2 cars, nose to tail through the chicane. That all-white car of Eddie Cologne out in front. Richard, you got your leaders. Thank you. Eddie and Steve, nose to tail around the center section and down the front straight. Eddie bumps the wall just a bit, gives Steve a chance to come lent. They come down, drag racing through the sweeper. Watch the back straightaway. Caution in the back straights. That is clear now. Here comes your top 2 cars still. Nose to tail. Steve Pitts looking for a place to get by. Backs up just a bit on Eddie. Eddie comes by with an 11.8. Steve with an 11.9. Still got Danny Sawyer running in the third spot. Steve goes on the inside, takes over the lead. Steve Pitts now out in front. Eddie Cologne dropping back to second. We've got 230 down and 330 left on the clock. Top 2 cars, nose to tail, coming up on some traffic in the chicane. Good job. Steve Pitts out in front in the blue and white and orange car. 11.8 last time by for Steve. Eddie Cologne in that all-white car running in second, dropping back just a bit. Then you've got the all-blue car with the white stripe on it of Danny Sawyer in third. Danny about 2.5 seconds behind Eddie. Then you got Greg DeBoard running in the 4th spot. Jeff Epperson in 5th. Richard Hobbs in the 6th spot. Got about 330 down and 230 left on the master clock. This is race number 13 on the track. Race number 14, 13.5, 12 scale C main event coming up next. Steve Pitts makes a little mistake through that center section. That gives Eddie a chance to close that gap. First and second around the carousel right now. Steve Pitts in that white and blue car, and he's got the all-white car right behind him of Eddie.
2 minutes left.
See, I put you in that turn marshal spot for a reason. I know. Marshal star of the day. 1:45 left on the master clock. Around the center section is your leader, Steve Pitts. He's got a whole rear wing full of Eddie Cologne down the back straightaway. 1:30 left on the master clock. They're coming up on a whole bunch of lap cars around the center. Good job, guys. Great racing right now. These guys are showing how it's done. 21.5 USGT C main event on the track. Steve Pitts out in front. Eddie Colon in second. Trying to reel him back in. We've got 1:15 left on the clock. Pitts comes down the straightaway with an 11.5. Eddie with an 11.7. Top two cars still nose to tail. Danny Sawyer hanging on to that third spot. Greg DeBoard not too far back in fourth. We've got less than 1 minute to go. Oh, Eddie bumps the wall in the carousel. Going to drop back just a bit. Gives Steve Pitts a little bit of breathing room. Steve down the back straightaway and across the line with an 11.7. Eddie Colon with a 12.8. Last time by. Leader getting tangled up just a bit. Able to keep going. Eddie makes a big mistake coming through that center section. We've only got 30 seconds left to go. Race number 14 coming up next. 13.5 12 scale coming up next. Your leader off the sweeper and around the carousel. Steve Pitts 12 flat. Last time by. Down the front straight he comes. He's got a 3.5 second advantage now on Eddie with 10 seconds to go. Danny Sawyer still hanging on to that third spot. No close battles right now. Everybody spread out. Here comes your leader, Steve Pitts, down the back straightaway. And that is time. Steve Pitts, you are done with the win in the C main USGT. Everybody else, finish the lap you're on.
Jeff Epperson done. Richard Hobbs done. Greg DeBoard done.
That is the race, guys. Taking the win in the C main event, Steve Pitts. Finishing in second, Eddie Colon, and Danny Sawyer ends up in third.
Up next, race number 14. 13.51-12 TH scale. C main.
All right, 14, go ahead and get him checked in. 14, go ahead and get him checked in.
Right there.
William Crotty. Chris Lockhart.
Hello, everybody. Here at the 2023 Carpet On Road Nationals, hosted by Apex Hobbies, sponsored by Crybaby Racing. I'm here with Steve Pitts, who just won USGT C main. Tell us a little bit about your win.
Well, it was a pretty good race. I struggled all week trying to get my car set up. I had some help from my friends from Atlanta, and finally it worked out here in the end. Struggled all week, but I'm happy.
Anybody you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my guys from Atlanta that helped me out a lot.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Let's get them gridded up. Need my turn marshals out there. Might need a volunteer or two if anybody want to jump out there. Lineup's going to be William on the 1, Chris on the 2, Rick on the 3, Scott on the 4, Terrell on the 5, Andy on the 6, Gabe on the 7, Robert on the 8, William on the 9, Bill on the 10.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Yeah, right there. Perfect. Thank you. And you'll jump up to the cone up here.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Eddie, you got the center one there? Perfect. Thank you. All right. Here we go. Drivers ready. Turn marshals, heads up. Take the far side. Yeah, go ahead and take that one. 1 second here, guys.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Yeah, perfect. All right. Here we go. Drivers ready. Turn marshals, heads up. Race 14. We're going on the tone. Whoa, 3 wide. Oh, man, 2 cars off the track. Watch the front straightaway, guys. Caution on the front straight. Still got 1 upside down. Watch on the front straight. That is your leaders right behind you, by the way. This is race 14, 13.5, 12 scale C main event. William Crotty being shown out in front. Here they come through the down the back straightaway. Whole pack of cars, nose to tail. You got 4 cars running together right now. Keep it clean, guys. Keep it clean. Leaders on the back straight again. Rick Fieldsticker up into the lead now. Scott Jakes in second. Chris Lockhart in third. William Crotty in fourth. Robert Durla in the fifth spot. Fieldsticker comes by 9.5. Scott Jakes 9.5. Chris Lockhart 9.5. William Crotty 9.5. Leader by the stripe, Rick Fieldsticker with a 9.5. That green and pink car out in front, 9.4 last time by. He's got about a half-second advantage on Scott Jakes in car number 4. Scott's got Chris Lockhart all over his back wing as they come through the center section right now. Watch the sweeper. It is clear. Two minutes down and 6 minutes left to go. Your leader, the pink and green car, number 3 of Rick Fieldsticker. Rick comes by with a 9.6. Then you got William Crotty in the bright fluorescent pink car in second. Scott Jakes right behind him in that factory white. Car number 4 in third. Terrell Bowen running in the 4th spot now, about 5 seconds behind Scott. Then you got 1 second back to Andy Brooks in the 5th spot. Chris Lockhart in 6th. Gabe Hoban in 7th. Bill Eisenhard running in the 8th spot. 2:30 down and 5:30 left to go. Three minutes down, 5 minutes left to go. Fieldsticker out in front's got a 1 second advantage now on that bright pink car of William Crotty. Crotty starting to reel him in. Here comes your leader down the straightaway. Fieldsticker with a 9.9. William with a 9.7. Jakes with a 9.6. Your top 3 really starting to tighten up as they come on the back straightaway. Coming up on some lap traffic. Chris, Andy, and Bill, your leaders coming up on you soon. Here comes your battle. Rick and William battling it out down the back straightaway. The green and pink car of Rick with William Crotty right behind him as they come through the 180 and around the center section. William looking for a place to get by. Rick hanging on to that spot. Rick comes by with a 10.5. William with a 9.7. They come through the center section now. Coming up on some lap traffic on the back straightaway. First and second nose to tail. Chris and Bill, your leaders. Thank you. Green and pink car of Rick Fieldsticker out in front. William Crotty in the 2nd spot all over that back wing as they come through the sweeper. Watching the sweeper. Dead car in the sweeper. Dead car in the sweeper. It is clear. Fieldsticker comes by with a 9.6. Crotty with a 9.9. Oh, Fieldsticker makes a mistake through the sweeper. That's going to give William Crotty the lead now. Your bright pink car out in front. William Crotty now taking over the lead with 3:45 left to go. William Crotty trying to, Rick Fieldsticker trying to reel him back in. Then you've got the 3rd spot of Scott Jakes right here in front of him. He gets stuck underneath the board in the chicane. That's going to lose a spot. Terrell Bowen now up into the 3rd spot. Scott Jakes about 2 seconds back. Bowen about 5 seconds behind Rick now. Watch it going into the 180. Watching the front go 180. That is clear. 5 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Crotty out in front. That bright pink car, number 1, your TQ in the C main event, 9.9, last time by for William. Fieldsticker running in the 2nd spot in that green and pink car, about 1 second back. The bright pink car out in front, William Crotty, 9.9, last time by. Comes through down the back straightaway. Rick Fieldsticker about a second back. trying to reel him in with just over 2 minutes to go. Karate out in front, field sticker in second. Scott Jakes running in third, about 8 seconds behind them. You got less than 2 minutes to go. Then you got a little ways back to Andy Brooks in the 4th spot. Then Terrell Bowen running in 5th. Gabe Hoban in 6th, battling out with Bill Eisenhart in the 7th spot. We've got 1:45 left to go. Karate through the chicane and down the back straight one more time. 9.7 that time by. Rick Field Sticker with a 9.8. 1.5 seconds behind your leader. This is race number 14 on the track. Race number 15, VTA C main event coming up next. Karate down the back straight with a bright pink car out in front. 9.9 last time by. Red car, that's your leader. Seven minutes down and 1 minute left to go. William Karate out in front. Rick Field Sticker about a 1.5 seconds back in that 2nd spot. 45 seconds left to go. Your leader through the chicane one more time. We come down the stripe with 30 seconds to go. Karate comes by with a 9.8. Field Sticker with a 9.8 as well. 1.6 seconds behind your leader. Battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th down the back straight between Terrell, Gabe, and Bill. Everybody else pretty spread out with 10 seconds to go. Gabe goes by Terrell to take over that 5th spot now. That is time, drivers. Finish the lap you're on. William Karate, you are done with the win. Rick Field Sticker, you are done with 2nd. And Scott Jakes, you are done with 3rd. Once again, taking the win in the 13.5 12 scale C main event, William Karate.
Transponder 5018313. Up next, race number 15. 25.5 Vintage Trans AMC main.
Go ahead and get them
Jeremy
checked
Legg.
in, guys. 15, get them checked in.
Cole Hudson. Jaden Legg. Keith Mahar. Keith Sawyer. Will Hillis.
They're going to do pictures in front of the banner with all three of you. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals here at Apex Hobby, sponsored by Crybaby Racing. I'm here with Eddie Corrado, who just won the, 13.5, William Karate, who just won the 13.5 C main. How did that win feel?
It was pretty good. It was a little rough in the beginning. My start was but just hung on there and was able to take the pass for the win. So got lucky, but a lot of fun.
Awesome. Anybody you'd like to thank?
Scott Jakes, SJT Tires. I'd like to thank TQ Wire from good old Ralph. That's pretty much it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, guys, let's get them gridded up. Keith going to be on the 1, Heath Mahar on the 2, Cole on the 3, Dylan on the 4, Will on the 5, Jeremy on the 6, Jaden on the 7, Richard on
45
the
seconds to the start
8.
of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right. Here we go. We need a marshal and the sweeper over there. Thank you. Get one in the
15
far
seconds to the
sweeper,
start of
one
the
in the
race.
close. All right, guys, here we go.
Less than
Drivers ready. Turn marshals, heads up. VTA C main event. We're going to go on the tone. Keith Sawyer, your CQ right now out in front, that all green car. Number 1 in the second spot is Heath Mahar right behind him in that all red. Car number 2. Then you got a battle for the third spot. Down the back straight they come. Cole Hudson up into third. Will Hillis in fourth. Jeremy Legg up into the 5th spot already. This is race number 15 on the track. Race 16, we're A2 for 21.5 coming up next. A2 for 21.5 coming up next. Keith Sawyer out in front, 13-2 last time by. He's got 1 second advantage on Heath Mahar. Your leader, that all green car, number 1. Then you've got that all red car in the second spot. Put it back over the wall. Thank you. Cole Hudson up into the 3rd spot. Will Hillis in 4th. Dylan DeBoard in the 5th spot. Jeremy Legg running in 6th. Jaden Legg running in 7th. Richard Hobbs running in 8th. Heath Mahar now taking over the lead in that all red car. Your leader's coming through some lap traffic. Here comes your leaders through the chicane. Oh, Keith gets stuck up on that pipe. Keith Mahar out in front's got a 3.5 second advantage now on Keith Sawyer. Then Cole Hudson about a second behind him in the 3rd spot. .230 down and 3:30 left to go. Oh, your leader hung up on the sweeper wall. Somehow Heath Mahar got up on top of the wall. That's going to give Keith Sawyer back out in front. Dylan, that is your leaders coming up on you. Keith Sawyer out in front. Cole Hudson in 2nd. Heath Mahar in 3rd. We've got a 3-way battle for your lead. Oh, your leader gets upside down. Keith gets upside down. Goes from 1st to 3rd. Heath goes all the way, jumps over the wall. Cole Hudson now taking over the lead in that red, blue, and white. Car number 3. This is race 15, VTA C main event. Clayton. Your leader is that red, white, and blue car through the sweeper and into the carousel now. In the 2nd spot is Keith Sawyer, about 2 seconds back. Heath Mahar running in 3rd, about 5 seconds behind Keith. Then you got Will Hillis running in 4th, Dylan DeBorg in the 5th spot. Jeremy Legg in 6th, Richard Hobbs in 7th, and Jaden Legg in 8th. We've got 4 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. Race number 16 coming up next, 21.5, A2. We're coming back into the A2s right next. Less than 2 minutes to go. We're in the VTA C main event right now. Cole Hudson out in front. .430 down and 1:30 left on the clock. You've got Cole Hudson out in front in that red, blue, and white car on the front straightaway now. Keith Sawyer in the 2nd spot, about 3 seconds back.
One minute left.
45 seconds left to go. .30 seconds left on the clock. Cole Hudson out in front. Keith Sawyer about 8 seconds back. Everybody kind of spread out right now with 30 seconds to go. .10 seconds left on the clock. Everybody spread out. You got Cole Hudson out in front. Keith Sawyer in second. Heath Mahar in third. That is
Jeremy
time,
Leg
drivers. Keep going. Finish the lap
Richard
you're
Hobbs
on.
done. Jaden Legg done. Keith Sawyer done. Will Hillis done. Cole Hudson done. Keith Mahar done.
That is a race, guys. Taking the win in the VTA C main event, Cole Hudson with a 27.608. Finishing in the second spot, Keith Sawyer and Heath Mahar finishing in third. Drivers in the next race, I'll do introductions before we check in. I'll do drivers' introductions before we get checked in.
Welcome to the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals, hosted at Apex Hobbies with the sponsor of Crybaby Racing. I'm here with Cole. He just won VTA C main. Tell us a little bit about your race.
I don't really know. I was just trying to stick in the back and try to just let everybody get spread out. And then after everybody wrecked, that's when I took it home.
Outstanding. Anybody you'd like to thank?
My dad. My dad.
Congratulations. Great job.
All right, your winner in the VTA C main, Cole Hudson. Good job, buddy. All right, we're going to do drivers' introductions. Drivers' introductions for race 16. This is the 21.5 A2. Qualifying in the 10th spot, driving in Awesomatics. Want to thank Awesomatics USA, Team EA, Side Piece Racing, Montec, TQ Wires, and shout out to the Awesomatics team for all the helps and laughs from Philadelphia, Larry Fairtrace. Qualifying in the 9th spot, driving Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics USA, PCR, TQ Wires, Avid, High Tech, Roach, and Side Piece Racing from Frederick, Missouri, Manny Flores. Qualifying in the 8th spot, driving in Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics USA, R1 Works, Avid, TQ Wire, Team EAM, Fly Sky, and 5280 Raceway. Thank you to EA for hosting me and the great event this week, John Dixon for the setup help, and Team Awesomatics for the fun week. From Loveland, Colorado, Brent Klingforth. Qualifying in the 7th spot, driving in Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics USA, Psycho Cells Racing, Tekin, TQ Wire, Avid, Sweep, Montec, Pro Level RC, Team EAM, Hobbytown of KC, Genius RC Products, and DRC. Thanks to Awesomatics team for the help, Tim Haskins at PCR for the races, and on EA and the great facility, and Roar, good job. From Kansas City, Missouri, Bill Sidor. Qualifying in the 6th spot, driving an AMX, sponsored by Awesomatics and Team EAM. From Murfreesboro, Tennessee, local boy, Michael Skeen. Qualifying in the 5th spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics, R1 Works, EA Motorsports, 1UP Racing, Avid, Fabtech, TQ Wire, Sanwa, BS Works, and 180 Raceway. From Baltimore, Maryland, Craig Xavier. Qualifying in the 4th spot, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by X-Ray, RC America, PCR, Orca, 1UP, Hudi, Avid, TQ Wire, RC America, BAM Speed, Zen Designs, Live Wires, Lowriders, Speed, BS Works, Shanice, SOS, Special thanks to the team for the help. Thanks to Apex crew for the awesome event. Thanks to Clayton for trying. From Westminster, Missouri, Mike G. Qualifying in the 3rd spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics USA and R1. Special thanks to Brian Busey, Michael Skeen, and Soda City RC. From Greenville, South Carolina, Brian Card. In the 2nd spot, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by RC America, X-Ray, Hudi, R1 Works, Pro Level RC, Avid, Sort of Fast, and Max FX. From Kansas City, Missouri, Max Kenning. And your TQ for the 21.5 touring car class, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Team EAM, Apex Raceway, Awesomatics USA, Sanwa, Avid, Pro X, One Up Racing, TQ Wires, Crybaby Racing, Jayco, DRC, Pro Level RC, and MXLR. Special thanks to Kemp for all the help on and off the track. From Murfreesboro, Tennessee, EA, Eric Anderson. Race number 16, let's get him checked in. Race 16, get him checked in.
Craig Xavier, Michael Skeen, Mike G, Manny Flores, Brian Card, Eric Anderson, Larry Fairtrace, Brent Klingforth, Max Kooning, Bill Sitter.
All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Let's get them gridded up. Straightaway is closed. Line them up. Eric on the 1, Max on the 2, Brian on the 3, Mike on the 4, Craig on the 5, Michael on the 6, Bill on the 7, Brent on the 8, Manny on the 9, and Larry on the 10.
"45 seconds to the start of the race.
Eric Anderson taking the win in A1. Mike G finishing 2nd. Brian Card finishing in 3rd. We are lined up. Drivers ready. Turn marshals heads up.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
We're going to go on the tone. Eric Anderson, your TQ jumping out to the good start. He's got Max Kooning in that 2nd spot. Brian Card in 3rd as they come through the chicane for the first time. Freight training down the back straightaway. Eric Anderson out in front. Max Kenning in the 2nd spot. Card's got a whole bunch of Mike G right behind him in 4th. Battle for 3rd and 4th, but you got Max closing in on Eric Anderson. Around the carousel they come. EA with a 10.2, Max with a 10.1. They come through the chicane right now and onto the back straightaway. Eric Anderson with a 10.2, Max with a 10.3. They are nose to tail and pulling away. They've already opened up to a 2nd gap to the 3rd place car of Brian Card. Brian makes a little mistake, so does Mike C. It's a drag race down the back straightaway. He's got about 5 cars battling for that 3rd spot. But you got Eric Anderson out in front with Max Kenning in the 2nd spot. They've opened up to a 2-second advantage now on the 3rd place car of Mike G. Brian Card in the 4th spot. Michael Skeen in 5th. Craig Xavier in 6th. Good, clean racing from these guys. We got 1 minute down and 5 minutes still to go. Eric Anderson out in front in his pink, blue, and white. Car number 1. Max Kenning in that 2nd spot, about a half second back. Eric with a 10.3, Max with a 10.4, Mike G with a 10.2, Brian Card 10.4. Eric Anderson starting to open up a little bit of a gap. Backs to Max Kenning with about 0.6 of a second. Your top 2 cars through the front straight and into the chicane. Eric Anderson down the back straight with a 10.6, Max Kenning with a 10.5, Mike G with a 10.4. Then you got Brian Card in the 4th spot, Michael Skeen in 5th, Craig Xavier in 6th, Brent Klingforth in 7th, Bill Sidor in 8th, Larry Fairtrace in 9th, and Manny Flores rounding out 10th place. We've got 2 minutes down and 4 minutes still to go. Eric Anderson out in front, down the back straight one more time. Oh, your second place car, Max Kenny, gets upside down onto the back straight. That's going to drop him back to about the 5th spot now. Mike G now up into second. Eric Anderson with a 2.5 second advantage now on Mike G. Brian Card in third, Michael Skeen in fourth, Craig Xavier in fifth. Max Kenning drop all the way down to that 6th spot. We've got 2:30 down and 3:30 left to go. Eric Anderson out in front. Mike G makes a little mistake in that chicane. That gives Eric even more room. The bright pink, white, and blue car out in front. EA with a 10.3 that time by. Here comes your second place car now of Brian Card. 4-second advantage now for EA. We've got 3 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Eric Anderson out in front and checked out. Brian Card in that 2nd spot. Michael Skeen in 3rd. Then you got Craig Xavier in 4th. Max Kenning up into 5th. Mike G dropping all the way down to the 6th spot now. Bill Skydor in 7th. Brent Klingforth in 8th. Manny Flores up into 9th. And Larry Fairtrace in 10th. Anderson starting to come up on some lap traffic down the back straightaway. Brent, Manny, and Larry got your leader. Thank you. Then you got a whole pack of cars battling out for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Brian Card leading the way with that gray car. Right behind him is the all-blue car of Michael Skeen. Got Craig Xavier in 4th with Max Kenning all over the back wing of Craig as they come around the carousel. Max drops back just a little bit. He's got Mike G right behind him. Got a 5-way freight train for 2nd through 6th right now with 4 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. Eric Anderson out in front, cutting through some lap traffic, pulling away to a 4.5 second advantage right now. Anderson, your winner in A1, looking to take the overall and lock it up in A2. Brian Card about 4.5 seconds back. He's opened up just a little bit on Michael Skeen in that 3rd spot. But then you've got a whole bunch of cars with Craig, Max, and Mike freight training around. They get together in the front section. G up into the 3rd, 4th spot now. Mike G up into 4th, Max into 5th, and Craig dropping back to 6th. Here comes your 2nd place car. Down the back straightaway, Brian Card. Car number 3. 10-6 that time by for Brian. Michael with a 10-6 in 3rd. Mike G with a 10-4 in 4th. We've got 4:45 down and 1:15 left to go. 5 minutes down and 1 minute left to go. EA out in front. It's got over a 4.5 second advantage. He took the win in A1. He is way out in front in A2. In the 2nd spot is still Brian Card. He's starting to pull away just a bit from Michael Skeen, but Michael's got Mike G all over his back wing through the chicane. This is a battle for 3rd spot through the sweeper right now. Mike G goes on the inside, can't quite stick the deal. Skeen hanging on to that 3rd spot. G in 4th. Through the chicane they come. Down the back straightaway, the solid blue car of Michael Skeen in 3rd. G trying to look on the inside. Can't quite hold it. G looks on the inside again. Can't quite come. Here they come. 4-way battle for 2nd, 3rd down the back straightaway. Michael, Mike, Max, and Craig all battling out for that 3rd spot with 10 seconds to go. Oh, Skeen makes... Kenning makes a mistake as they come down the stripe for 5 seconds to go. Here they come around. This will be their white flag right now. Here they come around. That is the time. Finish the lap you're on, guys. Card, you are done with 2nd. Here comes a drag race for 3rd. Craig Xavier with 3rd. Your winner and overall champion in the 21.5 A Main Touring Car National Champion, Eric Anderson.
Hello, everybody. We're here at the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals, hosted by Apex Raceway, sponsored by Crybaby Racing. I'm with Eric Anderson, who just won 21.5 Touring National Champion again. This guy does nothing but win. Eric, tell us how it feels.
It's pretty good to
win one at home over all the competition that was here. 21.5 is definitely the largest class and super competitive. G had some unfortunate luck in qualifying and got it together in the main, was super fast, but just from fourth it's really hard. Max was really fast. Brian Card's really fast. It's kind of the surprise of the weekend. He's did awesome all weekend. Just got lucky and stayed clean in the main. I appreciate everybody coming. Thanks to Live RC for sending this crew out here that's done an awesome job. Roar, the new Roar under Clayton. It's been great. Everybody seems to love it. Hopefully we can just improve from here.
Awesome. Thank you very much, EA.
Thank you.
All right, race number 17. This is going to be your 17.5 12 scale class. Qualifying in the 10th spot, driving an X-Ray from Southern Illinois. That is Skip Starkey. Qualifying in the 9th spot, driving a Roche, sponsored by Team EAM, Apex Raceway, Prolix RC, and OA. Qualifying in the 8th spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by BSR, Jayco Racing Tires, Awesomatics USA, Team EAM, Nick Bell Racing, Montec USA, Sun Padao, FabTech, TQ Wire, and Track Rats Podcast. Thanks to FJ and Harry for all the laughs. Claytonford. Man, I can't read your writing. Thank you, Clayton, for just being awesome. And always remember to go when your number is
1 minute
called.
to start of the race.
From Clearwater, my friend, Monty Panzica. Qualifying in the 7th spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by MMR Raceway, Scott Jakes, Greg Amendola, and T2G Racing. From Delano, Rick Fieldsticker. Driving in the 6th spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics USA, BSR, Team EAM, FabTech Engineering, and BS Works. Special thanks to Sean Rayfield, Joe Treadwell, and John Dixon for the rest of the help, the Awesomatics team. From Middle River, Maryland, Fabio Evangelista. Qualifying in the 5th spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics USA, Pro Time Motors, Side Piece Racing, Pro Level RC. Special thanks to Sean and for all the help. From St. Charles, Missouri, Chris Lockhart. Qualifying in the 4th spot, driving an A12, sponsored by Awesomatics, PTM, Speed Zone, and Nate Dogg. From Grand Forks, that is Cody Burke. Qualifying in the 3rd spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics, BSR Jayco, R1 Works, FabTech, TQ Wire, Black Art, Side Piece Racing, BS Works, and Sanwa. From Shelby, Michigan, that is Joe Trandell. Qualifying in the 2nd spot, driving a Destiny, sponsored by Destiny USA, SVT Tires, Power Push, Super Rad, Zen Racing. Special thanks to Scott Jakes and my beautiful wife at home. From Warren, Ohio, Dana Bells. And your TQ in the 17.5 12 scale class, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics, R1 Works, DRC, BSR Jayco, Side Piece Racing, FabTech, BS Works, Pro Level RC, Genius RC, MFR. From St. Louis, Missouri, Sean Rayfield. Let's get them all checked in, guys. Race 17, get them checked in.
Joe Trandell, Monty Panzica, Chris Lockhart, Sean Rayfield, Fabio Evangelista, Cody Burke, Dana Bales, Rick Fieldsticker, John Barron, Skip Starkey.
All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed. Let's get them gridded up. Sean on the 1, Dana on the 2, Joe on the 3, Cody on the 4, Chris on the 5, Fabio on the 6, Rick on the 7, Monty on the 8, John on the 9, and Skip on the 10. Ryan, can you move the 9 onto the spot? Yeah. All right, this is your 17.5 12 scale A2. Your winner in A1 was Sean Rayfield. Dana Bales finishing in second. Joe Trandell finishing in third. Here we go. Drivers ready. Turn marshals heads up. We're going to go on the tone. Rayfield, your TQ jumping out in that early lead. That yellow and orange car out in front. He took the win in A1, looking to take the win in A2. He's got Dana Bells in that bright orange car in the second spot. Right behind him is Joe Trandell in the fluorescent yellow car. They get tangled up in the front section. Joe drops all the way back to the 7th spot. Sean Rayfield pulling away. There's a whole pack of cars running for 2nd through 7th, right through down the back straightaway. Rayfield now with a 2-second advantage on Chris Lockhart. Here comes your leader through the chicane. Then you got a freight train coming through for 2nd on back. That bright fluorescent yellow car of Chris Lockhart in the 2nd spot. You got the orange car of Dana Bells in 3rd. Then you got Joe go on the inside of Dana to take over the 3rd spot. Dana drops back to 4th. Then you've got Cody Burke in 5th, Fabio in 6th. The whole pack of cars going back and forth through the center section. Good racing from these guys. One upside down over here. 1 minute down and 7 minutes still to go. Dana Bells dropping all the way back to the 9th spot. Watching the chicane. Got a car under the wall in the chicane. Still in the chicane, guys. Pop the track real quick. Wait. There you go. Watching the center. Got one stuck on the inside wall in the center. Your leader, Sean Rayfield, that yellow and orange car in the center. It's got about a 1.5-second advantage on Joe Trandell. Here comes Joe in that fluorescent yellow car in the 2nd spot. Sean comes by with a 9.8. Trandell with a 9.6. Then you got Fabio about a 1.5 seconds back in the 3rd spot. Chris Lockhart about a 1/2 second behind him in 4th. Monty Panzica up into the 5th spot. We've got 2 minutes down and 6 minutes still to go. Leader around the center section, that yellow and orange car out in front. Sean Rayfield comes down the back straightaway with a 9.8. Joe Trandell with a 9.6. Top 2 cars separated by 0.8 of a second right now. Then you got Fabio Evangelista up into 3rd now. Fabio about 2 seconds behind your leaders. Joe Trandell starting to reel in your leader. It's going to be a battle here. We've got 2:30 down and 5:30 left to go. Sean Rayfield out in front. Joe Trandell running him down. Top 2 cars separated by about 0.3 of a second as they come down the back straightaway. Rayfield with a 10 flat. Trandell with a 10 flat as well. They're coming through the center right now. Then you got Fabio about 2 seconds back. Lockhart in 4th. Monty in 5th. Rick in 6th. 3 minutes down and 5 minutes left to go. Here comes your battle down the straightaway again. Rayfield with a 9.9. Trandell with a 9.9 as well. Top 2 cars separated by 0.2 of a second right now as they come down the back straightaway. Trandell really closing in on that last lap. Sean with a 9.9, Joe with a 9.8. Watching the chicane, caution the chicane. Your leader's coming through. They get tangled up. Trandell goes around the outside. Sean goes back on the inside, takes the spot away. Joe comes back into 2nd. They come back in line as they come through the chicane, coming down to the battle. Sean in front, Joe in 2nd. Round the carousel they come, 1st and 2nd, nose to tail. Fabio not too far back in 3rd now. That green and white car in the 3rd spot. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, nose to tail round the center right now. The yellow and orange car of Sean out in front. You've got Joe in 2nd and Fabio in 3rd. We've got the halfway point, guys. 4 minutes down and 4 minutes still to go. Here comes your top 3, nose to tail down the back straightaway. Rayfield with a 9.9, Trandell 9 flat, Evangelista with a 9.9. Sean and Joe trying to pull away from Fabio, but he gets a good run coming on to the back straightaway. Sean with a 10 flat, Joe 10.1, Fabio 9.9. Really starting to reel him back in as they come down the back straightaway. 4:30 down and 3:30 left to go. Chris Lockhart running in the 4th spot. Monty Panzica about a second behind him in 5th, but your close battle is up front. Top 3 cars, nose to tail, round the carousel. And in the center, the yellow and orange car, car number 1, Sean Rayfield out in front. Joe Trendell in 2nd. Fabio right behind him in 3rd, just waiting for a mistake. We're coming up on 5 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Top 3 still freight training around. Sean with a 10-2, Joe 10-3, Fabio 10-3. Good clear track ahead of them right now, so they are freight training around. 3 minutes left to go. Race number 18 coming up next. 17.5 A2 coming up next. Sean Rayfield out in front, the winner in A1, out in front in A2. You got Joe Trendell running in the 2nd spot. Fabio Evangelista looking for a place to get by, couldn't quite stick it. He is running in 3rd. Around the carousel they come. Sean out in front, got about a half-second advantage. Well, here comes Joe, makes a little bobble, drops back just a tiny bit. Fabio still sitting in that 3rd spot. 5:30 down and 2:30 left to go. Here comes your top 3 still freight training by. They've been running like this for the last 3 minutes. Good clear track ahead of him. Let these guys run. Rayfield with a 10-1. Trendell 10 flat. Evangelista 10-1. They come by the stripe. Sean 10-2. Joe 10-2. Fabio 10 flat. We've got 6 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. Top 3 cars getting closer as they come through the sweeper. It is go time now. Here comes Fabio closing in on the back of Joe. All over his back wing as they come through the chicane and down the back straightaway. Fabio looking for a place to get by Joe as they come around the carousel. Leaders coming through some lap traffic. Good job. Here they come through the chicane. The yellow and orange car of Sean Rayfield out in front. Trendell, the fluorescent yellow car, right behind him. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd still nose to tail as they come through the chicane again. We've got 6:30 down and 1:30 left to go. Sean Rayfield out in front. Was your winner in A1, looking to lock this up and be your national champion. He's got Joe and Fabio all over his back wing as they come around the 180 with coming up on 1 minute to go. Top 3 still nose to tail down the back straightaway. Sean comes by with a 10-5, Joe 10-4, Fabio 10-2. It is going to be a drag race with this last 1 minute to go. Here they come by with less than a minute to go. Rick, you got your leaders coming up on you soon. Joe right looking for a place to get by, but Fabio all over his back wing just waiting for a mistake with 45 seconds left on the clock. Rayfield out in front. These guys have been freight training around for about 4 minutes or so. With 30 seconds to go, national champion on the line right now. Sean Rayfield out in front, winner in A1, trying to lock it up. They go down the back straightaway again. Rayfield with a 10-5. Trendell 10-6. Fabio 11 flat, falling back just a bit. They're coming through the chicane. We've got 15 seconds to go. Battery's starting to go a little soft. Rayfield with a 10-4. Trendell 10-6. Fabio 10-3. They're coming around the center section and through the chicane. They're coming down the back straightaway. This will be their white flag lap. Final lap for national championship. Sean Rayfield out in front trying to hang on as they come through. Fabio looks on the inside, can't go right to Joe, but Sean coming down the back straightaway, and it is your national champion in 17.5 12 scale. Taking the win, and your national champion for 17.5 12 scale, Sean Rayfield. Finishing in 2nd that run, Joe Trendell and Fabio Evangelista finishing in 3rd.
Hello, everybody. Here at the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals at Apex Raceway, sponsored by Crybaby Racing. I'm here with Sean Rayfield. He just won 12 scale 17.5 stock. Long time coming. Super excited for this guy. Sean, tell us how it feels.
This is amazing. This has been a long time coming. I've finished second so many times, even when I was 16 years old. So this has been a long, long time coming, and a lot of hard work. And I got to thank a few people here. So first of all, I want to thank my wife Holly and my daughter Caitlin for all their support, for letting me come to these races and stuff, and even in my big car racing. So thank you guys very, very much. Michael Hanulek gave me a chance with Awesomatics, and it's been awesome ever since, and we work really well as a team, and it's always a team effort. Fab Tech, Fabio Evangelista, that guy is amazing. My buddy Joe Trandell, multinational champion. We've ran together, I've helped him, and he helped me this weekend, so awesome. And BS Works, pro level, R1. It just signed with R1 at the beginning of the year, and this is great. Steve and Tom there have been awesome to work with, so really good. DRC, great products. Montec, this is the new Montec M22, awesome body. And Genesis RC, I'm sure I forgot a few, but thank you everyone. It's been a long time coming.
Congratulations, Sean.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to do
Up next,
driver's
race number
introduction
18.
for race number
17.5 touring car.
18.
A2 main.
Qualifying in the 10th spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Side Piece Racing, Awesomatics USA, Sunpadao, Montec, Wild Turbo Fan, TQ Wire, BS Works, Tekin, BSR Tires, FabTech, and Trinity. Thanks to all the Awesomatics and Roche racers for attending in the event. From Seattle, Washington, Michael Hanulek. Qualifying in the 9th spot, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by RC America, X-Ray, R1 Works, Hudi, Sorta Fast, DRC Racing, AI Paint, Pro Level RC, Access Hobbies. Special thanks to X-Ray team and for all the competition. Thank you to Eric Anderson for hosting the Nats, and best of luck to all the racers from Cincinnati, Ohio, Mark Livermore. Qualifying in the 8th spot, driving an AMX, sponsored by Awesomatics and Team EAM. From Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Michael Skeen. Qualifying in the 7th spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics, Psycho Cells, Tekin, Avid, TQ Wire, Sweep, Montec, Pro Level RC, Team EAM, Hobbytown of KC, Genius RC Products, and DRC. Thanks to the Awesomatics teams for the help, Tim Haskins at PCR for the races, and EA for the great facility, and Roar, good job. From Kansas City, Missouri, Bill Sidor. Qualifying in the 6th spot, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by X-Ray, Hudi, RC America, Gravity RC, Motive, KO Propo, Avid, Team EAM, Kiefer Design, Boosted Brew Coffee, Max FX, and Pro Level RC. Thanks to Roar for running a great event, the whole Apex crew for the great place to race, the whole X-Ray team for putting in the work, and my son Andrew for helping me. Wouldn't have happened without you. From St. Louis, Missouri, Andrew Ellis. Qualifying in the 5th spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics USA, Team EAM, Montec, Wild Turbo Fan, Alpha Pace, TQ Wire, AI Graphics, BS Works, 180 Raceway, Apex Raceway, and Hobbies. From Middleton, Delaware, Jeff Rowland. Qualifying in the 4th spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics, R1 Works, EA Motorsports, 1UP Racing, Avid, FabTech, TQ Wire, Sanwa, BS Works, and 180 Raceway. From Baltimore, Maryland, Craig Xavier. Qualifying in the 3rd spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Team EAM, Apex Raceway, Awesomatics USA, Sanwa, Avid, Prolix, 1UP Racing, TQ Wire, Crybaby Racing, Jayco, DRC, and Pro Level RC. Special thanks to Clayton and the Roar for the awesome event. From Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Eric Anderson. Qualifying in the second spot, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by X-Ray, RC America, PCR, Orca, 1UP, MKS, Avid, TQ Wire, RC America, Band Speed, 2mm Designs, Livermore's, Lowriders, Hewdy, Sweep, and BS Works. Special thanks to the X-Ray team for all the help. Special thanks to the Apex crew for the outstanding event. And thanks for Clayton for trying. From Westminster, Maryland, Mike G. And your TQ in the 17.5 touring car class, driving an AMX, sponsored by R1, EAM, Awesomatics, Fabtech, TQ Wire, MR33, Avid, 1UP. Special thanks to my dad and Brent Klingforth for the setup help and for the rest of the MX team for the laughs. From Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, John Dixon. Race 18, get them checked in, guys. Race 18, get them checked in.
John Dixon, Mark Livermore, Michael Skeen, Jeff Rowland, Craig Xavier, Bill Sitter, Michael Hunulik, Mike G, Andrew Ellis, Eric Anderson.
All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed. Let's get them gridded up. John on the 1, Mike on the 2, Eric on the 3, Craig on the 4, Jeff on the 5, Andrew on the 6, Bill on the 7, Michael on the 8, Michael Skeen on the 8, Mark on the 9, and Hanulik in the 10. All right, drivers see their cars. All right, just go to the back straight on the outside. Drivers see your cars. All right. Okay, here we go. Drivers ready. Turn marshals, heads up. 17.5 A2. We're going to go on the tone. John Dixon leads them into turn 1 and around the carousel. Out in front, he's got Mike G in the second spot, EA in third. Then the whole freight train of cars, top 10 cars, freight training around. One little bobble through the chicane. That's going to drop Andrew Ellis back to the back of the pack. You've got top 9 cars, freight train around. Oh, Mike G gets flips upside down coming into the chicane. All sorts of chaos coming around here on lap number 2. John Dixon out in front, your winner in A1. He's out in front in A2. Eric Anderson not too far back in the second spot. Then you got Craig Xavier in third, Mike G in fourth. Then you got Livermore in fifth, Hanulik up into the 6th spot, Skeen in 7th, Sidor in 8th, and Roland in the 9th spot. Oh, gee, off the track over there. Here comes your top 2 cars. Eric Anderson all over the back wing of John Dixon as they come down through the sweep. John gets to the inside wall. EA goes on the inside, takes over the lead. Eric Anderson now out in front. Down the back straight they come. EA comes by with a 10-1. John Dixon 10.6. Then you got Craig Xavier about a second back in that 3rd spot. And then you got about another 1.5 seconds back to Mark Livermore in 4th. Hanulik up into the 5th spot. Skeen in 6th, Sidor in 7th, Roland in 8th, G in the 9th spot. Leaders down into the sweeper and around the 180 again. Eric Anderson 10 flat. Last time by and pulling away. He's opened up to a 0.7 second advantage now on John Dixon. Craig Xavier about 1 second back in 3rd. EA opening up 9.9 last time by. Down the back straight he comes with a 10.1. Dixon with a 10-1, Xavier 10-1. Your top 3 cars separated by about 2 seconds. Then you got about 2 second gap back to Mark Livermore in the 4th spot. Down the back straight he comes. Here he comes, your leader through the chicane, the pink, blue, and white. Car number 3, Eric Anderson with a 10.2, Dixon with a 10.1, Craig Xavier 10.2, Mark Livermore 10-1. Michael Skeen with a 10-2. Bill Sidor 10-1. These guys still freight training around. But your second and third place cars starting to get a little closer. Craig Xavier reeling in John Dixon as they come down the back straightaway. Dixon with a 10-6, Xavier 10-3. The two gray cars battling out through the center section now. Dixon in second, Xavier in third. John comes by with a 10-2, Craig with a 10-1. That's just giving Eric a chance to pull away. Watch coming onto the back straight, your leader coming up on some lap traffic. John and Craig still battling out for second and third. The two gray cars together in the front right now. Dixon in second. Xavier looking for a place to get by as they come around the sweeper and into the 180. Dixon in second, Xavier in third. We've got the halfway point, 3 minutes down and 3 minutes still to go. John hanging on to that second spot. Craig all over his back wing. Nice and tight through that sweeper. They come into the chicane. Down the back straightaway they come. John with a 10-2. Craig with a 10-2 as well. Mark Livermore about 2 seconds back in that fourth spot. Then you've got another 2 seconds back to Michael Skeen in the fifth spot. Bill Sidor in sixth. Jeff Rowland in seventh. Mike G in eighth. Hanulik in ninth. Your leader out in front and checked out. EA's got a 2.5 second advantage on your second place car of John Dixon. Dixon's got Craig all over his back wing as they come down the back straight again. John with a 10-2, Craig with a 10-2 through the 180 and around the center right now. Still closest battle on the track is for that second spot. We've got 4 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. Craig Xavier closing in on the back of John Dixon as they come in the front section now. Coming up in through the chicane and down the back straightaway they go. Hanulik, you got second and third coming up on you. Your leader still, EA out in front, but your close battle is in second spot. Down the back straight they come. John with a 10-2, Craig with a 10-2 as well. 4:30 down and 1:30 left to go. Eric Anderson with a 2.5 second advantage lead. John and Craig still battling out for second and third. John hanging on to that second spot. Craig Xavier right behind him. John comes down the straightaway with a 10-2. Craig with a 10.3. Then you got Livermore still about 2 seconds back in the fourth spot. Got a close battle for fifth, sixth, and seventh with Skeen, Sidor, and G. But your close battle is still up front, second and third. John Dixon still hanging on to that second spot. Craig Xavier in third.
1 minute left.
1 minute left to go. Eric Anderson out in front. He finished third in A1, out in front in A2. Dixon still hanging on to that second spot. Xavier right behind him with 45 seconds to go. Down the back straight they come. Dixon comes by the 10-2. Xavier with a 10-2 as well. Still close battle for second and third. We've got 30 seconds to go. Dixon was your winner in A1. He's sitting in the second spot right now. Craig Xavier finished fifth in A1. He's up into third right now with 20 seconds to go. Close battle through the 180 into the carousel now. Into the 180. Dixon and Xavier with 15 seconds to go. It's starting to get spicy. Dixon makes a little bobble. Xavier all over him. This is their white flag lap with 5 seconds to go. They're coming around the center section now. Dixon in the second spot. Xavier in third, pulling away. That is time. Finish the lap. You're on. Dixon, you're done with second. Xavier was third. Your winner coming through the center section right now. Eric Anderson down the back straightaway and takes the win. So we'll go to A3 to decide your national champion for 17.5. Start doing 12 scale mod introductions here in about 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes.
Up next, race number 19. Modified 1-12 TH scale. A2 main.
All right, let's start with drivers' introductions for race number 19, Modified A2. Qualifying in the 7th spot, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by X-Ray, Hudi, RC America, Ulti Tires, and Genesis RC. From Plymouth, Minnesota, Troy Gibbons. Qualifying in the 6th spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Kiefer Designs, Pro Level RC. Special thanks to Sean for all the help and Corey for all the parts. From St. Louis, Missouri, Colton Kiefer. Qualifying in the 5th spot, driving an A12, sponsored by Ulti Tires, Super Rad, Sorta Fast, NorCal Raceway. From Cleveland, Ohio, Jason Engel. Qualifying in the 4th spot, Privateer Chassis, sponsored by Hobby Wing, North America, Expert Servos, Seattle RC Racers, and my mom and dad from Seattle, Washington, Stuart Mason. Qualifying in the 3rd spot, driving an X12, sponsored by X-Ray, RC America, Hudi, Motive, Hobby Wing, Prowler HD, Total RC, Jayco, Avid, 1-Up, and 2mm Designs. From Quebec, Canada, Kevin Abear. Qualifying in the 2nd spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics USA, Montec USA, BSR Jayco, Avid RC, TQ Wires, FabTech. Thank you to EA and Roar for hosting a great event. From New York, Donnie Leah. And your TQ in modified 12 scale, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Team EAM, Apex Raceway and Hobbies, Awesomatics USA, MR33, BSR Jayco, Sanwa, Avid, DRC, 2mm Designs, 1-Up Racing, Prolix RC, and FabTech. From Murfreesboro, Tennessee, your TQ, Kemp Anderson. All right, boys, let's get them checked in. Race number 19, get them checked in.
Kevin Abear. Stuart Mason. Kemp Anderson. Jason Engel. Colton Kiefer. Troy Gubbins. Donnie Leah.
All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Let's get him lined up. Straightaway is closed. Starting order is going to be Kemp on the 1, Donnie on the 2, Kevin on the 3, Stuart on the 4, Jason on the 5, Colton on the 6, and Troy on the 7.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Your winner in A1 went to Kemp Anderson. Donnie Leah finishing in 2nd. Kevin Abear finishing 3rd. We are gridded and ready to rock and roll. Race number 19, 12 scale modified A2. Drivers ready, turn marshals, heads up. We are going on the tone. Kemp Anderson, your TQ, jumping out in their early lead in that all gray car. Right behind him is Donnie Leah in that all yellow car. Then you've got Kevin Hebert dropping back to third. He's got Stuart Mason all over his back wing as they come down to the front section. Stuart up into the third spot. Kevin drops back to fourth. Top two already starting to pull away just a bit. Kemp Anderson out in front, 8 flat last time by. Backed it up with a 7.9. Donnie with a 7.9 as well. Stuart Mason in the third spot with Kevin Hebert in fourth. Kemp Anderson, 7.8 last time by. Already coming up on some lap traffic. That all gray car out in front. Then Donnie Leah in second. Oh, watch the back straight. That was Stuart Mason. Pull it off. Nope, it's good. Your leader is that all gray car down the back straight now. Kemp Anderson, 8 flat. Donnie Leah with an 8.4. Kevin Hebert up into the third spot, about a 1.5 seconds behind Leah. Anderson by the stripe, 7.8 that time by. Leah comes by with a 7.9. Kevin Hebert with an 8 flat, 2 seconds behind your leaders. Kemp Anderson, your TQ and winner in A1, 7.9 last time by for Kemp. Down the front straight in through the chicane. Donnie Leah, 7.7 last time by. Back that up with an 8.2. Here they come through the chicane and down the back straight. Kemp with a 7.8, Donnie with a 7.8 as well. Top two cars separated by 3/4 seconds. Coming through some lap traffic right now. Your top two cars flying around here. Kemp with an 8 flat, Donnie with an 8 flat. 2 minutes down and 6 minutes still to go. Top two cars throwing haymakers right now. 7.9 last time by for both. Kemp with an 8.1, Donnie 7.7, starting to reel him in. Here they come through the chicane. Donnie a little high through the chicane, drops back just a bit. Kemp with a 7.9 and Donnie with an 8.1. We've got 2:30 down and 5:30 still to go. Kemp Anderson 8 flat, Donnie with a 7.8. Coming through the chicane right now. Donnie real quick through that chicane. Kemp with a 7.9, Donnie 7.7 coming up on Stewart. Thank you. Here they come again. Kemp a little late coming through that chicane. 7.9 for both of them through the center section now. Donnie Leah closing that gap fast. Overshoots the chicane just a bit, but closes that gap back in around the carousel. 3 minutes down and 5 minutes still to go. Top two cars nose to tail. Kemp Anderson and Donnie Leah battling it out through the chicane right now. Thank you very much. Kemp with a 7.9, Donnie 8.1. They are nose to tail coming through the front section now. Oh, Donnie makes a little mistake coming into the chicane. It gives Kemp a little bit of breathing room. Got about 0.8 seconds now. Then you've got Kevin Hebert still hanging on to that third spot, about 5 seconds behind Donnie. Jason Engel running in the 4th spot, a lap behind Kevin. Colton Kiefer running in 5th. Stuart Mason in 6th. Troy Gubbins in 7th. 3:30 down and 4:30 left to go. Kemp Anderson out in front, 8 flat. Last time by, Donnie Leah about 0.8 seconds back. Donnie a little late coming into that chicane, 8.1. That time by, top two cars separated by about a second right now. Donnie with a little mistake coming off the sweeper, makes another mistake right here in the chicane. That's going to give even more room to Kemp. 3.5 second advantage now to Kemp Anderson. Just past the halfway point, 4 minutes down and 4 minutes left to go. Your leader, that all gray car, number 1 of Kemp Anderson, 8 flat that time by. Here comes Donnie Leah down the back straightaway, 8.3. He's 4.5 seconds behind your leader right now. Kemp Anderson crossing the line, 7.9 that time by. He's got about a half a lap advantage on Donnie Leah. 4:30 down and 3:30 left to go. Race number 20 coming up next. 13.5 12 scale coming up next. Anderson 8 flat. Donnie with an 8.2 last time by. Anderson opening up to a 5 second advantage. Just go. Kemp Anderson 8 flat. Here comes Donnie Leah through the chicane and down the back straightaway. About a half a lap behind your leader. Kevin Hebert about 6 seconds back in the third spot. Then you got a lap back to Jason Engel in fourth. Stuart Mason running in fifth. Troy Gubbins battling with Colton Kiefer in the sixth and seventh spot. But your leader down the back straight one more time, Kemp Anderson, 7.9 last time by. We've got 5:30 down and 2:30 left on the master clock. Donnie Leah, 6 seconds behind your leader. Ooh, makes another mistake coming into that chicane. Here comes Kemp Anderson right behind him, looking to put him a lap down. Kemp Anderson out in front and checked out. Kemp winning your first race. Out in front in A2, Donnie lets him by. Kemp Anderson now with a lap advantage on the field. Donnie spinning out at that front straightaway. Must have tagged the wall, just caused something to get a little loose. Donnie Leah trying to limp it around in second spot. Here comes Kevin Hebert in the third spot, trying to close that gap now. Donnie Leah hanging on to second. That bright orange car is lurking. Kevin Hebert closing the gap with 1:45 to go. Kemp Anderson out in control and pulling away, just keeping it between the boards. Donnie Leah trying to hang on to that second spot with Kevin Hebert, reeling him in. Leah with an 8-1, Hebert with an 8-1 as well, with 1:30 left on the master clock. That all yellow car still hanging on to that second spot. Donnie Leah in second, Kevin Hebert in third. 1:15 left on the master clock. Kemp Anderson with 1 minute to go, out in front, looking to be your national champion for 12 scale modified. Donnie Leah still trying to hang on to that second spot. Kevin Hebert trying to reel him back in. 45 seconds left to go. Kemp Anderson worked his way back up through the field to win A1. He's been out in front in A2 from the start. He has a 1 lap advantage on Donnie Leah in the second spot with 30 seconds to go. $20 seconds left on the clock. Donnie Leah still hanging on to that second spot. Kevin Hebert about 1.5 seconds back. Everybody else pretty spread out. We've got 10 seconds to go. Kemp gonna go on a victory lap right now. Closing in on time. That is time, drivers.
Donnie
Finish the
Leah
lap you're on.
Jason Engel done. Kemp Anderson done. Colton Kiefer done. Stuart Mason done.
That is a race. Your Roar 2023 national champion for the 12 scale modified class, Kemp Anderson. Finishing in the second spot, Donnie Leah and Kevin Hebert finishing in third. Give us a minute and we'll get race number 20 started soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals here at Apex Hobby, sponsored by Crybaby Racing, streaming live on LiveRC. I'm here with Kemp Anderson, who just won the fastest of the fast class, Mod 112th. Kemp, how does it feel to be able to run away with that race after the calamity in race 1?
It felt pretty good. Car was hooking on rights a little bit, so I had to drive it kind of easy throughout the race. But it was overall really clean and had a fun time.
When you and I were battling for USGT back at pro level, could you ever dream that you would be a mod national champion?
I remember watching those dudes race, and it was still Donnie and Sam at the top and Kevin and them, and kind of wish I was still just watching because it's really fun to watch.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, champ.
All right. Thank you, Clayton.
All right, we'll do drivers' introductions for 13.5 12 scale.
Up next, race number 20. 13.51-12 TH scale. A2
All
main.
right. Qualifying in the 10th spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics USA, Montec USA, and Team EAM. From Centerville, Virginia, Billy Spence. Qualifying in the 9th spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics USA, R1 Works, DRC, BSR Jayco, Sidepiece Racing, FabTech, BS Works, Pro Level RC, Genius RC, and MFR. From St. Louis, Missouri, Sean Rayfield. Qualifying in the 8th spot, driving a Roche, sponsored by Team EAM, Apex Raceway and Hobbies, Prolix RC, Oof Wonderworks. From Murfreesboro, Tennessee, John Barron. Yay. Nobody wants to cheer. I got you, John. Qualifying in the 7th spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics USA, EA Motorsports, TQ Wire, Sidepiece Racing, Montec, BS Works, Donnie Leah Consulting. Short that to FG, and shout out to FG and Mayhem for the entertainment, and to EA and Kemp for the awesome facility and race and hospitality. From Philadelphia, that is Larry Fairtrace. Qualifying in the 6th spot, driving an A12, sponsored by Awesomatics, PTM, Speed Zone, and Nate Dogg. From Grand Forks, North Dakota, Cody Burke. Qualifying in the 5th spot, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by RC America, X-Ray, Hudi, Ulti Tires, R1 Works, Pro Level RC, Avid, Sorta Fast, and Max FX. From Kansas City, Missouri, Max Kenning. Qualifying in the 4th spot, driving a Destiny, sponsored by Destiny, SJ Tires, Power Rush, Power Push, Super Rad, Tucson Racing. Special thanks to my wife for putting up with this nonsense of all these years. From Warren, Ohio, Dana Bales. Qualifying in the 3rd spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Team EAM, Apex Raceway, Awesomatics USA, Sanwa, Avid, Prolix, One Up Racing, TQ Wire, Crybaby Racing, Jayco, DRC, and Pro Level RC. Special thanks to all the Apex locals and others for the support for this week to help get this place ready to race. And especially thanks to my wife for always supporting me in the place and everything else in my life. From Murfreesboro, Tennessee, EA Eric Anderson. Qualifying in the 2nd spot, driving an AMX, sponsored by R1, EAM, Awesomatics, TQ Wire, FabTech, MR33, Avid, BSR, One Up. Special thanks to my dad and the rest of the AMX crew for the laughs. From Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, John Dixon. And your TQ in 13.5 12 scale class, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Awesomatics, BSR Jayco, R1, FabTech, TQ Wire, Blackart, Sidepiece Racing, BS Works, and Sanwa. From Michigan, Joe Trandell. Let's get them checked in. Drivers, race number 20. Get them checked in.
Max Kuning, Joe Trandell, Sean Rayfield, John Dixon, Cody Burke, Larry Fairtrace, Billy Spence, Eric Anderson, John Barron, Dana Bales.
Right here? Sounds good. Here it is.
Watch the sweeper, guys. Watch the sweeper. Straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed. Let's start getting them gridded up. Joe on the 1, John on the 2, Eric on the 3, Dana on the 4, Max on the 5, Cody on the 6, Larry on the 7, John on the 8, Sean on the 9, and Billy in the back. All right.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Looks like we are ready to rock and roll. Drivers ready. Turn marshals heads up. We are going to go 13.5 12 scale A2. We're going to go on the tone. Joe Trendell out in front, your TQ, the bright yellow car, your winner in A1. Already opened up to about a half-second advantage on John Dixon. Eric Anderson sitting in that third spot. Then he's got Max Kenning in fourth. Trendell with an 8-7 first time by. Comes down the back straightaway again with another 8-8. Dixon with a 9 flat. Eric Anderson 9 flat as well. Eric has Max Kenning all over his back wing through the chicane and down the back straightaway. Max closes in real tight on Eric. Looks on the inside. Can't quite stick it through the 180. Max all over the back wing of Eric. Down the back straight they come. Max looking all over the place to get by Eric. Eric with a 9 flat. Max with a 9-1 as they come down into the chicane and down the back straightaway. Joe opening up to a lead, watching the chicane. It is clear. Joe out in front, open up to a 1-second advantage right now on John Dixon. Then you got about another second back to Eric Anderson in third. He's got a whole rear wing full of Max Kenning in the 4th spot. And then 5th and 6th, you got Cody and Dana battling out for 5th and 6th. Two good battles going on right now through the center of the track and down the back straightaway. Anderson comes by the stripe with a 9 flat. Max with a 9-1. Then you've got 5th and 6th with Cody and Dana still nose to tail. Good battle going on. We've got 130 down and 630 still to go. Your leader, Joe Trendell, checked out. That fluorescent yellow car, number 1, your TQ and winner in A1 out in front. He's got about a 1.5-second advantage on John Dixon in that 2nd spot. Then you've got a second back to Eric Anderson in 3rd with Max Kenning right behind him in 4th. Oh, and Cody makes a little mistake. Dana goes on the inside. Dana up into 5th now. Cody drops back to 6th. Then you got about 3 seconds back to Larry Fairtrace in 7th. Half-second behind him is Billy Spence in the 8th spot. And John Barron rounding out your top 9 cars. Your leader coming up on some lap traffic through the 180 right now in the center of the track. That bright fluorescent yellow car of Joe Trendell down the back straightaway. Joe comes by with a 9.2. He's opened up to a 2.1-second advantage on John Dixon. Then you still have 1 second back to Eric Anderson, who's pulling away from Max just a tiny little bit. We've got 230 down and 530 still to go. Your leader down the back straight coming through that lap traffic. Hard to miss Joe Trendell in that fluorescent yellow car through the chicane and down the back straight. We've got 3 minutes down and 5 minutes still to go. Race number 21, Mod Touring Car A2 coming up next. Mod Touring Car A2 coming up next. 3 minutes down and 5 minutes left to go. Trendell comes by with a 9-1. Dixon comes by with a 9-2. Anderson 9-1. Max Kuning with a 9-3. Dana Bales all over that back wing of Max now. You've got 4th and 5th nose to tail as Eric's pulling away in 3rd. Max in the 4th spot. Dana Bales all over his back wing as they come down the back straightaway. Max Kenning comes by with a 9-3. Dana with a 9.1. Through the center section right now. Oh, Eric makes a little mistake. Here comes the 3-way battle now for that 3rd spot. Eric Anderson in 3rd, Max Kenning in 4th, Dana Bales in 5th. 3-way battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th as we close in on the halfway point. 4 minutes down and 4 minutes left to go. Eric Anderson able to get back into a groove and pull away just a bit from Max, but Max has Dana all over his rear wing. His watcher right here in front. It is clear. Flappers out just a tiny bit. Thank you. Your leader through the sweeper right now, Joe Trendell, opened up to a 3-second advantage now on John Dixon. Then you got a 1.5 seconds back to Eric Anderson. Eric's got about a 1/2 second advantage on Max, but Max has a whole rear wing full of Dana Bales. Dana looking for a place to get around the carousel and into the 180. Dana looking inside, outside, all over that back wing of Max. Down into the sweeper they come with 4:30 down and 3:30 left to go. Max with a 9.3, Dana with a 9.5. Down the straight they come again. Max with a 9.3, Dana with a 9.3. Right behind Dana is Cody Burke, not too far back in the 6th spot. 5 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Joe Trendell, your TQ and winner in A1, out in front. He's got a 4-second advantage now on John Dixon. Then you got about a 1.5 seconds back to Eric. Eric pulling away from Max just a little bit, but Max cannot lose Dana Bales all over his back wing. He's been there for the last couple minutes. Through the center they come. Dana Bales looking for a place to get by Max, trying to put pressure on him inside and outside. We've got 2:30 left on the master clock. Race 21 coming up next. Mod Touring Car A2 coming up next. Trendell open it up to a 4.5 second advantage on John Dixon. Dixon comes down the back straightaway with a 9.3 that time by. Eric Anderson still about a 1.5 seconds back in that pink car. Then you've got Max Kenning in fourth. Oh, and then Dana Bales just stuffs it into the chicane right there. Was closing in on Max and loses all times of time now. That's going to put Cody up into the 5th spot. Dana drops back to 6th. We've got 2 minutes left to go. Joe Trendell, your winner in A1, looking to be your national champion in the 13.5 12 scale class. Down the back straight, Joe comes by, 9.1 that time by. He's opened up to a 4-second advantage on John Dixon. Eric Anderson hanging on to that 3rd spot. He's got Max Kenning in the 4th spot, not too far back. 6:30 down and 1:30 left to go. Everybody's spread out right now. Closest battle is for 3rd and 4th between Eric and Max. Got a problem in the carousel. Watch it in the carousel. Stay low in the carousel. It is clear. Joe Trendell still hanging on to that 4-second advantage to John Dixon. Trendell taking the lead right now. Been out in front since the beginning. Was your TQ in the class. We've got 1 minute to go. Joe, your winner in A1. Out in front in A2. Looking to make the overall sweep in the A's here. Trendell comes by with a 9.4. John Dixon still 3.5 seconds back with a 9.3 last time by. Anderson hanging on to that 3rd spot. Max Kenning about a 1.5 seconds in the 4th spot. We've got 30 seconds to go. Trendell's trying to hang on to keep it between the boards for the last 25 seconds. Down the back straight, he comes Trendell with a 9.3 that time by. Here comes John Dixon by, still 3.5 seconds back. We've got 10 seconds to go. That is time, drivers. Finish lap. You're on. Joe Trendell, you're on a victory lap.
Eric Anderson done.
Coming around, your Roar 2023 Carpet on Road National Champion for 13.5, Joe Trendell. Finishing in the 2nd spot, John Dixon with Eric Anderson finishing in 3rd.
Hello, everybody. We're here at the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals at Apex Hobbies, sponsored by Crybaby Racing. I'm here with Joe Trendell, who just won 13.5, overall winner of the A main and new national champion, Joe Trendell. Tell us a little bit about that run.
That was good. I mean, I was able to get a good lead and just keep it between the boards and, put it on cruise control.
Yeah, there's no ticks on that body at all, is there?
No, I don't think so. Maybe a couple.
Well, congratulations, Joe. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, guys, the raffle prizes have been selected. They are on the table over there. Make sure you guys bring your tickets over there. All right, let's do drivers' introductions for race number 21, Mod Touring Car.
Modified Touring Car, A2 main.
Qualifying in the 10th spot in race number 21, Driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Donathan RC, Phantom, Corpse, DiscountRCstore.com, and Crybaby RC from Louisville, Zach Donathan. Qualifying in the 9th spot, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by Hobby Wing, Ulti Tires, Motive, Avid, R1 Works, Pro Level RC. Thanks to the X-Ray team for the help this week. From St. Louis, Missouri, Shea Blunt. Qualifying in the 8th spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Kiefer Designs, Pro Level RC. From St. Louis, Missouri, Colton Kiefer. Qualifying in the 7th spot, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by RC America, X-Ray, Hudi, Avid RC, Ulti USA, RCCA, Magoo Paints, Indigo Child Salon. From Dallas, Texas, Johnny Fenimore. Qualifying in the 6th spot, sponsored by Crybaby, Stealth Builds, 1UP, R1, RC Maker, 2mm Designs, Avid, and Prospect. From Roseville, California, Brandon Clements. Qualifying in the 5th spot, Privateer, sponsored by Hobby Wing North America, Expert Servos, Seattle RC Racers, and my mom and dad from Seattle, Washington, Stuart Mason. Qualifying in the 4th spot, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by X-Ray, Hudi, RC America, Gravity RC, Motive, KO Propo, Avid, Team EAM, Kiefer Designs, Boosted Brews Coffee, Max FX, and Pro Level RC. Special thanks to Roar for the great event, Apex Crew for the great place to race, and the whole X-Ray team, my son Andrew for helping me out. From St. Louis, Missouri, Andrew Ellis. Qualifying in the 3rd spot, driving an Awesomatics, sponsored by Team EAM, Apex Raceway and Hobbies, Awesomatics USA, MR33, Sanwa, Avid, DRC, 2mm Designs, 1UP Racing, and Prolix RC. From Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Kemp Anderson. Qualifying in the 2nd spot, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by X-Ray, Hudi, RC America, RCCA, TeamRCCA.com. Special thanks to all my RCCA members and X-Ray team. Super special thanks to my wife for holding down the fort. From Arlington, Texas, Chris Adams. And your TQ, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by X-Ray, RC America, Hudi, Motive, Hobby Wing, Power HD, Total RC, Jayco, Avid, 1UP, and 2mm Design. From Quebec, Canada, your TQ, Kevin Hebert. Let's get them checked in, drivers. Race number 21. Let's get them checked in.
Stuart Mason, Brandon Clements, Zach Donathan, Kemp Anderson, Johnny Fenimore, Andrew Ellis, Kevin Hebert, Shea Blount, Chris Adams, Colton Kiefer.
All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed. Let's start getting them gridded up. Kevin on the 1, Chris on the 2, Kemp on the 3, Andrew on the 4, Stuart on the 5, Brandon on the 6, Johnny on the 7, Colton on the 8, Shea on the 9, and Zach on the 10.
One minute to the start of the race. Forty-five seconds
All
to the
right,
start of
guys,
the
see
race.
your cars all right on the back? Chris, can you see all right? Okay, here we go. Drivers ready. Turn marshals, heads up. Race number 21, modified A2. We're going to go on the tone. Kevin Hebert jumping out of the early lead, your TQ and winner in A1. Kemp Anderson was second in A1. Chris Adams finishing in third. Your top three already starting to pull away. A-Bear comes by with that bright orange car. Right behind him is Chris Adams. They drag race down the back straightaway. A-Bear with a 9.7. Adams with a 9.6. Kemp with a 9.7. They're open up to a gap already on Stuart Mason in the 4th spot. Then you got a whole pack of cars right behind Stuart with Brandon, Johnny, Colton, and Andrew battling out back there. But your top three cars already opening up to about a 3-second advantage. Down the back straightaway they come. A-Bear with a 9.6, Adams 9.5, Anderson with a 9.6. Top three cars still down the back straightaway. A-Bear 9.6, Adams 9.6, Anderson with a 9.5. Oh, they get tangled up. It looks like Anderson got into the back of Adams. He let him back by, but Kevin A-Bear pulling away now. He's not waiting any longer. That bright orange car out in front. 2.5-second advantage on Chris Adams. Kemp Anderson dropping back into the 3rd spot. Stuart Mason not too far back in 4th. Johnny Fenimore up into the 5th spot right now. We've got 1:30 down and 4:30 left to go. Your leader, that bright orange car, number 1, your TQ and winner in A1, Kevin A-Bear, 9.6 last time by. Leader coming through, guys. Leader coming through. That bright orange car, hard to miss that guy. Coming on to the left side of the track right now. Out in front, the orange and white car of Chris Adams in 2nd. Then you've got the teal car of Kemp Anderson running in 3rd, about a 1/2 second back. Kemp Anderson trying to reel back into Chris. It's about 2 minutes down and 4 minutes still to go. A-Bear comes by 9.7 that time by. Adams with a 9.8. Anderson 9.7. Stuart Mason still hanging on to that 4th spot. Then you got Zach Donathan up into the 5th spot. Johnny Fenimore right behind him in 6th. Andrew Ellis running in 7th. Brandon Clements in 8th. Then you got a little back to Colton Kiefer in 9th. And Shea Blunt rounding out your 10th car. 2:30 down and 3:30 left to go. Your leader coming through some lap traffic. Into the back straightaway, Kevin A-Bear out in front's got a 1.8-second advantage on Chris Adams in that 2nd spot. Adams has a whole rear wing full of Kemp Anderson. Kemp drag racing him down the back straightaway, 9.8 for Adams. Anderson with a 9.7. They get tangled up coming into the 180. Adams hangs on to that 2nd spot. Anderson drops back to 3rd. We're at the halfway point, 3 minutes down and 3 minutes still to go. Chris Adams hanging on to that 2nd spot. Kemp Anderson in 3rd. But Kevin A-Bear now with a 4-second advantage out in front and checked out. The bright orange car down the back straight one more time. 9.8 for Kevin A-Bear. Here comes Adams by with a 9.6. Anderson with a 9.6 as well. Stuart Mason still hanging on to that 4th spot. 2 seconds behind Anderson. Then you've got Andrew Ellis running in the 5th spot, who's got Brandon Clements about a 2nd back in 6th. Johnny Fenimore about a 2nd behind him in 7th. Then Zach Donathan running in 8th. Colton Kiefer in 9th, and Shea running in 10th. 3:45 down and 2:15 left to go. A-Bear down the straightaway and across the line, 9.7 that time by. Adams with a 9.6, Anderson with a 9.6. That's your closest battle on the track. 4-second spot. Fenimore 2nd and 3rd. The orange and white car in the 2nd spot of Chris Adams, your 2nd place qualifier in the mod sedan class. Right behind him is car number 3 of Kemp Anderson. 2nd and 3rd, separated by about a 1/2 second. 4:30 down and 1:30 left on the master clock. A-Bear still out in front and pulling away. 9.7 that time by for A-Bear, but here comes your battle for 2nd and 3rd. Chris Adams pulling away to about a 2nd advantage now on Kemp. Adams comes by, 9.6. Kemp with a 9.6 as well. Kevin A-Bear, 9.6 last time by. He has a 1/2 lap advantage right now on Chris Adams.
1 minute left.
We've got less than 1 minute to go. Kevin Hebert, your TQ and winner in A1. Out in front in A2, looking to be your national champion in the mod touring car class. Hebert leading the way. Chris Adams still about 3.5 seconds back in that orange and white car. Kemp Anderson trying to reel him back in. We've got 30 seconds left on the master clock. Kevin Hebert with a clear track ahead of him right now, coming around the carousel and into the front 180. Hebert with a 9.7 last time by. Down the back straight again, comes by with a 9.5. Turns his fastest lap of the race with a clear track ahead of him. 15 seconds to go. Kevin Hebert out in front. Chris Adams still hanging on to that second spot with Kemp Anderson in third. Here they come around one more time down the back straightaway. That is time.
Stuart Mason done.
Kevin, keep
Andrew
going.
Ellis done.
You're on a victory
Zach Donovan
lap.
done.
That was
Chris
close,
Adams
but
done.
keep going.
Kemp Anderson
Your
done.
Roar
Chase
national
Brown done.
champion for
Colton Kiefer
2023 in the mod
Brandon
touring
Clements
car
done.
class,
Sean
Kevin
Fenimore done.
Hebert.
Kevin Hebert done.
Great race, guys. Finishing in that second spot, Chris Adams and Kemp Anderson finishing in third. Race 22, GT12. You guys will be up in a minute. Race 22, GT12 B main coming up next.
Hello, everybody. We're here at the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals at Apex Hobbies, sponsored by Crybaby Racing, streaming live on Live RC. If you don't have bonus lap, you should. I'm here with Kevin Hebert, who just won the fastest touring car class here today, mod touring. Kevin, tell us how it feels.
Oh, it feels awesome. A Roy National in touring car, I haven't had a win yet, so it's good to be first for sure. Luckily, they were battling in the back, so I just cruised to the win. So.
Anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, everybody on the X-Ray team, everybody that's helped me, my girlfriend for letting me do all these races, and yeah, everybody that's helped me. So.
Congratulations, champ.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, race number 22. Let's get him checked in. 22. Get him checked in.
Nathan McNichols, Jason Lutz, Mike Kling, Nathan Burke, Mark Thomas, Tommy Ussery, Alonzo Hess, Charles Yates. Alvin Melendez.
Easy, guys. This is just a check-in laps. Straightaway's closed. Straightaway is closed. Let's get them gridded up. Alonzo on the 1, Jason on the 2, Charles on the 3, Nathan on the 4, Albin on the 5. 6th spot will be open. Mark on the 7, Tommy on the 8, Mike on the 9, and Nathan on the 10.
One minute to the start of the race.
Get 8 there, Johnny. Thank you.
"45 seconds to the start of the race.
I don't care what they say about you, Johnny. You're okay. All right. All right. GT12 B main event. Drivers are ready. Turn marshals, heads up. We're going to go on the tone. Your BQ, Alonzo Hess, that all red car out in front. Jason Lutz in that second spot, slides a little high. Charles Yates goes on the inside and takes over second. Down the back straight they come for the first time. Nathan McNichols up into second. Jason Lutz in third. Charles Yates drops back to fourth. Your leader, that all red car, number 1 of Alonzo Hess, pulling away. 11.8 that time by for Alonzo. Jason Lutz in the second spot. Charles Yates in third. This is race number 22 on the track. GT12 B main event on the track. Your leader is that all red car, number 1 of Alonzo Hess.
11.8 that time by Jason Lutz in the green car. 11.5, reeling him in real fast through the front section. Coming onto the back straightaway now. That all red car out in front with the green car right behind him in second. They've pulled away from Charles Yates by about 2 seconds. Your close battle right now is out front for Alonso and Jason. Down the back straight they come. Alonso with an 11.7, Jason with an 11.9. Then your third place car of Charles Yates with a 12 flat. Mark Thomas in the 4th spot. Mike Kling in 5th. Albin Melendez in 6th. Nathan Burke running in 7th. Nathan McNichols running in 8th. And Tommy Ussery in the 9th spot. We've got 130 down and 430 left to go. Looks like Jason Lutz around the outside takes over the lead. The green car now out in front. Jason Lutz out in front with Alonso Hess running in the 2nd spot. Charles Yates still hanging on to that 3rd spot, about 2.5 seconds back. And then he's got Mark Thomas in 4th, Mike Kling in 5th. We're 2 minutes down and 4 minutes still to go. Jason Lutz starting to pull away just a bit. 11.7 last time by Alonso with a 12 flat. Charles Yates still hanging on to that 3rd spot. All kinds of tangle coming on over here. Albin Melendez back up into 4th. Mark Thomas running in 5th. Mike Kling in 6th. You got a 3-way battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Coming through the left side, down the back straightaway now. Albin Melendez in 4th. Mark Thomas right behind him, and Mike Kling right behind him, 5th and 6th. Your leader, that all green car of Jason Lutz, starting to pull away just a bit. Alonso Hess about 1.5 seconds back in that red car. Then you got a little ways back to Charles Yates in that orange car. Just past the halfway point, 3 minutes down and 3 minutes still to go. Lutz leading the way and pulling away to a 2-second advantage now on Alonso Hess. Alonso on that all red car. Then you've got about 4 seconds back to Charles Yates. Charles just crossing the line now with a 12 flat. Then you got Albin Melendez in 4th, about 2 seconds behind. 1 second behind him is Mark Thomas in 5th. Right behind him is Mike Kling. That's your closest battle for 5th and 6th. Down the back straight, the blue and orange car of Mark Thomas in 5th. Right behind him is the white and green car of Mike Kling in the 6th spot. Down the front straight and into the chicane. Thomas gets a little early. Here comes a drag race down the back straightaway. Mike Kling goes on the inside, takes over the 5th spot. They tangle coming around the carousel a bit. That is your leader back behind you. Thank you. So Mike Kling up into the 5th spot now. Mark Thomas dropping back to 6th. We've got less than 2 minutes to go. Less than 2 to go. Race number 23, 21.5 Touring Car B main event coming up next. 4:30 down and 1:30 left on the master clock. Don't forget your raffle prizes have been selected. Make sure you guys take your tickets over there and check them out. Jason Lutz out in front, 12 flat. Last time by, he's got a 3-second advantage now on Alonso Hess. Then you've got about 6 seconds back to Charles Yates. Albin Melendez hanging on to that 4th spot, about 1.5 seconds back. Mike Kling about 3 seconds behind him in the 5th spot. Mark Thomas 1 second behind him in 6th. Nathan McNichols running in 7th, and Nathan Burke in the 8th spot. We've got less than 1 minute to go. Your leader, that all green car coming across the line, Jason Lutz, 12.1 that time by. Alonso Hess still hanging on to that 2nd spot. We are closing in on 30 seconds to go. 30 seconds left. Mark Thomas starting to reel Mike Kling back in for that 5th and 6th spot. That is your closest battle on the track with 15 seconds to go. Oh, Kling hits the inside wall. Thomas goes on the inside, takes the spot away. We got 10 seconds to go. Thomas and Kling and Nathan McNichols going to battle it out for that 5th, 6th, and 7th spot as we close in on time. Here they come down the back straightaway. That is time. Drivers, finish the lap you're on. Mark, you're done with
Mike
5th.
done.
Mike, you're done with
Nathan
6th.
done.
Jason Lutz
Alonso
on a
has done.
victory lap coming
Nathan
around
Burke
in an
done.
all green car
Charles
down
Hayes
the
done.
back straightaway.
Calvin Melendez
Your
done.
winner in the
Jason Lutz
21-5 GT12 Class B main event, Jason Lutz.
Oh man, yeah. Like I bounced off that one because you just went right underneath me. It was just, you know. I know.
Yeah, no. Fine, we're fine. Don't forget, if you guys have tabs running in the hobby shop, make sure you guys get them. Get them picked up, guys. Go. Once again, if you have a tab running in the hobby shop, make sure you guys get them taken care of.
We're here at the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals at Apex Hobbies, sponsored by Crybaby Racing. I'm here with Jason Lutz, who just won the B main in GT12. Jason, tell us how it feels.
Well, it was great. You know, I couldn't get here until Friday morning, the first day of qualifying, and so I threw the car out and got some help from the X-Ray guys and finally got the car straightened out. Thanks to Peter Robinson for that setup I used, and had a good time, had a lot of fun, as usual. You're doing a great job, Clayton.
Thank you very much.
Everybody.
Congratulations.
Thanks to X-Ray and EA and all my sponsors.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
All right,
next,
race number
race number
23, 21.5 touring car B main event. Need my
David
marshals
Pinter,
from that
Billy
last
Spence,
race. Need somebody
Mark
over here
Livermore,
on this side, on the
Moore,
left side
Eric
of the track.
Jones, Ryan Appleberry, Jeff Rowland, Brian Anthony, Danny Jenkins.
Once again, I still need some turn marshals over here on this side. Somebody on this side. All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed. No check-in from Miles. Lineup's going to be Mark on the 1, TJ on the 2, Jeff on the 3, Danny on the 4, Billy on the 5, Brian on the 6, 7 is going to be open, Eric on the 8, Ryan Appleberry on the 9, and David Panter on the 10.
"45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, looks like we are lined up. Drivers ready. Turn marshals heads up. 21.5 B main event. We're going to go on the tone. Your BQ, Mark Livermore, in that white and blue car. Number 1, leading him around for the first time by. He's got TJ Moore all over him. TJ makes a little mistake. That's going to give Jeff Rowland up into the 2nd spot now. Danny Jenkins into 3rd. TJ drops back to the 4th spot. They are freight training around, coming around for the first full lap. Mark Livermore with a 10.3. Jeff Rowland 10.4. Danny Jenkins with a 10.7. Oh, your leader traction rolls around the center of the track. Watching the chicane, caution the chicane. All sorts of chaos going on that last lap. Jeff Rowland now out in front, 10.5. Last time by. Rolling down the back straight with another 10.5. He's got Danny Jenkins all over his back wing in that all-silver car, number 4. Then you got Billy Spence up into the 3rd spot now. And in 4th, you've got David Panter. David starting in the 10th spot on the grid, all the way up into 4th right now. Here they come through the center chicane down the back straightaway. Jeff Rowland with a 10.3. Danny Jenkins with a 10.4. Billy Spence with a 10.4. David Panter, 10.6. Eric Jones with a 10.6 as well. We've got 130 down and 430 still to go. Your leader through the center section and coming into the chicane, the blue, yellow, and white car, number 3 of Jeff Rowland. Danny Jenkins in that silver car, about a half second back in that second spot. Then you got a battle for that third spot with Billy Spence and David Panther. They get tangled together. Looks like Panther and Jones getting tangled together just a bit. We got 1:45 down and 4:15 left to go. Your leaders down the back straightaway. Danny Jenkins starting to reel in Rowland. Top 2 cars separated by about 0.4 of a second right now as they come down the back straightaway. Rowland comes by with a 10.5. Danny with a 10.7. Billy Spence about 2.5 seconds back in the third spot. Then you've got another 2.5 seconds back to Mark Livermore in 4th. TJ Moore right behind him in 5th. David Panther in 6th. Eric Jones in 7th. Brian Anthony in 8th. Ryan Appleberry in the 9th spot. We're closing in on 2:30 down and 3:30 left to go. Your leaders through the center of the track now. The white, yellow, and blue. Car number 3 of Jeff Rowland has that silver. Car number 4 of Danny Jenkins right behind him. First and second separated by 0.4 of a second. You still got a 3-second gap back to Billy Spence. Mark Livermore starting to reel in Billy just a bit as they're coming around for another lap. Jeff Rowland comes around through the center and into the chicane. Good job checking up there. Rowland comes through with a 10.5. Danny Jenkins with a 10.5 as well. We're at the halfway point. 3 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Danny makes a little mistake coming into that front section. Gives Rowland a little bit more room. Here they come through the 180. Jeff Rowland with a 10.5. Last time by, Danny Jenkins with an 11 flat. They're down the back straightaway. Rowland with a 10.6. Jenkins with a 10.6 as well. They now have a 3.5 second advantage on Billy Spence. Then you got about a 1.5 seconds back to TJ Moore in the 4th spot. Mark Livermore all over his back wing right now as they come down the back straightaway. Livermore trying to work his way back up after that early mistake. He is up into the 5th spot trying to cut through traffic. He is all over that back wing of the car number 2 of TJ Moore. Through the sweeper they go. That is 4th and 5th. Nose to tail. Livermore trying to make his way through, but he's got David Panther right behind him in 6th. Eric Jones in 7th right behind him. Your leader starting to pull away. Jeff Rowland now with a 2-second advantage on Danny Jenkins. We've got 4 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. Livermore with a small little mistake drops back behind TJ a little bit, about a 1/2 second back now. We've got less than 2 minutes to go. Your leader through the front 180 and pulling away. Jeff Rowland out in front. Danny Jenkins in the 2nd spot, about 2 seconds back. Then you got Billy Spence with TJ Moore in 4th. Livermore still trying to reel back in. But we've got 4:30 down and 1:30 left to go. Race number 24 coming up next. 17.5 12 scale B main event coming up next. 4:30 down and 1:30 left on the master clock. Your leader coming around the 180 right now. The white, yellow, and blue. Car number 3 of Jeff Rowland. 10.9 last time by. Comes by the stripe this time with a 10.8. Danny Jenkins comes by the stripe with a 10.8 as well. 1.8 seconds behind your leader. Then you got a 3-second gap back to Billy Spence with TJ Moore starting to reel him in. We've got less than 1 minute to go. Spence comes by the line with a 10.8. TJ Moore trying to reel him in. Billy Spence in that all-silver car with that blue car right behind him. This is going to be a battle developing with 45 seconds to go. Round the carousel they come. The silver car of Billy Spence in 3rd. TJ Moore right behind him in 4th. Here comes Mark Livermore in the 5th spot. They've got 30 seconds to go. 3rd, 4th, and 5th getting close together with less than 30 seconds. They come through the chicane. Spence gets a little high through that section. TJ all over his back wing as they come around the carousel with 20 seconds to go. It's a 3-way battle for that final podium position. Here they come through the chicane side by side. It's a drag race down the back straightaway. Spence goes on the outside, Moore on the inside. Here comes Livermore on the 4th spot as they come through the center section with 3 seconds to go. It's a drag race down the back straightaway. They go across the line. That is time. TJ taking the, they keep going. TJ and Mark still keep going.
Jeff Rowland done.
Billy
Brian
Spence,
Anthony
you
done.
are done.
David Panther done.
TJ and
Danny
Mark
Jenkins
were
done.
able to get
Brian
by for
Appleberry
one
done.
more lap. Mark
Livermore
Livermore ends up taking 3rd.
TJ Moore done.
Man, that was crazy. Jeff Rowland taking the win in the B main event. Danny Jenkins finishing in second. Mark Livermore will take home third in the B main.
Hello, everybody. We're here at the 2023 On-Road Carpet Nationals at Apex Raceway, sponsored by Crybaby Racing. I'm here with Jeff Rowland, who just won the B main and 21.5 Touring. Jeff, tell us how it feels.
It's good. I had a tough weekend all week, but it was a fun main. You know, I got to run with a lot of local guys and just tried to run clean. So thanks to EA, held a great race. Roar, everybody, all the guys at home. Can't wait to get back.
Anybody else you'd like to thank?
No, that's pretty much it. Alsomatics team, you know, everyone was great. Craig Xavier was a big help. You know, it was fun to race with all the 180 guys as well. So,
congratulations.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, race number 24. Let's start getting them checked in. 24.
Up next, race number 24. 17.51-12 TH scale. B main. Todd Mason. Chris Crowder. Michael Abrera. Andy Escher. Andy Brooks. Chad Peets. Robert Durlaw. Brian Anthony. Michael Elwood.
Right. Straightaway is closed, guys. Let's get them gridded up. Brian on the 1, Andy Eicher on the 2, Andy Brooks on the 3, Durla on the 4, Todd on the 5, Chad on the 6, Michael on the 7, Chris on the 8, and Michael Elwood on the 10. Spot 9 will be open. All right, looks like we are ready to rock and roll. Drivers ready, turn marshals, heads up. 17.5-12 scale B main event. We're gonna go on the tone. Your BQ, Brian Anthony, having a problem going into that second turn. That's gonna drop him all the way back to about the 6th spot. Out in front right now is Andy Eicher with Brooks in the 2nd spot. It's the Andy and Andy show out in front. Eicher and Brooks out in front. You've got Brooks now out in front in that green car. Eicher in that 2nd spot. Then you got Chad Peets running in 3rd. Then the bright pink car of Todd Mason in 4th. Oh, Todd goes up into the 3rd spot. That tough break for Chad Peets. Turned in a little early. Drops him all the way back to the 6th spot. Top 2 cars out in front. Andy Brooks leading the way in that copper color car down the back straightaway. Andy Eicher with a 10.1. Then you got that all green car of Andy Brooks in the 2nd spot. The pink car of Todd Mason in 3rd. Bright orange car of Mike Abrilla in the 4th spot. Chad Peets in 5th. Brian Anthony in 6th. Chris Crowder in 7th. Robert Durla in 8th. Michael Elwood in the 9th spot. 1 minute down and 7 minutes left to go. Here comes your top 2 cars starting to pull away just a bit. Andy Eicher with a 9.9 last time by. Down the back straightaway, he comes with another 9.9. Andy Brooks with a 9.9 as well. He's about a second back of your leader. 3rd spot is Todd Mason in the bright pink car trying to reel in Brooks. 2nd and 3rd starting to close that gap. Mason in the bright pink car in the 3rd spot. Brooks with a 10.1 last time by. Mason with a 10.1 as well. Robert Durla up into the 4th spot. Brian Anthony working his way back up into 5th. Chad Peets in 6th. Michael Abrilla in 7th. Chris Crowder in 8th. And Elwood running in the 9th spot. We've got 2 minutes down and 6 minutes still to go. Andy Eicher by the stripe one more time. That all red car with a 10 flat last time by. Comes through the chicane and down the back straightaway. Eicher comes by again with a 9.9. Andy Brooks about a second and a half back in that second spot. 10 flat last time by for Brooks. Todd Mason in the third spot, about a second behind Brooks. Then you got a little ways back to Robert Durla in the fourth spot. Robert about 2.5 seconds back. Brian Anthony all over the rear wing of Durla right now, and they're coming through the chicane right now. The blue, yellow, and green line car of Robert Durla in fourth. The fluorescent red car of Brian Anthony right behind him in fifth. That's your closest battle right now. Oh, and Anthony tags the wall, drops all the way back to about the seventh spot now. We've got 3 minutes down and 5 minutes still to go. This is race number 24 on the track. Race number 25, USGT B main event coming up next. .330 down and 4:30 left on the clock. Andy Eicher out in front. He's got about a second and a half advantage on Andy Brooks. Eicher comes by with a 10.4. Brooks comes by with a 10.2, trying to reel that gap in. Todd Mason hanging on to the third spot, about 2 seconds behind Brooks. And then about a second and a half behind him is Robert Durla. Brooks and Eicher, 10.1 last time by. It's the Andy and Andy show out in front. 4 minutes down and 4 minutes left to go. Eicher in that kind of reddish colored car comes across the stripe with a 10.1. The green car of Andy Brooks with a 10.3. .430 down and 3:30 left on the master clock. Eicher comes by with a 10.4. Andy Brooks with a 10.5. 2 seconds behind your leader. .5 minutes down and 3 minutes left on the master clock. Andy Eicher out in front, 10.3 that time by. Brooks comes by with a 10.4, 2.2 seconds behind your leader. Todd Mason hanging on to that third spot, about 3 seconds back. Robert Durla less than a second back in the fourth spot. Chad Peets running in fifth. Michael Abrilla in the sixth spot. Watching the chicane. It is clear. Chris Crowder running in the seventh spot, and Michael Elwood in eighth. 5:30 down and 2:30 left on the master clock. Eicher cutting through the center track and onto the left side of the track, through the chicane and down the back straightaway. 10.2 last time by for Eicher. Brooks with a 10.3. He's 3.5 seconds back now. Todd Mason about 4 seconds back, but he's got a whole rear wing full of Robert Durla. Closest battle on the track is for that third and fourth spot down the back straightaway. The bright pink car of Todd Mason in the third spot. Robert Durla in the white, green, and blue car right behind him with 1:45 to go. It's a battle for that third and fourth spot, the final podium position. Durla looking for a place to get by Mason as they come through the chicane right now. Durla goes on the inside, can't quite stick it as they come around through the sweeper. Third and fourth, nose to tail with 1:30 to go. Mason leading the way in that third spot with that bright pink car. Durla looking on the outside, goes on the inside through the sweeper. They tangle just a little bit. Mason hangs on to that third spot. Durla drops back. We've got 1:15 left to go. Down the back straight they come. Mason with a 10.9. Durla with an 11.4 that time by. But he's starting to reel him back in. It looks like Mason getting a little soft as they come down the back straightaway. 7 minutes down and 1 minute to go. Mason with a 10.8, Durla with a 10.6. It is a battle for that final podium position as you got Andy Eicher out in front. He's got a 5-second advantage on Andy Brooks. Then you got about 3.5 seconds back to Todd Mason. And then you've got Robert Durla not too far back in fourth as we got 35 seconds to go. Mason hanging on to that third spot. Here comes Durla. Mason, this little mistake in the center. Durla all over his back wing as we got 30 seconds to go as they come down the back straightaway. Durla looks on the inside, takes the spot as they come around. He waits for him. He waits and goes. Good sportsmanship from Robert Durla. He gives Todd Mason back the spot. We've got 15 seconds to go. They're going to drag race around for another lap as they come around the carousel. Todd Mason hanging on to that spot. Robert Durla all over his back wing as they come through this chicane. They're going to come by for a white flag lap for that third spot. Here they come around the carousel and into the 180. That is time. Drivers finish the lap. You're on. Mason looks at, hold on to the spot. Here comes Durla around the inside. Oh, they get tangled up, but Todd Mason going to hang on to that third spot. Chad Pete's going to sneak his way up into fourth, and Robert Durla drops back to fifth. Great race, guys. Great race. In all that, you got Andy Eicher taking the win in the B main event in 17.5. Andy Brooks will finish in second. Todd Mason sneaking his way up into third.
Hello, everybody. We're here at the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals at Apex Hobbies, sponsored by Crybaby Racing. I'm here with Andy Eicher, who just won the B main in 17.5, 112th. Tell us how it feels.
Oh, it's great. It's this is awesome. Only my second Roar event, and yeah, this is good.
Anybody you want to thank?
My wife for letting me play with toy cars. Absolutely. And
race cars. We're going to fix that. Race cars.
Race cars. And, of course, EA for a great place to race every week.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
Up next, race number 25.
All right, race 25, get them
USGT
checked in.
B main.
USGT B main events.
JD Ramsey, Jesse Castro, Timothy Moore, Victor Cow, Albin Melendez, Tommy Ussery, Rick Worth, Timothy Haskins, Robert Cunningham, Jonathan Hudson.
All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Send it in practice. That's what I'm talking about. Straightaway is closed, guys. Straightaway is closed. Lineup's going to be Lineup's going to be JD on the 1, Rick on the 2, Albin on the 3, Timothy on the 4, Victor on the 5, Jesse on the 6, Robert on the 7, Timothy Haskins on the 8,
1 minute to the start of the
Jonathan race on the 9, and Tommy on the 10. If that's what practice is like, wait till the race. All right, guys, see your cars all right there? Okay. USGT B main event. Drivers ready. Turn marshals. Heads up. Here we go. We're going to go on the tone. Your BQ, the bright pink car of J.D. Ramsey out in front. A whole pack of Badgers going on in that second spot. Tangling to going to tussling. Watch the front straightaway. Like I said, if that's practice, wait till the race. Out in front is J.D. Ramsey and pulling away. He's got Albin Melendez up into the second spot now. Then he's got Timothy Moore in third. Timothy Haskins in fourth. Haskins and Moore get tangled up just a little bit around the carousel. That's going to give these top two cars a little more breathing room. J.D. with an 11.2. Albin with an 11 flat. Top two cars nose to tail coming around. Let's fix that pipe right here. Top two cars coming around into the 180. The bright pink car of J.D. Ramsey, 11.2. Last time by, he's got Albin Melendez all over his back wing as they come around the carousel right now. J.D. Ramsey hanging on to the lead. Albin makes a little mistake around that thumbnail. That's going to drop back just a tiny little bit. JD with an 11.2, Albin with an 11.8. Then you got Timothy Moore running in the third spot. Watch it around the carousel. Caution in the carousel. Carousel is clear. JD opening up to about a second advantage now on Albin Melendez. Then you got about 3 seconds back to Timothy Moore with Victor Coe right behind him in the fourth spot. JD around the center section right now, the bright pink car. Car number 1 down the back straightaway. JD comes by the stripe with an 11.2. Albin Melendez in that all-white car in the second spot. Then you've got a great battle for third and fourth with the green car and the white and pink car. Timothy Moore and Victor Coe battling out. Tim rolls over coming into the chicane. Tim goes by to take over that third spot. So Victor up into third. Timothy Haskins in fifth now. Rick Worth in fourth. Timothy Moore dropping all the way down to the seventh spot. Your leader coming around right now, the bright pink car, number 1 of J.D. Ramsey. 11.3 that time by Albin Melendez, a second and a half back. JD coming through the front kink right now and down the back straightaway. JD comes through the stripe with an 11.4, coming up on some lap traffic.
Brown and white, stop and go. Come down the straightaway, go into the box.
2:45 down and 3:15 left to go.
This time into the box. Go.
Watch the leaders right there. 3 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. J.D. Ramsey out in front. That all-white car in the second spot, coming through some lap traffic in the front right now. Gets through and clean. J.D. comes by with an 11.6. Albin Melendez with an 11.8 in the second spot. Second and a half back. Here comes JD in front of me and down the back straight one more time. JD with an 11.6. Albin Melendez 11.6. Your top two cars separated by 1.6 seconds. Then you got about 3 seconds back to Victor Coe in the third spot. Rick Worth in fourth. Timothy Moore in fifth. Jesse Castro in sixth. Robert Cunningham right behind him in the seventh spot. Timothy Haskins in eighth. Tommy Ussery in ninth. And Jonathan Hudson running in the 10th spot. We've got 3:45 down and 2:15 left to go. Your leader coming around the bright pink car, number 1, down the back straightaway and into the carousel. J.D. Ramsey with a second advantage right now on the white car of Albin Melendez. Albin starting to reel him in with less than 2 minutes to go. J.D. comes by with an 11.4. Albin with 11.2. Albin starting to reel him in as they come through down onto the back straightaway again. JD with an 11.4, Albin with 11.2, 0.8 of a second separating your top two cars. Victor still about 5 seconds back in that third spot. Rick Worth starting to reel him in. Rick about a second and a half behind Victor. We've got 1:30 left on the master clock. JD with an 11.3, Albin with 11.4. They both come down the back straightaway again. JD 11.4, Albin with 11.4. 0.9 of a second separating your top two cars with 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Race number 26 coming up next. JD with an 11.5, Albin 11.1. That time by, starting to reel him in through the center section now with 1 minute left on the master clock. J.D. Ramsey comes by the stripe with 11.3. Albin with an 11.3 as well. Albin makes a little mistake around the carousel. Drops back about a couple tenths. They're coming down the straightaway with less than a minute to go. J.D. Ramsey 11.4. Albin with an 11.6. Albin starting to make a move, closing back in again as they come through the chicane. Down the back straightaway with 30 seconds to go. JD 11.7, Albin 11.6. Might be coming up on some lap traffic here with 30 seconds to go. Through the chicane, your leader, the bright pink car, the white car right behind him. That is your leaders. Thank you. Around the carousel, Albin makes a mistake 2 laps in a row in that same spot. 15 seconds to go as they come down the back straightaway one more time. Jonathan, you got your leader right behind you. 10 seconds left. J.D. Ramsey hanging on to the spot in that bright pink car, that all-white car of Albin Melendez right behind him as J.D. gets by for one more lap. This is a white flag lap. Here they come around. Finish the lap you're on, guys. J.D. Ramsey hanging on to it. Here comes Albin Melendez in the second spot. They drag race down the back straightaway. J.D. Ramsey taking home the win in the B main event. Albin Melendez finishing in second. Victor Coe takes home third.
Hello, everybody. We're here at the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals, hosted by Apex Raceway, sponsored by Crybaby Racing, streamed by LiveRC. If you don't have a bonus lap membership, you should. Here we are with J.D. Ramsey, who just won the USGT B main. How does that feel to you?
You know, I feel pretty good about it. I'm a little upset that I missed the A by just a little bit, but me and Albin had a really good race.
Anybody you would like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Crybaby Racing, my family, One Up, R1, and everybody else that supports me. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
All right, race number 26. Let's start getting them checked in. 17.5.
Race number 26.
B main event.
17.5 touring car. B main. David Panter. TJ Moore. Eric Jones. Harry Miyake.
All right, straightaway is closed, guys. Straightaway is closed. 4-car race. You guys want to do a supercross start? Anybody want to do a supercross start across the back straightaway? Or you want to grid them up? Okay. Chicken. Starting on the 1 is Eric. TJ on the 2. David on the 3. Harry on the 4. All right. Looks like we are ready to rock and roll. Drivers ready. Turn marshals heads up. We're going to go on the tone. Oh, here they come through the first time by down the back straightaway and across the line. You've got TJ Moore out in front. Eric Jones in second. David Panter in third. Harry Miyake in the fourth. TJ with a 10.2 last time by. Eric Jones with a 10.4. Harry Miyake up into the third spot. And David Panter dropping back to fourth. TJ Moore, 10-3 last time by in that all-blue car. Number 2, Eric Jones in that second spot in that yellow car as they come down the back straightaway again. TJ with a 10-4, Eric with a 10-5. Harry comes by with an 11.3, David with a 10.7. Two minutes down and 4 minutes left to go. Battle for that third spot right now down the back straightaway. David Panther and Harry Miyake battling out for that third and fourth spot. Panther in the blue and white car hanging on to that third spot. Miyake right behind him in the green and white car. Then you got TJ Moore out in front, pulling away by about a second and a half. But your closest battle is for third with David and Harry going at it. Harry goes on the inside, takes the spot away from David. They go side by side. David pushes a little deep through that section. Harry Miyake now up into third. David drops back to fourth. Your leader, that all blue car, number 2 of TJ Moore. 10.4 last time by. Eric Jones in the second spot, 1 second back. Then you got your close battle right now for third with Harry Miyake and David Panther. Miyake in the green and white car out in front. Panther in this second spot starting to reel him in. Harry comes by with a 10.6, Panther with a 10.5. 4 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. Miyake with a 10.5, Panther with a 10.5 as well. We've got less than 2 minutes to go. TJ Moore out in front has a 2-second advantage on Eric Jones. Close battle still between third and fourth with Harry and David. Second by about a half a second right now. 4:30 down and 1:30 left to go. Down the back straight they come. Harry Miyake in that green and white car. Inside gets it up on 2 wheels. David Panther goes on the inside up into third now. Harry drops back to fourth. Your third place car now is car number 3 of David Panther, the blue and white car. The green and white car of Harry Miyake running in fourth now. Everybody getting spread out now. TJ with a 2-second advantage on Eric Jones. Then you got about 6 seconds back to David Panther. And Harry Miyake still within striking distance with 1 minute left on the master clock. Race number 27 coming up next. Mod 12 scale B main event coming up next. Blue and white car is your third place car. The green and white car in fourth. Coming around the carousel and into the center section. David Panther 10.7 with Harry with a 10.6. Harry closing that gap back up with 30 seconds to go. Gonna make it a battle for that final podium position. Here they come through the center and into the chicane now. David Panther goes a little deep in there, and here comes Harry all over his back wing. David with a 10.7, Harry with a 10.8. They are going at it with 20 seconds to go. They tangle up. That's your leader right with you guys. That is your leader right there. Oh, we got a body tuck on David's car. That's going to drop him back just a little bit now. Harry's going to hang on to the third spot, and David just pulls it off with 5 seconds to go. And that is a race, guys. Taking the win in the B main event, 17.5 touring car, TJ Moore. Eric Jones finishing in the second spot, and Harry Miyake finishing in third. Let's get those cars shut down, come back out on turn marshal. Might need a volunteer or 2 for this next race.
Hello, everybody. We're here at the 2023 Carpet On Road Nationals at Apex Hobbies, sponsored by Crybaby Racing. I'm here with TJ Moore, who just won the B main in 17.5 touring. Tell us how it feels to make this win.
It feels great. It's first B main win for me at a national event, so really glad to be here. Got to thank my parents, my mom, my dad, Kemp, Eric, and Michael for all the setup help, and Awesomatics for a great car.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Up next, race number 27. Modified 1-12
All right,
TH
27,
scale.
get him checked
B main.
in. 27, get him checked
Shea Blount.
in. Check him in.
Stephen McNichols. Dr. David Arnold. Gabe Hoban.
Might need a volunteer or two for this race, just in case. All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed. Lineup's going to be Steven on the 1, Shea on the 2, Gabe on the 3, David on the 4. Need my drivers from the last race to spread them out.
One minute to the start of the race.
David, you want to start back there, or are you pulling up? Okay. All right, here we go. This is the race number 27, 12 scale mod, B main event. Drivers ready, turn marshals, heads up. We're going on the tone. Your BQ, Stephen McNichols, leading the way. The white and blue car. Shea Blount in the silver car. Goes on the inside, takes over the lead on the first lap by. Whoa, airmail coming through the sweeper. Gabe Hoban goes up, hairmail, and gets it back going. Make sure he's still good. Harry, the super turn marshal over there, making it go. Shea Blount out in front. Check that. Yep, Shea Blount out in front. Stephen McNichols in the second spot. Shea with an 8.7. Last time by. Stephen McNichols in the second spot. One minute down and 7 minutes still to go. Your leader, that all gray car of Shea Blount in the second spot is Stephen McNichols in the white and blue car. They are drag racing down through the center right now. Down the back straight they come. Shea with an 8.7, Stephen with an 8.5. Into the chicane and down the back straightaway. Shea out in front, 8.7. Stephen with an 8.8. Then you got David Arnold running in the third spot right now. We've got 1:30 down and 6:30 left to go. Two minutes down and 6 minutes left on the master clock. The all gray car out in front. Shea Blount leading the way. He's got about a 1 second advantage on Stephen McNichols. David Arnold in the third spot. Three minutes down and 5 minutes left on the clock. Top two cars nose to tail coming around the sweeper and into the front 180. That all gray car of Shea Blount out in front. Right behind him is the white and blue car of Stephen McNichols, about a half second back. David, got your leaders coming up on you soon. This is race number 27 on the track, race 28 coming up next. Definitely gonna need some volunteer turn marshals for the next race. Going to need a couple volunteer turn marshals for the next one for VTA B main events. Shea comes by with an 8.6. Stephen McNichols with an 8.8. Shea kind of stretching it out right now. 0.7 of a second advantage on Stephen McNichols. Leaders coming up through. 4:30 down and 3:30 left to go. Shea Blunt out in front's got a 1.5 advantage on Stephen McNichols. Once again, we're going to need some volunteer turn marshals for the next race. Five minutes down and 3 minutes still to go. Shea Blunt out in front, comes down by the stripe with an 8.7 that time by Stephen McNichols with a 9 flat. Still about 1 second back in that second spot. David Arnold running in the third spot, a couple laps down. 5:30 down and 2:30 left on the master clock. Race number 28 coming up next. VTA B main event coming up next. Six minutes down and 2 minutos left to go. Stephen closing that gap now. It's a battle for the lead with Shea and Stephen battling it out, coming through the front section now. That all gray car, Shea goes a little wide. Stephen closes that gap on him as around the carousel they come with less than 2 minutes left. Top 2 cars nose to tail. Shea pushes a little deep into that chicane. Gives Stephen a chance to close back in. Top 2 cars separated by about 1/4 of a second right now as they come down the back straightaway. Shea a little inside on that sweeper. Here they come around. Stephen looks on the inside, can't quite get it. They come through the center. Stephen goes on the inside, takes over the spot. Stephen McNichols up into the lead now. Shea Blunt dropping back to second. Top 2 cars still nose to tail with less than 1:30 to go. Shea keeps overshooting that chicane just a little bit. And Stephen makes a good run through there. He's able to pick up a lot of time through here as they come down the back straightaway again. Stephen with a 9 flat, Shea with an 8.9. Stephen makes another little bobble. Shea goes on the inside. They are side by side coming down the back straightaway now with 1 minute to go.
1 minute left.
Here they come around the carousel and into the 180. Shea Blunt back out in front. Stephen McNichols in that second spot. Down the back straight they run. Shea with a 9 flat. Stephen with a 9 flat. Shea goes on the inside, takes the spot. Stephen McNichols all over the back wing right now. Stephen looking for a place to get by. Stephen goes on the inside, drag races down the straightaways. Shea takes the spot back. Here they come around with Shea and Stephen battling out back and forth. Stephen goes on the inside, takes the spot away. 30 seconds to go. Here they come through the center section now. Stephen McNichols out in front, makes a little bobble. Here comes Shea Blunt in the second spot. Top 2 cars still nose to tail after 7:40. We got 20 seconds left as they're coming through right now. Shea goes on the inside. Stephen takes the spot. They got 15 seconds to go. These guys have been going back and forth. Here they come. Shea Blunt hating the spot. Stephen McNichols gets into his back, tags that outside wall with 5 seconds to go. Shea Blunt out in front now. Stephen McNichols gets by. That is time, drivers. Finish the lap you're on. Shea Blunt with the win in the B main event. Stephen McNichols finishing in the second spot, and David Arnold finishing in third. Good run, guys. We're going to need some volunteer turn marshals for the next race, so anybody want to help jump out and turn marshal, I will need it. VTA B main event coming up. Change your mind now?
I'm here at the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals at Apex Raceway, sponsored by Crybaby Racing, streamed to you by LiveRC. I'm here with Shay, who just won the B main mod 12 scale in an extremely close race, back and forth all the way through like the last 2 minutes. Shay, tell us a little bit about your win.
It's very challenging. This is the hardest class to run on carpet, very fast. Got to keep it together for 8 minutes. The car can change anytime and any turn, but I've been working out all week. It's been a challenge, but I'm glad I just came home with the win at the end.
Congratulations.
All right, thank you. Thanks to all my sponsors, Hobby Wing, Avid, Motive, Pro Level RC, and Alti Tires. Thanks for the help.
Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Up next, race number 28. 25.5
All right,
meters
race
turns AMB
28.
main.
Let's get him checked in. 28. Get him checked in.
Jason Graham, Braden Mahar, Steve Pitts, Danny Sawyer, Greg DeBoard, Keith Brewster, Wes McCutcheon, Eddie Cullen, Jonathan Hudson, Mark Thomas.
Just need a marshal on the sweeper off the end of the back straightaway. Shake, take the end of the back straight. All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed before you kill each other. Line them up. Jason on the 1, Heath on the 2, Wes on the 3, Danny on the 4, Greg on the 5, Eddie on the 6, Mark on the 7, Jonathan on the 8, Steve on the 9, and Braden on the 10.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Leave him that way. Can't do him dirty like that. Here we go. Drivers ready. Turn marshals heads up. VTA B main event. 6 minutes of fun. We're going to go on the tone. Fun for me. Heath Brewster out in front. Steve Pitts in the second spot. Danny Sawyer in third.
Red and black, you'll have a stop and go next time by. Come in the box, complete stop. You can ignore it, but it's just going to get worse. Red and black,
Heath
stop
Brewster,
the next
stop
time
and go.
by. No.
Heath Brewster.
This one. All right. Take a lap.
Heath Brewster, stop and go next time by front straightaway. Go.
Oh, it's too
Go.
late. We took a lap. Keep going.
Danny Sawyer taking over the lead now in car number 4. Blue car coming down the back straightaway now. Steve Pitts up into the second spot now. Wes McCutcheon in third. Jonathan Hudson in fourth. Jason Graham in fifth. 130 down and 430 left to go. Here comes your top 3, nose to tail. Orange and blue car, number 9, Steve Pitts now out in front. The all blue car of Danny Sawyer in second. Wes McCutcheon in third. Through the center section right now, Sawyer looking for a place to get by Pitts. You've got McCutcheon in the third spot, looking for a place to get by Sawyer as they drag race down the back straightaway and into the 180. The orange and blue car of Steve Pitts pulling away now. Wes McCutcheon up into the second spot. Danny Sawyer drops back to third. Here comes Jason Graham in the fourth spot right behind him. We've got 230 down and 330 left to go. Your leader, the orange and blue car of Steve Pitts, 12.2. Last time by, Wes McCutcheon rolls over, coming to the chicane. That gives Danny Sawyer back second spot. Jason Graham now up into the third spot. Then you've got Wes McCutcheon coming back in fourth. Jonathan Hudson in fifth. Heath Brewster in sixth. Greg DeBoard in seventh. Mark Thomas in eighth. Braden Mahar in the ninth spot. Here comes your leader around right now, the orange and blue car, watching the chicane. Caution the chicane. That is clear. We're at the halfway point, 3 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Steve Pitts out in front, 13-2. Last time by for Steve. Down the back straight and crosses the line with a 12.3. Jason Graham now up into the second spot in that gray-colored car. 12.3 last time by for Jason. Danny Sawyer running in the third spot, 12.6. Then he's got Wes McCutcheon in fourth. Watch coming around in the center. They've got the leader, orange and blue car of Steve Pitts. 13.1 last time by.
Same red and black car. Next time by, you're going to need to do a stop and go.
3:30 down and 2:30 left to go. Jason Graham back up into that second spot. Danny Sawyer in third. Coming up on 4 minutes down and
red
2
and black
minutes to go.
car. You need to do a stop and go. The red and black car that was in the lead. Go now. Go, go.
2 minutes left.
Less than 2 minutes to go. Steve Pitts out in front, the orange and blue car down the back straightaway. He's opened up to a 2.5 second advantage on Jason Graham. Jason Graham in that all gray car. Right behind him is Danny Sawyer and Jonathan Hudson. Three-way battle for that second spot right now with 1:30 to go. Jason Graham comes by 12.3. Danny Sawyer with a 12.6. Jonathan Hudson with a 12.6 as well. They are out in second, third, and fourth. And closing the gap on Steve Pitts. Steve comes by with a 13 flat. Jason Graham with a 12.7. They're coming around the 180 in the carousel. Watch the back straightaway. Watch the straightaway. That is clear. Here comes your leader down the front straightaway. Back straightaway now. Jason Graham in the second spot. Jonathan Hudson now up into third. Danny Sawyer dropping back to fourth with less than 1 minute to go. The orange and blue car is your leader. Down the back straightaway, the gray car is second spot. The white and red car of Jonathan Hudson is in third. This is a battle for that final position on the podium. The all gray car in the second spot. Oh, your leader, Steve Pitts, pulls off the track, having a problem with this car and pulls off while out in front. Steve Pitts was leading most of the race. Now you've got Jason Graham out in front with less than 30 seconds to go. The all gray car down the back straightaway, out in front. In the second spot is the white and red car. He rolls over. Jonathan Hudson flips over. Going to drop him back to about the fourth spot. We've got 10 seconds to go. Jason Graham out in front. Comes by the stripe. Comes by now is Danny Sawyer in the second spot. We're closing in on time. All sorts of chaos going on. That is time. Drivers finish the lap you're on. Here they come around down the straightaway. Now it's going to be a drag race down the back straightaway. They come down there, and it's going to be Danny Sawyer taking the win. Danny Sawyer beats him out. Jason Graham finishes in second. And Wes McCutcheon finishes in third. Good run, guys.
You know what he did at this. 2023 On-Road Carpet Nationals here at Apex Raceway, sponsored by Crybaby Racing, streaming live on Live RC. If you don't have bonus lap, you should. I'm here with Wes.
No,
Danny, who just won the VTA on the last lap down the straightaway, got sent in the sweeper. The whole beginning of the race was a cluster, and it wasn't much better all the way through. How did you pull that win off?
By luck.
Anybody you'd like to thank?
Oh, just Jason for punting me.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thanks. It was a lot of fun.
Up next,
All right, race 29. Get them checked in.
13.51-12
Race
TH scale.
29.
Team name,
Check them in.
Stephen McNichols. Monty Panzica. Miles Schnees. Fabio Evangelista. David Panter. Troy Gubbins. Todd Mason. Nick Skinner. Jason Engel.
Watch the straightaway, guys. Caution on the straight. Watch it. Let's go ahead and close the straightaway. Straightaway is closed. Lineup is going to be Michael on the 1, not checking in. There. Oh, you changed transponders on me? This guy. This guy.
Michael Hanulik.
Okay.
1
Hanulik
minute
on
to
the
start of the
1,
race.
Fabio on the 2, Troy on the 3, Nick on the 4, Miles on the 5, Steven on the 6, Monty on the 7, Jason on the 8, David on the 9, and Todd on the 10.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Here we go. Drivers ready. Turn marshals heads up. We are going to go on the tone. Hanulik jumping out in the early lead, your BQ. Or turns in a little early through the 180, drops him back into that second spot. Out in front now is Fabio Evangelista in the green and white car. In the second spot is the yellow car of Michael Hanulik, with Jason Engel up into the third spot, Stephen McNichols in fourth, David Panter in fifth. The green and white car out in front, Fabio Evangelista. Michael Hanulik in the second spot, about 1 second back. Go ahead and pull it. Jason Engel in the third spot. Here comes your leader down the back straightaway. Fabio comes through. Watching the center, guys. Caution the chicane. Watching the chicane. Just hold, and go. Go, go, go. Your leader, the green and white car on the back straightaway, Fabio Evangelista, 9.3 last time by. Michael Hanulik about 1.5 seconds back. Leader on the back straightaway. Jason Engel starting to reel in. Hanulik in the third spot. Second and third, about 0.8 seconds back. Then you've got David Panther running in the fourth spot. Todd Mason running in fifth. Miles Shanice in sixth, Nick Skinner in seventh, Troy Gubbins in the eighth spot, and Stephen McNichols in ninth. 1:30 down and 6:30 left to go. Fabio out in front, 9.3 last time by, comes by the stripe with a 9.2. Hanulik with a 9.2 in the second spot. Watching the chicane, fixing the pipe. Ooh, quick, like cat. The expert in that section. Green and white car still out in front. Fabio out in front, 9.1 that time by. Hanulik with a 9.2, 1.5 seconds back. Then you've got Jason Engel in the third spot, about another 1.5 seconds back. David Panter hanging on to the fourth spot. Right behind him is Nick Skinner. Miles Shanice in the sixth spot, right behind Nick. Your leader, that green and white car down the back straightaway. Fabio with a 9.4, Mike with a 9.4, Jason with a 9.5. Second place is that yellow car on the back straightaway. Then you got the white car of Jason Engel, about 1.5 seconds back in the third spot. David Panter has Nick Skinner right behind him in fourth and fifth. Watching the chicane, guys, caution in the chicane. That is clear. 3 minutes down and 5 minutes left to go. Leader down the back straight and across the line with a 9.3. Hanulik with a 9.7. Jason Engel with a 9.8. Everybody's starting to get spread out right now. Closest battle is for 6th and 7th with Todd and Troy battling it out for 6th and 7th. Your leader round the carousel and into the 180, the white and green car of Fabio Evangelista, 9.4 last time by. Back that up with another 9.4. We're at the halfway point. 4 minutes down and 4 minutes left to go. Second place car is the yellow car on the back straight now, 3 seconds behind your leader. Then you've got Jason Engel. Watch the back straightaway, stay high, back straightaway, high, back straight. That is clear. Jason Engel still hanging on to that third spot, about 3 seconds behind Hanulik. David Panter about a second and a half behind Engel in 4th. Nick Skinner about a half second behind him in the 5th spot. Panter in the 3rd spot, Nick Skinner in 4th. They are right nose to tail down the back straightaway. Panter comes by with a 9.5, Skinner with a 9.5 as well. Round into the front section now, the blue and white car of Panter hanging on to that 3rd spot. Skinner right behind him. Watch it coming around the carousel. And that is clear. We've got less than 3 minutes to go. Less than 3 to go. Fabio out in front. The green and white car out in front, 9.5. Last time by for Fabio. Hanulik still about 4 seconds back in that 2nd spot. Then you've got another 5 seconds back to David Panter in the 3rd spot. Nick Skinner 3 seconds behind him in 4th. Todd Mason about 8 seconds back in 5th. Troy Gubbins a lap back in 6th, and another lap back to Stephen McNichols in 7th. Everybody spread out right now, 5:30 down and 2:30 left on the master clock. Race number 30 coming up next. Mod Touring Car B main event coming up next.
Two minutes left.
No close battles going on right now. We've got less than 2 minutes to go. White and green car of Fabio out in front, 9.6. That time by. Here comes Hanulik down the back straightaway, 9.5. Still 4 seconds behind your leader. 6:30 down and 1:30 left to go. Evangelista still out in front, 9.5. That time by. Hanulik still 4.5 seconds back. Michael with a 9.6. Here comes David Panter down the back straightaway with a 9.7. This is race number 29 on the track. Race number 30 coming up next.
One minute left.
7 minutes down and 1 minute left to go. Skinner starting to reel in. David Panter in that 3rd spot. Panter comes by with a 9.8. Skinner with a 9.6. David Panter in that blue and white car on the back straightaway with 45 seconds to go. Comes by with a 9.7. Nick Skinner, 9.6. 1.3 seconds behind. We got 30 seconds to go. Panter 9.8. Skinner 9.5. Panter trying to hang on to that 3rd spot. 9.8 to a 9.7 for Skinner. 15 seconds to go. David trying to hang on to that final podium position. 9.8, Skinner 9.6. 5 seconds to go. This will be their white flag lap as they come around to the carousel one final time. That is time. Drivers finish the lap you're
Top
on.
Mason done.
Skinner trying to reel him in on that last
Steven
lap.
Campbell's
Panther
done.
coming down on the inside
Fabio
and down the
Evangelista
back
done.
straight. They win.
David Panther done.
David Panther
Nick
ends
Skinner
up
done.
in third.
Troy
Skinner
Guthers
ends
done.
up in
Michael
fourth.
Honeywell done.
Taking the win in the 13.5 B main event, Fabio Evangelista. Finishing in second, Michael Hanulik.
We're here at the 2023 Carpet On Road Nationals at Apex Raceway, sponsored by Crybaby Racing. I'm here with Fabio Evangelista, who just won the 13.5 B main. Fabio, tell us how this win feels.
It feels pretty good. I had a little disappointing week, but to end the week on a win, it's always feels nice. So.
Anybody you'd like to thank?
Just all the Awesomatics team, especially Sean Rayfield, Joe Trandell. Those guys helped me all week, trying to get me out of the slumps and everything. So, and also my wife, my beautiful wife, lets me to do this. So, thanks a lot, and thank you for running a great event. I appreciate it.
No worries. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, here we go. Race number 30 coming up. Let's get them checked
next,
in.
Race number 30.
Mod
Modified terrain
B
car.
main event
B
coming
main.
up.
Brian Larkin.
Watch the front, Brian. Watch the front. Watch the front.
Stephen McNichols. Michael Honeywell.
All right, straightaways closed, guys. Let's get them gridded up. Michael on the 1, Steven on the 2, Brian on the 3.
One minute to the start of the race.
Here we go. Drivers ready. Turn marshals, heads up. Modified B main event. We're going to go on the
45 seconds to the start of the race.
tone. And you look your BQ out in front. The nice yellow car out in front. Second spot is that all gray car of Stephen McNichols. Hanulik comes by with a 9-9. McNichols with a 10-6. Larkin with an 11-9. Your leader down the back straight again. Michael Hanulik with a 9.9. That time by. Pulling out to a 2-second advantage now on Stephen McNichols. One minute down and 5 minutes still to go. Leader by the stripe again, 9.9. That time by for Michael. Stephen McNichols with a 10 flat, a second and a half back. Brian Larkin about 4 seconds behind these guys in the third spot. 130 down and 430 left to go. Leaders coming around, Brian. Thank you. 2 minutes down and 4 minutes left to go. Hanulik out in front, 10.1 last time by. Stephen McNichols with a 10.1 as well. This is race number 30 on the track. Race number 31 coming up next. Again, we're going to need some volunteer turn marshals for the next race. We're going to need a few volunteer turn marshals for the next race. Next race coming up is 21.5 GT12 A main events. Hanulik with a 10.2 last time by, out in front. Stretching that lead out to about 3 seconds now on Stephen McNichols. Just past the halfway point, 3 minutes down and 3 minutes left on the master clock. Hanulik out in front. Oh, airmails it down the back straightaway. Send it. Stephen McNichols now taking over the lead. Monty, don't be blocking the camera there, buddy. That was probably a great view of Hanulik coming flying at it. Stephen McNichols out in front now. He's got about a 2-second advantage on Michael Airmail Hanulik. 3:45 down and 2:15 left to go. Four minutes down and 2 minutes left on the master clock. Your leader, that all gray car of Stephen McNichols, the yellow car of Michael Hanulik. In the second spot, about a second and a half back. McNichols still leading the way in that all gray car down the back straight. Stephen comes by with a 10.2. Michael with a 10.1, 0.8 of a second separating your top two cars. Brian Larkin out there in the third spot. Steve comes by with a 10.2, Michael with a 10.3. Five minutes down and 1 minute left to go.
1 minute left.
Michael Hanulik trying to make it a little interesting. About 0.7 of a second behind your leader. 50 seconds to go. Hanulik makes another mistake. Gives Stephen a little bit more breathing room. Down the back straight they come. Stephen with a 10.1. Michael with a 10.8. We've got 45 seconds left on the master clock. Oh, Stephen makes a little mistake. Here they come down the back straightaway. First and second. Nose to tail, the gray car out in front. Stephen McNichols with Michael Hanulik in the yellow car in second. Down the back straight they come. Stephen with a 10.3, Michael with a 10.1. Michael closing in on that 180, coming on the inside, looks on the inside, can't quite stick it. Through the chicane they come, down the back straightaway they go. Stephen with a 10.4, Michael with a 10.3. They're coming around through the 180 now, down the front straight. With 5 seconds to go, this is their white flag lap right here. Stephen and Michael battling out on the last lap. That is time. Michael goes on the inside, takes the spot away. It's mating season in the middle of the track. There they come around the chicane one last time.
Stephen McNichols done.
And
Michael
Stephen
Hanulik
McNichols
done.
taking the win. Michael Hanulik finishing in second, and Brian Larkin finishing in third. That is a race. We can use some volunteer turn marshals for the next race, guys. We're going to need some volunteer turn marshals for the next race.
We're here at the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals, hosted by Apex Raceway, sponsored by Crybaby Racing. I'm here with Steve McNichols, who just won the Mod Touring B main. Tell us how it feels to get that win.
It was good. It was just a good practice session out there in the B main with only 3 guys, but it was fun. A lot of fun racing with Hanlick, and it was awesome.
Anybody you'd like to thank?
No, I'm here with my son. Had a great time this week. His first national race, Nathan. He did a great job. I'm very proud of him. So this is all about having fun, good times, and appreciate everybody here at the track, Eric, and what a great facility this is. It's a blessing.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, race number 31. Let's go ahead and get them checked in. I'm going to need
Up
some
next,
volunteer
race number
turn
31.
marshals. Anybody want to jump out
21.5
there and
GT12
help me out?
A
Could
main.
use some volunteer
Rex
turn
Tim
marshals for
Juarez.
the next race.
Scott Jakes. Chris Crowder.
Once
Rick
again,
Fielsticker.
need some
Olivia
volunteer
Toy.
turn
William
marshals
Crotty.
for the next
Skip
race.
Starkey.
Clayton,
Terrell Bowen. Dana Bales.
6 minutes. All right, straightaway is closed. I need some volunteer turn marshals. Anybody can jump out and help me out. We need some volunteer turn marshals to get this race started. Grid's going to be Dana on the 1, Skip on the 2, Scott on the 3, Rick on the 4, William on the 5, Tim on the 6, Terrell on the 7, Chris on the 8, Olivia on the 9, and Rex on the 10. Once again, I could use a couple volunteer turn marshals for this race. Only had 3 drivers in
1 minute
that
to start
last
of the
race,
race.
so that would help us out. Anybody want to jump out and help us out? Yep, right there's fine. The end of the back straight.
45 seconds to the start of the
We
race.
get one right here. Perfect. Full board. Here we go. Get our last marshal in position.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Here we go. Drivers are ready. Turn marshals, heads up. 21.5 GTR A main event. We're going to go on the tone. Dana Bells, your TQ in the GT12 class. That bright orange car leading the way as they come around. Skip Starkey looks on the inside. Skip goes on the inside, takes it through the chicane. They come down the back straightaway. Skip Starkey will lead. Lap number 1. Rick Fielsticker up into the 2nd spot. Dana Bells dropping back to 3rd. Then you got Scott Jakes running in the 4th. Scott up into the 3rd spot now. Dana dropping all the way back to the 4th spot off the start. Here we go. We only got 30 seconds down and 5:30 still to go. Skip Starkey out in front in that all green car. Number 2, your 2nd qualifier in the GT12 class. This is an exhibition class here. Here we come around. First time running it here. That all green car down the back straightaway. Got a car stuck in that front section. Tough break, losing a lot of spaces. Your leader coming around in the center. Skip Starkey, 11.3 last time by. Rick Fielsticker in the 2nd spot, 11.6. Dana Bells working his way back up in the 3rd spot. Chris Crowder being shown in 4th. William Crotty in 5th. This is race number 31 on the track. Your leader coming into the carousel right now. That all green car is your leader. Watch it stuck in the pipe in the center. Your leader coming into the front section right now. That all green car is your leader. Then you got the all white car in 2nd. Dana Bells being shown in 3rd. Here comes your leaders into the back straight now. Skip Starkey comes by the stripe with an 11.4. Fielsticker with an 11.7. Dana Bells with an 11.4. Rex, that is your leaders you're running with. 2nd and 3rd behind. Your leader, that all green car of Skip Starkey. We've got 2 minutes down and 4 minutes still to go. Skip comes by with an 11.5. Rick by with an 11.5. Dana with 11.4. Watch the front straights. Leader behind you guys. Leaders behind you. Here we come around into the carousel now. That all green car out in front. You've got a 3-way battle. Freight training right behind you, car 7. That is your top 3 cars right behind you, Terrell. Thank you very much. That green car is your leader, Skip Starkey, with a Rick Philsticker in the second spot, and Dana Bell's working his way back up into the third spot. Close battle down the back straightaway. Starkey with an 11.4, Philsticker with 11.7, Dana 11.5. Dana looking for a place to get by Rick. They go side by side in that center section. Dana coming to get a drag race down the back straight with 3 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Starkey starting to pull away just a bit. It's got about a half-second advantage. Dana goes on the inside, takes the spot away. Dana Bell's up into second now. Rick dropping back to third. Here comes Dana Bell's working his way back up through the field. Here's your leader, the all-green car of Skip Starkey. Skip comes by the stripe with an 11.5. Dana with 11.5. Rick with an 11.9. Then you got William Crotty running in the fourth spot, about 8 seconds back. Terrell Bowen running in the fifth spot. Scott Jakes in sixth. Breck Rose in seventh. Chris Crowder in eighth. Tim Juarez in ninth. And Olivia Torrey in the 10th spot. 3:30 down and 2:30 left on the clock. Skip comes by with an 11.7. Dana with 11.7 as well. Top two cars separated by 1 second right now as they come on to the back straightaway. Skip comes by with an 11.4. Dana with an 11.5. 1.1 seconds separating your top two cars with 2 minutes to go. Here comes your leader, Starkey, by the stripe again with an 11.6. Dana with an 11.7. Open it up to a 1.3 second advantage now. Then you got Rick Philsticker still in this third spot, about a second and a half behind Dana. 4:30 down and 1:30 left on the master clock. Race number 32 coming up next. USGT A main event coming up next. Your green car, Skip Starkey, still leading the way. Down the back straight he comes. In the second spot is the orange car of Dana Bales. Skip comes by with an 11.5. Dana with 11.6. Rick with an 11.8 in third. Your top three cars separated by 4 seconds right now on the track. Then you got a little ways back to William Crotty in the fourth spot. Terrell Bowen running in fifth. Scott Jakes up into fifth now. Scott Jakes up into fifth. Terrell Bowen dropping back to sixth. We've got less than 1 minute to go. Starkey still leading the way. 11.9 last time by. Dana Bales with an 11.7. Here we come with 45 seconds to go. Skip Starkey comes by with an 11.7. Dana 11.5. Top two cars separated by 1.1 seconds. Here comes Dana Bales trying to close that gap with 35 seconds to go. Skip comes by with an 11.7. Dana 11.5. 9/10 of a second separating your top two cars with less than 30 seconds to go. They come through the chicane one more time. Dana gets through there nice and clean. Skip comes by with an 11.9. Dana 11.6. We've got 15 seconds to go. 6/10 of a second separating your top two cars. They're coming down the back straightaway. This will be their white flag lap this time by. Starkey with 11.7. Dana with 11.5. Your leaders coming through the center section right now. This will be their white flag. Here comes Dana trying to close that gap as they come down the back straight. It's a drag race down the back straight, and Skip Starkey taking the win in the GT12 class. Dana Bales ends up in second, and Rick Philsticker ends up in third. Good run, guys.
We're here at the 2023 On-Road Nationals, Carpet Nationals at Apex Raceway, sponsored by Crybaby Racing. And I just watched one of the closest GT12 races I've seen come to the finish line. How did it feel to take that win?
It's pretty awesome, I got to say. My car drove really well. Dana made a little bit of a mistake early, and I was able to get by and stretch it out, but he reeled me back in towards the end. But my car drove great. It was a lot of fun, and look forward to doing it again one of these days soon.
How'd you feel when got into that back marker that was wrecked?
It happens. You know, it's racing. It's, you know, you try to avoid that stuff, but sometimes it just happens, and that's what you get to deal with. And
anybody you'd like to thank?
Oh, just everybody. I mean, there's so many people on the list. I mean, X-Ray has been really great to me, and Spectrum Radios, and EA especially with this awesome facility. It's great to come down here and race, and you guys have put on a really good show this weekend. Thanks very much.
Thank you for coming.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Up next, race number 32.
All right, race 32. Let's get them checked in.
A
USGT A main event. Let's get them checked in.
Manny Flores, Scott Jakes, Brent Kling 4th, Myron Kinnard, Arvin Neno, Ryan Appleberry, Jeremy Massalou, Danny Jenkins, Steve Coeth.
All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Let's get them gridded up. Straightaway is closed. Manny on the 1, Brent on the 2, Danny on the 3, Jeremy on the 4, Arvin on the 5, Myron on the 6, Ryan Appleberry on the 7, Scott Jakes on the 8, and Steve on the 9. Space 9 is open.
One minute to the start of the race.
Spot 9 stays open, goes on 10. All right, here we go. This is the
45 seconds to the start of the
USGT A
race.
main event. Drivers ready. Turn marshals heads up. We are going on the tone. Your TQ, Manny Flores out in front. Brent Klingforth in the second spot. Danny Jenkins in third. Brent looking for a spot to get by. Down the back straight they come. Drag racing. Manny Flores will lead the first time by. Brent Klingforth in second. Danny Jenkins in third. Jeremy Massalou in the fourth spot. Your top 4 cars pulling away. Danny Jenkins looking for a place to get by Brent as they come around the carousel and into the 180. Your top 4 cars already pulling away as they're freight training. Oh, Manny makes a little mistake into the chicane. Brent Klingforth up into the lead now. Manny dropping back to second. Danny in third. Jeremy in fourth. Ryan Appleberry not too far back in that 5th spot. As they come down the back straightaway again. Brent with a 10.9. Manny with an 11 flat. Danny with an 11.2. Brent Klingforth hanging on to that lead with Manny Flores all over his back wing as they come down the back straightaway. Top 5 cars all running together. That gold car of Brent Klingforth out in front. The copper and flame car of Manny Flores in second. The silver car has Danny Jenkins with 4th spot of Jeremy Massalou. Ryan Appleberry in the 5th spot. Not too far behind Appleberry is Scott Jakes. Your leaders down the back straight and into the carousel. Brent Klingforth out in front in that gold-colored car. Right behind him is Manny Flores. 130 down and 430 left to go. Top 4 starting to pull away from Appleberry just a little bit. Down into the chicane now. Klingforth a little late through the chicane. Has to check back up. Here comes Manny Flores with Danny Jenkins watching the sweeper. Stay low in the sweeper. Stay low in the sweeper. It is clear. Top 3 cars running together now. They're starting to pull away from Jeremy just a bit. They're in the center right now. Brent Klingforth 10.9 last time by. Comes down the back straightaway. Brent with a 10.9. Manny with a 10.9. Danny with a 10.9. Top 3 cars are freight training around. Oh, Danny makes a mistake. That gives Manny a little bit of breathing room in that 2nd spot. But now he's got Jeremy Massalou all over his back wing now. So you got 1st and 2nd nose to tail. 3rd and 4th nose to tail. And Ryan Appleberry in the 5th spot just waiting for a mistake. Manny looks on the inside of Brent. Can't quite get the deal done. Brent hanging on to that spot. Manny Flores in 2nd, looking for a place to get by as they come down the back straightaway. 230 down and 330 left to go. You've got Brent Klingforth out in front. Manny Flores in 2nd. Danny Jenkins in 3rd. Jeremy Massalou in 4th. Ryan Appleberry in 5th. Myron Kennard in 6th, Scott Jakes in 7th, and Steve Cuthie in the 8th spot. Oh, your leader traction rolls coming into the chicane. Brent Klingforth goes from 1st to 5th right off the bat in one section. Now you've got Manny Flores out in front with Danny Jenkins all over his back bumper. We got 3 minutes down and 3 minutes to go. Danny Jenkins all over the back bumper of Manny's. They're through the center section now. Manny Flores, your TQ in the USGT class, but he's got a whole rear wing full of that silver car of Danny Jenkins. Danny all over him, coming into the center section in the front straight. Oh, they get tangled up. Manny gets spun out a little bit. Danny Jenkins now out in front. Jeremy Massalou up into 2nd now. Manny Flores drops back to 3rd. That silver car now out in front. Car number 3 of Danny Jenkins out in front. Jeremy Massalou about a 2nd back. Then you got about a 2.5 seconds back to Manny Flores. Myron Kennard up into the 4th spot now. Brent Klingforth in 5th. Ryan Appleberry running in the 6th spot. Scott Jakes in 7th, and Steve running in the 8th spot. We've got less than 2 minutes to go. Brent Klingforth all over the back wing of Myron Kennard as they come down the back straightaway. That's a battle for 4th and 5th. But your leaders right now coming down the back straight. Danny Jenkins with an 11 flat. Jeremy with an 11 flat as well. Brent stuffs it in the chicane again for the 2nd time. 4:30 down and 1:30 left to go. Jenkins with an 11 flat. Jeremy with a 10.9. Top 2 cars separated by 0.4 seconds. Here comes your down the straight. Jeremy and Manny battling out for that 2nd and 3rd spot. Oh, and Jeremy's car pulls over. Manny goes by to take over that 2nd spot. Manny pulls over, lets him go back by. They're going to drag race down with 1 minute to go. Your leader, Danny Jenkins, now with a 4-second advantage out in front. It's a battle for 2nd right now with less than a minute to go. Jeremy Massalou in 2nd. Manny Flores right behind him around the carousel and into the 180. 2nd and 3rd, nose to tail. Then you got Myron Kennard in the 4th spot. Brent Klingforth in 5th. Ryan Appleberry in 6th. Scott Jakes in 7th. And Steve Cuthie in the 8th spot. Closest battle right now with 30 seconds to go is still for that 2nd spot. Massalou hanging on to it, and Manny Flores backing up quite a bit. We've got 25 seconds left on the clock. Your leader by the stripe again, Danny Jenkins, 11.5. That time by Jeremy Massalou with an 11.2. Manny Flores, 11 flat. Myron Kennard with an 11.2. Brent Klingforth with an 11.1 in the 5th spot. We are closing in on time. They're coming around one more time. This will be there. This should be it. That is the time. Finish lap you're on. Danny Jenkins, you are done with the win. Jeremy Massalou will finish in 2nd, and Manny Flores will finish in 3rd.
Ryan Appleberry done.
That is a race, guys.
Hello, everybody. We're here at the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals at Apex Raceway, sponsored by Crybaby Racing. I'm here with Danny Jenkins, who just won the A main in USGT. Tell us how it feels to take that win, Danny.
Long time coming. You just got to borrow the right parts.
Anybody you'd like to thank?
Tim Haskins and Miles and G.
Congratulations.
Oh, sorry. Team Powers batteries and servos.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I got to wait for the mic.
All right, race
Up
number
next,
33.
race
Let's get them
33.
checked in.
25.5
33,
vintage
get them
Trans
checked
Am.
in.
A main. JD Ramsey. Mark Timeson. Jeff Mobley. James Massalou. Myron Kennard. Dan Dorsey. Alonzo Hess. Mike Kling. Jesse Castro. Brandon Hickson.
All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed. Let's get them gridded up. JD on the 1, Jesse on the 2, Mark Timeson on the 3, Myron Kennard on the 4, Jeff Mobley on the 5, Alonzo Hess on the 6, Dan Dorsey on the 7, Brandon Hickson on the 8, Mike Kling on the 9, and James Massalou on the 10.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Oh, we're backing up. Yeah, 8 minutes. This will be an 8-minute race. We should make them do a
45
full
seconds to the start of
Le Mans.
the
They
race.
should stand over here, run all the way across the track, grab their transmit. Yeah. That would be pretty, wouldn't it?
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, we've got all our turn marshals in position. Here we go. This is an 8-minute race for the VTA A main event. Drivers ready, turn marshals heads up. We're gonna go on the tone. Bring that one back, Brian, push that one back. All right, here we go. Drivers ready, turn marshals heads up. We're going on the tone. JD Ramsey, your TQ, jumping out of the early lead. He's got Jesse Castro in the second spot with Mark Timeson in third. They are freight training around right now. Come down the back straightaway for the first full lap. JD Ramsey out in front, opening up to a 3/4 of a second advantage already on Jesse Castro. Mark Timeson running in the third spot. Alonzo Hess in fourth. Ramsey already opening up to a 1-second advantage. JD with an 11.8. Last time by, Jesse with a 12.2. They're coming around down the back straightaway again.
Well, that's at yellow. You're going to have to give that spot back.
JD Ramsey.
Got to wait for the green car to get by you. Go. Go, Myron.
Here comes your lead around the carousel. JD Ramsey, 11.8. Last time by, Jesse Castro, 11.7. Starting to reel in JD a bit as they come down the back straightaway. JD with 11.7. Jesse, 11.9. 1 minute down and 7 minutes to go. This is an 8-minute VTA race. A main event on the track. JD with a 1.1 second advantage. Then you got Mark Timeson in the third spot. He's got Alonzo Hess right behind him in fourth as they come into the chicane. Down the back straightaway, third and fourth, nose to tail. Mike Kling not too far back in the fifth spot. James Massalou working his way up into the sixth spot right now, starting scratch to the field. Then you got Brandon Hickson in seventh, Jeff Mobley in eighth, Myron in ninth, and Dan in the 10th spot. 2 minutes down and 6 minutes still to go. JD with an 11.9, Jesse with an 11.9 as well. They come into the left side of the track through the chicane and down the back straightaway. JD Ramsey with a 12 flat, Jesse with a 12 flat. Your top two cars 1.2 seconds apart. Your battle right now is for that third spot between Mark and Alonzo. Oh, we got one flying off the track over there. Mark and Alonzo down the back straightaway. Mark Timeson hanging on to that third spot, 12.1. Alonzo Hess in the red car in the fourth spot. Then you got Mike Kling running in fifth, not too far back. Third, fourth, and fifth on the back straightaway now with 2:30 down and 5:30 still to go. Watch the back straight. It is clear. Your leader coming through some lap traffic right now, JD Ramsey in the front section of the track, the bright red car down the back straightaway. Coming up on Dan and Myron, that is your leader behind you. 3 minutes down and 5 minutes still to go. Leader coming up behind you, Myron and Dan. Thank you. Second spot not too far back in the bright pink car. 3:30 down and 4:30 left to go. JD Ramsey trying to run away. Jesse Castro not letting it happen. That bright pink car in the second spot. Mark Timeson running in third right here in front of us now. 3:30 down and 4:30 left on the master clock. J.D. Ramsey leading the way. Down the back straight he comes. Crosses the line with a 12.2. Second spot, Jesse Castro with a 12.1. 1.3 seconds separating your top two cars. Then you've got about 4-second gap back to Mark Timeson in third. Alonzo Hess in fourth, 1 second back. Then you got right behind him is Mike Kling in the fifth spot. So close battle for fourth and fifth between Alonzo and Mike as they're coming around right now through the center, the red car and the white and green car. That is a battle for fourth and fifth, and they're closing in on Mark Timeson in third. So going to be a three-way battle here shortly. Your leader coming up on lap traffic. Looks like Jesse starting to close that gap on JD. 4:30 down and 3:30 left on the master clock. They're coming around right now. JD with a 12.2, Jesse with a 12.3. Your battle for that fourth spot, though. Alonzo and Mike still going at it. Alonzo goes way high coming off the sweeper. Gives Mike a chance to close that gap. They're coming through the front section now. This is fourth and fifth, nose to tail. Alonzo Hess hanging on to that fourth spot. Mike Kling right behind him. Mike goes on the inside, takes it inside a line. They can't quite stick it. They're running clean. Door handle, door handle. Mike waits for him. Good job, Mike. Alonzo Hess hanging on to the fourth spot. Mike Kling in fifth, right behind him. But look up front. Jesse Castro reeling in J.D. Ramsey as they're coming up on some lap traffic. J.D. Ramsey hanging on to it. Here comes Jesse Castro right behind him. Mike Kling, you got your leaders coming up on you. J.D. Ramsey out in front. Jesse Castro in second. We've got 5:30 down and 2:30 left to go. The bright red car is J.D. Ramsey out in front. Right behind him is the pink car of Jesse Castro. Coming into the carousel and into the 180. J.D. with a 12.2. Jesse with a 12.1. Here they come through the chicane and down the back straightaway. JD trying to pull away. 11.9 that time by for JD. Jesse with a 12.3. They're coming in the front section again. We're closing in on the 2 minutes to go. JD Ramsey out in front, 12 flat. Jesse Castro with a 12.1. Mark Timeson still hanging on to that third spot, about 6 seconds behind your leaders. Mike Kling in fourth. Alonzo Hess in fifth. Here comes your leaders around the carousel and into the 180. Jesse all over the back bumper of J.D. Ramsey with 1:45 to go. Here they come down the back straightaway. J.D. tight around that carousel. Here they come into the 180. J.D. Ramsey with a 12.5. Jesse Castro 12 flat last time by. Here they come through the chicane and down the back straight. We've got 1:30 left on the master clock. J.D. pulling away just a little bit, but here comes Jesse Castro. Through the second half of the track, he seems to be a little bit faster. Down the back straight they come. JD with a 12.1, Jesse with a 12.1 as well. We got 1:15 left on the master clock. Top two cars still nose to tail as they come down the back straightaway. Dan, you got your leaders coming up on you soon. JD with a 12.2, Jesse with a 12.3. 7 minutes down and 1 minute left to go. One final minute for this VTA A main event. JD out in front, Jesse in the second spot. 12 flat for both your top two cars. As they come through the center section, J.D. Ramsey trying to hang on to this win. He was the TQ in this class and has led wire to wire. But here comes Jesse Castro closing that gap with 30 seconds to go. Your leader, car number one, J.D. Ramsey down the back straightaway, 12.3. Jesse Castro with a 12.3 as well. Into the center section now with 20 seconds to go. J.D. Ramsey still holding on. Here comes Jesse Castro as they come by the stripe. J.D. and Jesse both with 12.1. We've got 15 seconds to go. This should be their white flag lap this time by. Here they come down the back straightaway in a drag race with 5 seconds to go. White flag lap for J.D. Ramsey and Jesse Castro. Coming through the center of the track right now. J.D. hanging on to it. Jesse trying to get him run on through the chicane down the back straightaway. J.D. Ramsey taking the win in VTA class. Jesse Castro finishes in second. Mark Timeson ends up in third. That is the race, guys. Good run.
Welcome everybody to the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals, hosted at Apex Raceway by Crybaby Racing. Here's the man himself, Mr. Crybaby. I'm here with JD Ramsey, who just won the exhibition VTA class. Tell us how it feels to take this win at Nationals.
You know, it feels pretty good. There's a lot of competition out here. I feel like we had some of the fastest VTA drivers out here, excluding yourself, and I take a lot of pride in winning this.
Anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Crybaby, One Up, R1, and all my supporters. Thank you very much. Soda City, baby.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, race number 34. Let's get him checked in. 34.
21.5 touring car. A3 main.
This is your A3 for 21.5 touring car. Let's get him checked in, guys.
Michael Skeen. Larry Fairtrace. Mike G. Max Kooning. Manny Flores. Bill Sitter. Brent Kling 4th. Craig Xavier. Brian Card.
All right, guys, straightaways closed. Let's get them gridded up. Max is going to be on the 2, Brian on the 3, Mike on the 4, Craig on the 5, Michael on the 6, Bill on the 7, Brent on the 8, Manny on the 9, and Larry on the 10. Eric Anderson sitting this out after winning A1 and A2. He is your national champion in 21.5 touring car.
1 minute to the start
We
of
are
the race.
lined up to set up for the rest of the podium. We are set and to go. Drivers ready. Turn marshals heads up. We're going to go on the tone. 21.5 A3 on the track. Looks like Mike making a mistake coming into that section there, and they are all tangled up. That's going to give Brian Card the lead. Craig Xavier in second and pulling away. In the third spot is Manny Flores. Craig tagging that wall a little bit again. That's going to give Brian Card a chance to close that gap. Here they come through the center. Craig Xavier out in front in that gray car. Right behind him is Brian Card. In the third spot is Manny Flores with Mike G in the fourth spot. Larry Fairtrace in fifth. Mike Skeen in the sixth spot. Top 2 cars in the center right now. Craig Xavier, 10.4. Brian Card with a 10.6. Mike G now up into the third spot, dropping Manny back to fourth. Mike G trying to work his way back up. We've got 1 minute down and 5 minutes still to go. Leaders freight training around. Oh, your leader Craig Xavier makes a little mistake, able to get it back down. Xavier out in front. Brian Card in second. Mike G, the man on the move right now. 10-3 last time by for Mike G. Here they come down the back straightaway. Xavier with a 12.6. Card, or 10.6. Card with a 10.4. Mike G, 10.4. We've got 1:30 down and 4:30 still to go. Here comes your top 3 down the back straightaway. Xavier with a 10.5, Card with a 10.5, G with a 10.5. Mike G up into the second spot. Brian Card dropping back to third as they come across the line again with 2 minutes down and 4 minutes still to go. Mike G, the man on the move right now. Here they come down the straightaway again. Craig Xavier with a 10.4, Mike G 10.4, Manny Flores 10.6. Then you got Brian Card in the 4th spot. Michael Skeen in the 5th spot. Larry Fairtrace in 6th. Max Kenning in the 7th spot. Bill Sidor in 8th. And Brent Klingforth in the 9th spot. Leaders starting to pull away. Your top 2 cars starting to pull away from the 3rd place car of Manny Flores. Craig Xavier out in front in that all gray car. Mike G in the 2nd spot. Craig with a 10.5. Mike with a 10.4. Top 2 cars separated by 0.4 of a second. G really closing in hard on this lap. We've got 2:30 down and 3:30 left to go. Xavier with a 10.5. G with a 10.4. They're coming through the front section now. Oh, Xavier makes a little mistake. G goes on the inside, takes the spot away through the chicane. Mike G out in front. He's got Xavier all over his back wing right now as they come through the chicane. G makes a little bobble too, but Craig is right behind him as they come around into the carousel. 3 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Mike G out in front. Craig Xavier with a little mistake, drops back just a bit. G comes by with a 10.4, Xavier with a 10.9. Then you got Manny Flores in that bright yellow car sitting in the third spot, 10.4 for Manny. Michael Skeen up into the fourth spot with a 10.6. Brian Card in the fifth spot. Larry Fairtrace in sixth. Max Kenning in the seventh spot. Bill Sidor in eighth. And Brent Klingforth in the ninth spot. 3:30 down and 2:30 left to go. Your leader is Mike G, the white and pink car, down the back straightaway, pulling away. He's got a 1 second advantage now on Craig Xavier. 1 second behind him is Manny Flores. Then you got another 1 second back to Michael Skeen in the fourth spot. We've got 4 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. This is race 34 on the track.
Left.
35 coming up next. 17.5 12 scale A3 coming up next. Your leader in the front section now through the chicane. Car number 4, Mike G, 10.4 that time by, stretching that lead out to 1.2 seconds on Craig Xavier. 4:30 down and 1:30 left on the master clock. Your leader coming in the front section and into the chicane now. The white car, number 4 of Mike G. Craig Xavier still about a second and a half back. Manny Flores trying to reel him in. Manny in the third spot, about a half second away. We've got 5 minutes down and 1 minute left to go.
1 minute left.
Your leader into the chicane now, but here comes Manny Flores closing that gap on Craig Xavier. Xavier comes by 10.6, Manny with a 10.6 as well. Second and third separated by a half a second as they come through the chicane now. That all gray car, number 5 of Craig Xavier in second, 10.8. Manny Flores with a 10.6. Manny makes a little mistake coming off the sweeper. That's going to drop him back just a bit. You still got a battle between Michael, Brian, and Max for the 4th, 5th, and 6th spot. Here comes your leader coming through the traffic right now. 20 seconds to go. Mike G out in front. Manny Flores still trying to reel in Craig Xavier. But you got a whole pack of cars running together. 7th, 8th, and 9th. Your leader coming up on you guys. Here comes your battle for the second spot with 5 seconds to go. This will be their white flag lap. Last lap to come around. You got Craig Xavier in second. Manny Flores in third as that's time. Finish the lap you're on. Here they come down the back straightaway. Manny, Craig is going to hang on to that second spot. Manny finishing in third.
Michael Skeen done.
Winning
Skeen done.
A3,
Brian
Mike
Hart done.
G. So your overall champion in 21.5 already crowned was Eric Anderson. Finishing in second overall, Mike G. And finishing third overall will go to Brian Card.
Up next, race number 35. 17.51-12 TH scale.
All right, 35. Let's get him checked in. 35. Get him checked in.
Joe Trandell, Cody Burke, Fabio Evangelista, Monty Panzica, Chris Lockhart, Rick Feelsticker, John Barron, Skip Starkey, Dana Bales.
Straightaway is closed, guys. Straightaway is closed. Let's get them gridded up. Dana on the 2, Joe on the 3, Cody on the 4, Chris on the 5, Fabio on the 6, Rick on the 7, Monty on the 8, John on the 9, and Skip on the 10.
One minute to the start of the race.
Need my turn marshals from that last race, guys. Need all my drivers from that last race back out and spread out. We are gridded up, just waiting on turn marshals, guys.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Here we go. Drivers are ready. Turn marshals, heads up. We're going to go on the tone. 17.5, 12 scale, A3 on the track. Sean Rayfield taking the wins in A1 and A2. Sitting this one out as your overall champion. Dana Bells leading the way now with Joe Trendell in the second spot. They're already starting to pull away from Cody Burke. Top two cars nose to tail. Dana makes a little mistake. Gives Joe a chance to close that gap. Here they come around to the front 180 and around the center. Dana Bells in the bright orange car out in front. Fluorescent yellow car of Joe Trendell in second. Then about a quarter of a second back, you got Cody Burke in the third spot. Chris Lockhart in fourth. Fabio Evangelista in fifth. Rick Philsticker in sixth. Monty Panzica in seventh. John Barron in eighth. And Skip Starkey in ninth. These guys are freight training around now, moving along. Your leader, that bright orange car, number 2 of Dana Bales. 1 minute down and 7 minutes still to go. Dana comes by with a 9.5. Last time by, backed it up with a 9.6, watching the chicane. That is clear. Top two cars coming around. Just stay right there, Ryan. Yeah, just stay there, Ryan. Dana with a 9.6. Last time by, it's a drag race down the back straightaway. Joe Trendell right behind him as they're coming through the center section now. The orange and yellow car battling out for first and second down the back straightaway. Bales with a 9.6. Joe with a 9.7. They come through the center section again. Orange and yellow, nose to tail, starting to pull away from the third place car of Cody Burke. Down the back straight they come. Bales and Joe with a 9.7. Dana in the orange car, Joe in the yellow car. Here they come through the chicane, down the back straight again. They are nose to tail. Dana with a 9.8, Joe with a 9.9. Through the front section now, they're starting to really pull away from Cody in the third spot. They got about a second and a half back to third spot. Joe looking for a place to get by Dana, all over his back wing through the chicane and down the back straightaway. Dana with a 9.8, Joe with a 9.7. Through the 180 and around the center section. Joe looking for a place to get by, just can't quite find a spot. Then you got Cody Burke running in the third spot. Fabio in fourth. Chris Lockhart in fifth. Leaders coming up on Skip. That is your leaders. Thank you, sir. Bright orange car still out in front with Dana Bales. 9.7 last time by. Joe Trendell with a 9.8. Through across the stripe, both of them with a 9.7 that time by. Here they come through the front section and into the chicane. Oh, Joe hits that flapper just a little bit, loses about a tenth. We've got 3 minutes down and 5 minutes still to go. This is race number 35 on the track, 36 coming up next. Your leaders still coming through that center section. Monty, you got your leaders coming up on you next. Dana Bells out in front, got one upside down in the center. Leaders coming through soon. Dana Bells out in front of that bright orange car. Starting to pull away just a tiny little bit from Joe. And then Joe starts reeling them back in. They're going to be coming up on some lap traffic here shortly. Down the back straight they come. Dana with a 9.9. Joe with a 9.9 as well. Joe all over his back wing as they're coming into the front section now. Into the chicane. Oh, Dana makes a mistake. They tangle up. Joe goes on the inside, takes the spot away. Joe Trendell out in front. Dana Bales in the second spot. Dana trying to take back that lead with 3:45 down and 4:15 left to go. Top two cars nose to tail. They just swap positions. Joe Trendell out in front. Dana Bales in second. Fabio in third in the green and white car, about a second and a half back. Then you got Cody Burke running in fourth, about a second behind them. John Barron running in fifth. Rick Philsticker in sixth. Chris Lockhart in seventh. Monty Panzica in the eighth spot, and Skip Starkey in ninth. Leaders coming up on lap traffic. Oh, Chris gets hung up on the pipe. Joe gets hung up on the pipe a little bit and back out, loses quite a bit of ground. Dana loses about 2 seconds now on Joe. Here comes Cody in the third spot, about a second and a half back. 4:30 down and 3:30 left on the master clock. Race number 36, 17.5 A3 coming up next. 17.5 touring car A3 coming up next. Your leader coming through some lap traffic. That bright fluorescent yellow car right behind. Down the back straightaway. Rick, that is your leader right behind you. Rick, that is your leader behind you. Joe Trendell out in front. Second spot next, Rick. .545 down and 2:15 left to go. Your leader is that bright fluorescent yellow car of Joe Trendell. Dana Bell's at about a second back in that second spot. Then you got Cody Burke battling with John Barron for third and fourth.
2 minutes left.
Fabio not too far back in the fifth spot. We've got less than 2 minutes to go. This is race 35 on the track. 36 coming up next. Leader crossing the line again. Joe Trendell with a 10 flat. Dana Bells with a 10-1. Cody Burke comes by with a 10-2. John Barron with a 10-2 as well. Closest battle right now is for third, fourth, and fifth. Cody comes by with a 10-1. John with a 10-3. Fabio with a 10-4. Oh, Cody makes a little mistake. Here they come side by side through the center section. John Barron up into the third spot now. Fabio up into fourth. Cody drops back to fifth. They're around the carousel. Third, fourth, and fifth. Nose to tail with 1 minute to go. John Barron up into the third spot. Fabio in fourth. It's a freight train coming through the 180 right now. That all green car is third
1 minute
spot
left.
with 1 minute to go. Oh, he makes a mistake coming to the chicane. The green and white car now up into third. Fabio up into the third spot. Cody back up into fourth. And John Barron dropping back to fifth. We've got 45 seconds left to go. They are coming around. Fabio out in that third spot. Cody Burke right behind him in fourth, and John Barron in fifth. We've got 30 seconds to go. Joe Trendell still leading the way with Dana Bells in second. Top two cars still separated by 1 second. And then you've got that close battle for third, fourth, and fifth. Fabio in the green and white car in third. Cody Burke in the white and red car in fourth. And right behind him is the all-green car of John Barron with 15 seconds to go. Here comes your leader down the back straightaway again, but your close battle is still for third, fourth, and fifth as they come on to the back straightaway. This will be their white flag lap to battle it out one last time. That is time.
Dana
Finish the
Bell's
lap.
done.
You're on. Dana, you're
Skip
done.
start,
Joe,
done.
you're on a victory
Monty Penske
lap.
done.
Here comes your third, fourth
Rick
place
Fields done.
finish.
Fabio
Fabio is going to take
Evangelista done.
third. Cody
Cody
fourth,
Burke done.
and John Barron
John Barron
fifth.
done.
Joe
Joe Trendell
Trendell
done.
coming down to win A3. So your overall champion in 12 scale 17.5, Sean Rayfield. Finishing in the second spot overall will be Joe Trendell, and Dana Bells will finish in third overall. Race number 36. Hold off for 1 second.
Up next, race number 36.
All right, race 36. Let's get them
17.5
checked
touring
in.
car.
Turn marshals,
A3
take
main.
your position. Race 36. Let's get them checked in. This race is still
John
up
Dixon,
for grabs.
Michael Hunter,
17.5
Eric Anderson,
touring car still
Mark
up
Livermore,
for grabs.
Mike G, Jeff Rowland, Michael Skeen, Bill Sitter, Craig Xavier,
All right, guys, straightaway is closed except for Andrew. Andrew, go ahead. Go ahead, come through. Watch it through the straightaway here.
Andrew Ellis.
All right, all cars are checked in. Let's get them gridded up. Go ahead, Andrew. All right, grid's going to be John on the 1, Mike on the 2, Eric on the 3, Craig on the 4, Jeff on the 5, Andrew on the 6, Bill on the 7, Michael on the 8, Mark on the 9, and Michael Hanulik on the 10.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
This race is still up for grabs. Winning A1 went to John Dixon. Eric Anderson finished taking the win in A2. This is still up for grabs for anybody. This is race 36, 17.5, A3. Drivers ready. Hang on 1 second. All right, here we go. Drivers ready. Turn marshals heads up. We're going to go on the tone. A3, 17.5 touring car on the way. John Dixon traction rolls coming out of that carousel. Whole cars side by side battling out. Dixon traction rolls again coming into the chicane. Drops in about 8th spot. Leading the way now is Craig Xavier with Eric Anderson in the 2nd spot. Mike G in 3rd. They are freight training around once they get settled in. Eric Anderson goes on the inside, takes over the lead spot. EA now out in front. Mike G in 2nd. Craig dropping back to 3rd. Here they come through the chicane, down the back straightaway. The white, pink, and blue car of Eric Anderson, 10.1 last time by. Mike G with a 10.2 in the bright pink car in 2nd. Then Craig Xavier running in 3rd. Mark Livermore in 4th. John Dixon in 5th. Michael Skeen in the 6th spot. Jeff Rowland in 7th. Andrew Ellis in 8th. Bill Sidor in 9th. Michael Hanulik in the 10th spot. 1 minute down and 5 minutes still to go. EA out in front. Down the back straight he comes with a 10 flat. Mike G with a 10 flat as well. Craig Xavier 10 flat. They're starting to pull away from your 4th place car of John Dixon. EA comes by again with a 10.2. G with a 10.3. Craig Xavier 10.1. Top 3 cars nose to tail down the back straight. Oh, Craig makes a mistake through the chicane. That's going to drop him back. Oh, and he traction rolls, or somebody traction rolls through the sweeper. Was that Dixon that came around there? Let's see who that was when they come by. So you got Xavier in 3rd. Dixon going to go all the way down. Watch it in the centers. Walk it. Broken. That is clear. Mike G now taking over the lead. Mike G pulled the inside, coming down the back straightaway and takes over the lead. Eric Anderson drops back to 2nd. Craig Xavier in 3rd. Your top 3 cars have pulled away. Then you've got Craig Livermore in 4th. Michael Skeen in the 5th spot. Your leaders down the back straightaway. Mike G with a 10.1. Eric Anderson with a 10 flat. Trying to reel him back in. Your top 2 cars separated by 0.2 of a second. Eric taps that chicane wall just a bit, drops back. They're about 0.4. Here he comes again through the 180 around the center section into the chicane again. Anderson trying to drag race Mike G down the back straightaway. 2:30 down and 3:30 left to go. Craig Xavier still sitting back there in that 3rd spot, waiting for a mistake to happen as they come down the straightaway. Mike G out in the front. Eric Anderson in 2nd. They come through the section now, through the chicane and down the back straightaway. Mike G with Eric Anderson, both of them 10.2. Craig Xavier with a 10.2 as well. Here they come around. Eric Anderson looking for a place to get by. We've got 3 minutes down and 3 minutes left on the master clock. Top 2 cars still nose to tail. Craig Xavier not too far back in that 3rd spot, just waiting for a mistake. Then you got Mark Livermore in the 4th spot. Michael Skeen in the 5th spot. Anderson all over that back bumper of your leader, Mike G. Both of them with a 10.2 last time by. We've got 3:30 down and 2:30 left on the master clock. Drag race down the straightaway again. G with a 10.1. Anderson 10.2. They are still nose to tail coming through down to the back straightaway. Less than 2:30 left on the master clock. Your top 3 really pulling away. Livermore still hanging on to that 4th spot. Skeen in 5th, Roland in 6th, Andrew Ellis in 7th, Bill Sidor in 8th, John Dixon in the 9th spot. But here comes your battle through the front chicane right now, down the back straightaway. Mike G still hanging on to that spot. Eric goes around the outside, around the carousel. Can't quite stick the deal. They hold it real tight through the center chicane now. Down the back straightaway, Eric has to check up just a little bit. Here comes Craig Xavier right behind him. It's going to be a three-way battle for the overall for this finish in A3. Mike G makes a mistake. They come down the front back straightaway. Eric Anderson now out in front. Craig Xavier in the 2nd spot. Mike G drops back to 3rd. 1:30 left on the master clock. EA out in front, 10.2 last time by. Craig Xavier with a 10.5. They come through the chicane and down the back straightaway. Around the sweeper they come. Mike G has Mark Livermore right behind him for 3rd and 4th in this A3. This is 17.5 touring car A3. G tagging the wall right again here in front of us with Livermore still right behind him. Here comes your leaders down the straightaway. Watch the end of the sweeper. Got your leaders coming up on you. Thank you very much. Less than 1 minute to go. Eric Anderson pulling away. He's got a 1 second advantage now on Craig Xavier. Anderson comes by with a 10.1. Xavier with a 10.2. Then you got Mike G in the 3rd spot with Mark Livermore in 4th. Michael Skeen in 5th. There's a whole pack of cars freight training around for 3rd through 8th. These guys are all running together and all in position. 30 seconds to go. You got Eric Anderson pulling away with a 1 second advantage. That closest battle is still that freight train for 3rd through 8th as they're all running together with 20 seconds to go. Anderson just trying to keep it between the boards and keeps pulling away. Mike G starting to pull away just a bit in 3rd as we got 10 seconds to go. Here comes Anderson down the straightaway one more time. This will be his white flag lap. 10.4 that time by for EA as we're coming up on time. Everybody gets by for one final lap. This is it. That is the time. Here comes Eric Anderson down the back straightaway.
Craig Xavier done.
Taking the win in A2 and A3. So Eric Anderson, your national champion in Roar Carpet and on-road for 17.5 touring car. Finishing in the 2nd spot in A3, Craig Xavier, and finishing in 3rd, Mike G. So Eric Anderson, your overall champion. Finishing in 2nd overall in 17.5, John Dixon. And finishing in 3rd overall in 17.5 touring car, Mike G.
Board. I hit the brake. I just couldn't. Not enough brakes.
Welcome back to the 2023 Carpet On-Road Nationals here at Apex Hobbies, sponsored by Crybaby Racing. I am here with the legend, the person that built this house, Eric Anderson, taking twofer, not just 17.5 touring, or not just 21.5 touring, but 17.5 touring as well. How does it feel to win both stock races at your own house?
Can't really describe it. Great feeling. A lot of good guys, great guys in that race. Good battle with G and Dixon. He had some bad luck. Thanks to all my sponsors, Awesomatics USA, Team EAM, Apex, Kemp for the cars, Roar for another great event. The new Roar is off to a great start. Thanks to all the guys that came and supported the race, Live RC again for the great coverage. Lots of great feedback from them, for them. About it.
Congratulations, EA.
Thank you.
Up next, race number 37. Modified 1-12 TH scale.
All right, race 37. Get him checked
Kevin
in.
Hebert,
37.
Donnie
Get him
Villa,
checked in.
Jason Engel. Colton Kiefer. Troy Gubbins. Stuart Mason.
All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed. The lineup's going to be Donnie on the 2, Kevin on the 3, Stuart on the 4, Jason on the 5, Colton on the 6, and Troy on the 7.
One minute to the start of the race.
Let's get them gridded up, Donnie. All right, looks like we are ready to rock and roll. Drivers ready, turn marshals, heads up. 12 scale modified A3, we're gonna go on the tone. Kemp Anderson taking the win in A1 and A2 is your national champion. Donnie Leah now taking over the lead in A3, trying to take that second spot overall. That all yellow car out in front. In the second spot is Kevin Hebert with Stuart Mason all over his back wing as they're coming around into the front section. That bright orange car of Kevin Hebert with an 8.2. Stuart Mason with an 8.2 as well as they're coming through the center. Close battle for second and third. Stuart Mason all over the back wing of Kevin Hebert as they come into the 180 and around into the front section now. Donnie Leah pulling away, 8 flat last time by. Kevin Hebert with a 7.9. Stuart Mason with an 8.4. Jason Engel running in the 4th spot. Troy Gubbins in 5th. Colton Keeper in the 6th spot. 1 minute down and 7 minutes still to go. Race number 38 coming up next. 13.5 12 scale A3 coming up next. Your leader, that all yellow car in the front section now. Down the back straightaway, Donnie Leah comes by with a 7.8 that time by. He's opened up to a 1 3/4 second advantage on Kevin Hebert. Kevin down the back straight right now comes by with an 8.2. Stuart Mason about 3/4 of a second back in that blue and white car. Jason Engel about 3 seconds behind Stuart in the 4th spot. We got 1:45 down and 6:15 left to go. This is race 37 on the track, race 38 coming up next. Donnie Leah out in front, 7.8 last time by. Backed it up with another 7.9. Here comes Kevin by with an 8 flat. Stewart with an 8 flat as well. Leah with a 3-second advantage now on Kevin Hebert. Stuart Mason in the 3rd spot. Leah with a 7.8 last time by, sets his fast lap last time by. We've got 2:30 down and 5:30 still to go. Leader coming through the chicane right now. That all yellow car of Donnie Leah, 7.9 last time by. Kemp Anderson taking the win in A1 and A2, your overall champion. Donnie Leah sitting in the 2nd spot right now with 2 2s. Kevin Hebert in the 3rd spot. And overall, Kevin Hebert sitting 2nd on the race right now with Stuart Mason about a 1.5 seconds back. 3:30 down and 4:30 left to go. Leah with another 7.9 last time by, backs that up with an 8 flat. We're at the halfway point, 4 minutes down and 4 minutes left to go. Donnie Leah out in front. Open up to a 6-second advantage now on Kevin Hebert. Stuart Mason about a second and a half back in the third spot. Watch it in the carousel, caution in the carousel. .430 down and 3:30 left to go. Leah was getting hung up in the carousel, still hanging on to that lead. Kevin Hebert about a half second back now. 4:30 down and 3:30 left on the master clock. Leah down the line with an 8 flat. Kevin Hebert with an 8 flat as well. Top two cars separated by about 3/4 of a second. Leader hitting the stripe again. Donnie Leah with an 8 flat. Kevin Hebert with an 8.2. Stuart Mason still hanging on to that third spot. About 4 seconds behind Hebert. Jason Engel in fourth. Troy Gubbins in fifth. Colton Kiefer in the 6th spot. Six minutes down and 2 minutes left on the master clock. Race number 38, 13.5, 12 scale coming up next.
2 minutes left.
Less than 2 minutes to go. Less than 1:30 on the master clock. Donnie Leah out in front, 8.6. Last time by for Donnie, coming up on some lap traffic. Down the back straight, he comes with an 8.1. That time by. He's got a 2-second advantage on Kevin Hebert. Stuart Mason running in the third spot. 7 minutes down and 1 minute left on the
1 minute
master
left.
clock. Race number 38 coming up next. .45 seconds left on the master clock. Donnie Leah been out in front the entire race. Kevin Hebert in second. Stuart Mason in third. No real close battles right now as we got less than 30 seconds to go. .15 seconds left on the master clock. Race number 38, 13.5, 12 scale coming up next. That is time, drivers. Finish the
Colton
lap
Kiefer
you're
done.
on.
Donnie Leah done. Stuart Mason
Donnie
done.
taking the win in A3. That'll put him
Troy Gubbins
second
done.
overall.
Jason
Kevin
Engel done.
Hebert finishing in second. That'll put him third overall. That is a race, guys. Donnie Leah taking the win in A3. Kevin Hebert finishing in second. And Stuart Mason finishing in third.
Up next, race number 38. 13.51-12 TH scale. A3 main.
All right, guys, go ahead and get them checked in. Race number 38. Let's get them checked in.
John Dixon. Eric Anderson. Larry Fairtrace. Cody Burke. Sean Rayfield. Max Kooning. Dana Bales. Billy Spence. John Barron.
Might need a volunteer or two. Anybody could help jump out and turn marshal this race. That would be helpful. All right, straightaway is closed, guys. Let's get them gridded up. Straightaway is closed. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Grid's going to be John on the 2, Eric on the 3, Dana on the 4, Max on the 5, Cody on the 6, Larry on the 7, John Barron on the 8, Sean on the 9, and Billy on the 10. All right, looks like we are good. I need a marshal in front of the driver stand. Somebody, yep, perfect. The other two guys there, yep. All right, guys, here we go. Race number 38, 13-5, 12 scale. Drivers ready, turn marshals, heads up. We're gonna go on the tone. Joe Trendell sitting this one out, taking the win in A1 and A2. Second and third still up for grabs. John Dixon, first time by, out in front. In the second spot is EA in that bright pink car. Right behind him is Dana Bells. Larry Fairtrace in fourth. Cody Burke in fifth. Watch it after the sweeper. It is clear. John Dixon comes by with a 9 flat. EA with an 8.8. Really closing that gap now. Then you got a little bit back to Cody Burke in the third spot with Larry Fairtrace in fourth. Top two cars hitting the back straight right now. The teal car number 2 of Eric Dixon with an 8.8. Eric Anderson car number 3 running in the second spot with a 9 flat. Cody Burke with a 9 flat. Larry Fairtrace 9.1. We've got 1 minute down and 7 minutes still to go. This is race number 38 on the track. Race number 39 coming up next. Leader coming through some lap traffic already and pulling away. Dixon with an 8.8. Eric with a 9.1. John Dixon with a 2.5 advantage now on Eric Anderson. Dixon with an 8.8 again. Eric with a 9.1 sitting in that second spot. We've got 1:30 down and 6:30 still to go. Cody Burke in the third spot, about a 2.5 behind Eric. Larry Fairtrace hanging on to that 4 spot, about 5 seconds behind Cody. About 2 seconds behind Cody. Watch coming onto the straight, guys. Caution coming onto the straight. It is clear. 2 minutes down and 6 minutes left on the master clock. Your leader coming through the chicane. That teal car number 2 down the back straight. 9 flat that time by for John Dixon. Eric Anderson with a 9 flat in the second spot. Cody Burke sitting in the third spot, about a 2.5 behind Eric. We've got about 2:30 down and 5:30 still to go. Leader through the chicane and on to the back straightaway. John Dixon with an 8.9. That time by. Open up to a 2-second advantage on Eric Anderson. Cody Burke starting to reel in Eric just a little bit as we're closing in on 3 minutes down and 5 minutes still to go. Leader coming across the stripe. Dixon with a 9.1. Here comes EA by with a 9.2. Cody Burke with a 9.1. 1 second behind Eric. Then you got Billy Spence, Max Kenning, and John Barron battling it out for third, fourth, and fifth. Fourth, fifth, sixth. Sorry. Been talking all weekend. Leader into the 180 right now. John Dixon, 9.1. Last time by. Comes down by the stripe again. 9.1 again. Eric and Cody battling out now for that second spot. Cody starting to reel him in. Your leader coming up on some lap traffic around the carousel and into the 180. We've got 4 minutes down and 1 minute left to go. This is your battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Max, Billy, and John going at it in the center of the track. Max Kenning hanging on to that 4th spot. Billy Spence in 5th. John Barron in 6th. Their leader closing up on him to put him a lap down, but it's still the closest battle on the track right now. Three-way battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. We've got about 4:30 down and 3:30 still to go. Leader coming up on you guys, Max, Billy, and John. That is your leader coming through. Oh, John hits that wall, going to drop all the way back about 4 spots right there. 4:30 down and 3:30 left on the clock. John Dixon out in front. Eric Anderson about 2.5 seconds back. Then you got Cody Burke about a half second behind him. Cody Burke on the move right now, trying to reel in EA with 3 minutes to go. Eric Anderson, the bright pink car on the back straightaway. Cody Burke in the white one behind him, trying to reel him in. Watching the chicane, caution in the chicane. That is, oh, wheelie coming off. It is clear. .245 left on the master clock. Your leader coming through some traffic down the back straightaway. 9.3, that time by for John. Got it. John now has a 3-second advantage on Eric Anderson. Cody Burke about a second behind EA in the 3rd spot. Six minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. Your leader in the chicane, John Dixon, down the back straightaway. 10.3 that time by. Eric Anderson starting to reel him in as they come through the center chicane now. Down the back straight they come. Dixon comes by the line with a 9.6. Eric with a 9.5. We've got 1:45 left to go. Dixon is out in front. Anderson closing that gap. John with a 9.4, Eric with a 9.3. Then not too far back is Cody Burke in the 3rd spot. They come down with 1:30 left on the clock. Your leader coming through the front section now. That teal, car number 2 of John Dixon, comes by the stripe with a 9.4. Eric with a 9.4. Cody Burke with a 10 flat. Your 3rd place car. We've got 1:15 left on the clock. They come by the stripe again. Top 2 cars separated by 0.4 of a second. Through the center and down the front straight. John Dixon comes by the stripe with a 9.4.
1 minute
Eric with a 9.5. We've got 1 minute to go. Joe Trendell, your national champion in 13.5 12 scale. This is a battle for 2nd and 3rd overall. You've got John Dixon hanging on to that spot. Eric Anderson in 3rd. 2nd, sorry. Coming around down the straightaway now. Into the front back straight with 30 seconds to go. Dixon with a 9.4. Anderson with a 9.3. Oh, and your leader gets stuffed into the carousel underneath the board. Eric Anderson now taking over the lead with 20 seconds left to go. Dixon drops all the way back to the 3rd spot. Cody Burke up into 2nd. 15 seconds left on the master clock. Eric Anderson out in front in A3. Cody Burke in the 2nd spot. That is time, drivers.
John
Finish
Dixon
the
done.
lap you're on.
John Barron done. Max Kuning done. Billy Spence done. Eric Anderson done.
That
Sean
is the
Rayfield
race,
done.
guys. Taking the
Larry
win in
Fairtrace done.
A3,
Cody
Eric
Burke done.
Anderson finishing
Dana
in
Bales done.
2nd, Cody Burke, and John Dixon finishing in 3rd. Your overall for 13.5 12 scale, Joe Trendell is your champion. Finishing in the 2nd spot overall, John Dixon. And finishing in 3rd overall, Eric Anderson. Let's get those cars shut down, come back out. One last race of the day. Race number 39, Mod Touring Car A3.
Up next, race number 39. Modified touring car. A3 main.
All right, guys, get them checked in. Race number 39. Get them checked in.
Zach Donovan. Brandon Clements. Johnny Fenimore. Stuart Mason. Shea Blount. Kemp Anderson. Chris Adams. Andrew Ellis. Colton Kiefer.
All right, guys, straightaway is closed. Let's get them gridded up. Straightaway is closed. Line them up. Chris Adams on the 2, Kemp Anderson on the 3, Andrew Ellis on the 4, Stuart Mason on the 5, Brandon Clements on the 6, Johnny Fenimore on the 7, Colton Kiefer on the 8, Shea Blunt on the 9, and
1 minute to
Zach
start the race.
Donathan on the 10. Here we go. Drivers ready. Turn marshals, heads up. Mod touring car A3. We're going to go on the tone. Kevin Hebert, your overall champion, sitting this one out, winning in A1 and A2. Here they come down the back straight for the first time. Chris Adams out in front with Kemp Anderson in the second spot. They're already pulling away from Andrew Ellis in third. Adams with a 9.5, Kemp with a 9.5 as well. They come through the chicane and down the back straightaway. Adams with a 9.6, Kemp with a 9.6. They've already pulled away to a 1 second advantage on Andrew Ellis. Then you got Stuart Mason in the 4th spot. Brandon Clements in 5th. Johnny Fenimore in 6th. Shea Blunt in 7th. Zach Donovan in 8th. Colton Kiefer in 9th. Watch the chicane. Caution the chicane. That is clear. Good job, guys. Here comes your leader, the white and orange car, number 2 of Chris Adams. 9.7 last time by, comes by the stripe with a 9.6. Kemp Anderson in the 2nd spot, about 0.4 of a second back. 1 minute down and 5 minutes still to go. Down in the front section through the chicane, your leader, car number 2 of Chris Adams, 9.5. That time by, opening up to a half-second advantage now on Kemp Anderson. Andrew Ellis in that bright fluorescent yellow car, hanging on to 3rd. Stuart Mason battling out with Brandon Clements in 4th and 5th. Then Johnny Fenimore hitting that 6th spot. Shea Blunt in 7th. Zach Donovan in 8th. Colton Kiefer in the 9th spot. Leader by the stripe again, Adams with another 9.5. Kemp in the 2nd spot with a 9.6. Top 2 cars separated by 0.8 of a second right now. Adams by with another 9.6. Watch the straightaway. Watch straightaway. It is clear. Here comes Chris Adams, your leader, coming through some lap traffic. The bright orange and white car in the lead. Kemp Anderson in that teal car running in the 2nd spot. Also coming through that same lap traffic. Down the back straight they come. Top 2 cars separated by about a half a second right now as they come through the chicane and down the back straightaway. 2:30 down and 3:30 left on the master clock. Chris Adams, 9.6 last time by. Kemp Anderson with a 9.6. They come down the straightaway again. Adams with a 9.6, Kemp with a 9.6 as well. Top 2 cars separated by 0.6 of a second. Then you got Andrew Ellis out there by himself in the 3rd spot, about 3 seconds back. 2 seconds behind them is Stuart Mason battling out with Brandon Clements. 3 minutes down and 3 minutes to go. Adams and Anderson out in front. Oh, Adams makes a small little mistake. They come down to the back straightaway now. Adams comes by with a 9.8. Anderson with a 9.9. Last race of the day on the track right now. Kevin Hebert, your national champion in mod touring car. Battle for second and third overall right now. Chris Adams out in front. Kemp Anderson in the second spot. Adams comes by 9.6. Anderson with a 9.6 as well. Through the chicane and down the back straightaway they come. Adams with a 9.8. Anderson 9.7. Top two cars still separated by 0.6 of a second. Johnny, that's your leaders. Thank you. Second spot behind you now, Johnny.
2 minutes left.
Adams with a 9.7. Anderson with a 9.6. Less than 2 minutes to go. Adams with a 9.8. Anderson 9.6. Your top two cars nose to tail coming onto the back straightaway. Leaders coming up on you in the sweeper. Here they come around. Both of them with a 9.8. We've got 1:45 left to go. Through the chicane they come down the back straightaway. Chris Adams with a 9.7. Kemp Anderson 9.6. Top two cars separated by 0.2 of a second. Here comes Kemp Anderson reeling him back in with 1:30 to go. Shea, you got your leaders coming up on you soon. Adams with a 9.7. Anderson with a 9.7 as well. Down the back straight, it's a drag race down the back straight with Adams with a 9.6 and Kemp with a 9.6 also. Closing in on 1 minute to go. This is a battle for that second and third spot overall. Chris Adams out in front. Kemp Anderson in that second spot. Through the front straight they come. Exactly 1 minute left on the master clock. They come by. Adams with a 9.6. Anderson 9.5. 0.3 of a second separating your top two cars. Here they come through the chicane and down the back straight. 9.6 and 9.5 for Anderson. Anderson hits the board just a tiny bit. Steps back just a little bit. We still got 40 seconds to go. Adams with a 9.7. Anderson with a 9.8. Here they come around into the front section again. Down the back straight, they drag race. Adams with a 9.8, Anderson with a 9.9. 25 seconds left on the master clock for your top two cars. Trying to decide who's going to be second and third overall this weekend with 15 seconds to go. Adams with a 9.8 and Anderson 9.7. They're down the back straightaway. This is going to be close to get by for one more time. 9.7 for both of them as they come through right now through the chicane. We're closing in on time. It's a drag race. That is time. Adams, you are done. Taking the win. Anderson finishing in second. Andrew Ellis finishing in third.
Shea Blount done. Andrew Ellis done. Zach
So taking the win in modified touring car, Kevin Hebert. Finishing in second, Chris Adams. And Kemp Anderson finishing in third overall. Give us a little bit. We'll do trophy presentations for your A's shortly. 3:45. We'll do trophies, so about 10 minutes.
You could actually use this. It actually wouldn't be that hard to move this over there. Because the internet could just come from over there. And then the only thing is audio, which you could just have two mics.
All right, guys, we'll start doing trophies about 4:10. Got to take a little bit of a break. We'll get things set up and ready to go. All right, sorry, I had to get the other mic. Finishing in the second spot in the GT12 class and your TQ, Dana Bales. Dana. And taking the win in GT12, Skip Starkey. Up next will be USGT A main event. X-ray drivers meet back on the oval for a picture real quick. X-ray drivers in the back on the oval for a real quick picture. You ready, next one? Huh? I don't know. Your mic wasn't working, so I came over here. It up and down. I think it's dead. Okay, USGT coming up next. USGT coming up next. Top 3 in USGT. Finishing in the third spot in USGT, Mr. Manny Flores, also your TQ. Third spot and TQ goes to Manny Flores. Coming on down. Finishing in the second spot in the USGT class, Jeremy Massalou. And taking the win in USGT A main event, Danny Jenkins.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, Manny. Thank you.
If you want one with the trophy girl, once she's changed, we'll retake them. That's when everybody gets their awards. They leave it. What's that? Is it Bill? No, but you'll want to take a picture. Next.
Okay. VTA A main coming up next. VTA A main coming up next. Finishing in the third spot in VTA goes to Mark Timeson. Mark Timeson. Taking the second spot in the VTA A main event, Jesse Castro. And taking the win in VTA A main and your TQ, JD Ramsey.
Come back and take it on the box.
21.5 touring car up next. 21.5 touring car up next. 10 spots.
Okay, now stand up on top of the box.
You gotta stay on the top of the box? You get off the box? I mean, I know you're there. Your height.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
You're gonna need, yeah.
Is this better?
It might be.
It's not OSHA compliant, so. No, I'm good.
You wanna
go in between.
You're kind of little.
Let's get up on his
flat where
shoulders.
you're at.
All right. There you go.
You
Yeah, one up cup.
Red light, green light.
Right, I'm scared to go. Yeah, all right. I'm walking by y'all.
Congratulations on not dying on your way down.
Whoa. No. You ain't getting this back.
Jim, stop taking pictures of the trophy.
Oh, I need somebody with night.
Why do you have it on video?
Terrible handwriting. You have nice handwriting. Just my
Ready?
name on it.
21.5 touring car. Top 10 spots in 21.5 touring car A3. Your overall 10th spot goes to Larry Fairtrace. Larry Fairtrace in the 10th spot. In the 9th spot goes to Brent Klingforth.
The 10th was Larry. Now he's saying 9th. He's going a little faster than we are.
Finishing in the 8th spot goes to Bill Sidor.
Hold on a second. The 10th and 9th haven't got here yet. They're slow and old.
Finishing in the 7th spot in 21.5 touring car, Manny Flores.
They're going too fast. We haven't got caught up yet. Where's your mic?
What? Slow down, you're too old? Is that what I heard? Okay.
I heard my name really tall.
Is Clayton too old or is everybody else?
What spot are you really? What spot are you really?
No, we just short this and you gotta go half before I gotta give it.
Seventh spot is Manny Flores.
Oh, I don't know. Well, I want to get a team shot at the end.
You'll know that because you twice taller than you. Was I 8?
Just.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Did anyone finish 10th?
Fairtrace finished 10th.
What's that?
Fairtrace finished
Cow.
10th.
See here?
Ready? 6th, 8th, Bill Sidor. Sixth spot goes to Michael Skeen. Michael Skeen. In the 5th spot, Max Kenning. In the 4th spot, Craig Xavier. And your top 3, finishing in the 3rd spot, goes to Bill Card. Bill Card finishing in 3rd. Finishing in the 2nd spot in 21.5, Mike G. And your 2023 Roar National Champion for 21.5 Touring Car and your TQ, Eric Anderson. (17.5 12 scale coming up next. 17.5 12 scale coming up next. All right, 17.5 12 scale coming up next. 17.5 12 scale coming up next. All right, finishing in the 10th spot in 17.5/12 scale, Monty Panzica. Monty. Was he ready, Cal? Sorry. Keep going. In the 9th spot, Skip Starkey. Skip Starkey finishing in the 9th spot. In the 8th spot in the 17.5/12 scale class, John Barron. Finishing in the 7th spot, Chris Lockhart. In the 6th spot, Rick Philsticker. In the 5th spot, Cody Burke. Finishing in the 4th spot, Fabio Evangelista. And your top 3 in the 17.5/12 scale class. Finishing in the 3rd spot, Dana Bales. Second spot's going to go to Joe Trandell. Joe Trandell. And your TQ and national champion in 17.5/12 scale, Sean Ridefield. $17.5 touring car next. $17.5 touring car next. $17.5 touring car coming up next. Top 10 in $17.5 touring car. All right, finishing in the 10th spot in 17.5 touring car, Mike Hanulik. Michael Hanulik. Finishing in the 9th spot, Jeff Rowland. Yep. All right, finishing in the 8th spot, Michael Skeen. Michael Skeen. Finishing in the 7th spot, Andrew Ellis. Finishing in the 6th spot, Bill Sidor. In the 5th spot, Mark Livermore. Fourth spot's going to go to Craig Xavier. All right, your top 3 in 17.5 touring car. Finishing in the 3rd spot, Mike G. Finishing in the 2nd spot and your TQ for 17.5 touring car, John Dixon. And your 2023 Roar National Champion for 17.5 touring car, EA Eric Anderson. Mod 12 scale coming up next. Mod 12 scale will be next. And if you guys are interested, our trophy presenter has calendars available. If you guys are looking for a calendar, she does have them available over there. If you'd like to purchase one, they are $20. Mod 12 scale coming up next. Mod 12 scale coming up next. All right, Mod 12 scale. Finishing in the 7th spot in Mod 12 scale, Troy Gubbins. Troy Gubbins. Finishing in the 6th spot, Colton Keebler. Finishing in the 5th spot in 12 scale mod, Jason Engel. Finishing in the 4th spot, Stuart Mason. And your top 3 in 12 scale modified. Finishing in the 3rd spot, Kevin Hebert. Finishing in the 2nd spot, Donnie Leah, sorry. Donnie Leah. The writing's real small. And your Roar National Champion in the Mod 12 scale class, Kemp Anderson. Your TQ also, Kemp Anderson. (13.5) 12 scale up next. 13.5 12 scale next. Once again, 13.5 12 scale up next. All right, 13.5, 12 scale A main event. Finishing in the 10th spot, Billy Spence. Billy Spence. Finishing in the 9th spot in 13.5, 12 scale, John Barron. Finishing in the 8th spot in 13.5, 12 scale, Larry Fairtrace. Finishing in the 7th spot, Sean Rayfield. 6th spot goes to Dana Bales. Dana Bales. Finishing in the 5th spot, Max Kenning. In the 4th spot, Cody Burke. And your top 3 in 13.5, 12 scale. Finishing in the 3rd spot, Eric Anderson. Finishing in the 2nd spot, John Dixon. And your TQ and your Roar national champion for 13.5, 12 scale, Joe Trendell. Mod Touring Car next. Mod Touring Car coming up next. Mod Touring Car coming up. Finishing in the 10th spot in Mod Touring Car, Colton Kiefer. Finishing in the 9th spot, Shea Blunt. In the 8th spot, Zach Donathan. Finishing in the 7th spot, Johnny Fenimore. In the 6th spot, Brandon Clements. In the 5th spot goes to Stuart Mason. And finishing in the 4th spot, Andrew Ellis. And your top 3 in the Mod Touring Car class, finishing in the 3rd spot, Kemp Anderson. Finishing in the 2nd spot, Chris Adams. Your TQ and your Roar 2023 Carpet on Road Mod Touring Car Champion, Kevin Bear.